last time that I checked. It was 5 chains on my neck. It was no smut on my rap last time that I checked. 7 zones in the set. $250,000, no sweat last time that I checked. I'm the streets voice out west. Legendary self-made progress last time that I checked. First you get the money, the respect, and the power and the hoes come next. Last time that I checked. I've been self-made from the dribble. I was been saying I'm a killer. Nah. Playing no games with you niggas. Pump, switch lanes on you niggas. Nah. I laid down the games for you niggas. Taught you how to charge more than what they paid for you niggas. On the whole thing for you niggas. Real fast, double up. Then explain for you niggas. It gotta be love. To run the city, it gotta be good. Small pieces up to go from a nobody board. Say y'all niggas cross claims, it gotta be fraud. Keep the hood about your mouth, you gotta be charged. Double up, triple up, nigga what? Banged on the whole game, I ain't give a fuck. Nobody tripping, had no business, got my digits up. And when I talk, you know I'm about to fuck. Check. It was 5 chains on my neck. It was no smut on my rap last time that I checked. I was selling songs in the set. $250,000, no sweat last time that I checked. I'm the streets voice out west. Legendary self-made progress last time that I checked. First you get the money, the respect, and the power and the hoes come next. Last time that I checked. No cosign, I ain't need radio to do mine. I'm done fine and I'll take my time. Take my tribe every level that I cross in this game like state lines. It was visionary. Either I'm genius or you niggas scary. Maybe it's both in this balance of the daily. For every nigga in these streets trying to feed the babies. Single mamas working hard not to miss a payment. It's dirty money getting washed from royalty stages. Black owners in this game are powerful races. Young niggas in the set just do what it takes.
Let's talk about the foundation. Waiting for the rest of my folks to show up. What's up, Killmonger? If you can hear me, press 1. Just checking.
We on the way, and that's a fact. This real, this ain't rap. Where everybody wanna act pro-black. The last lie you heard is say that, this, that, I did. Made it out the other shit. Nigga told you fuck the middleman. I told you fuck the bitch. Fuck wearing that clothes.
What's up, Malika?
I remember all that game you thought. Don't fuck around and get played. Buddy, they owners. Talk that shit to these niggas. Adrian Rona.
What's up, Nicole Ali?
And all they do is play the game till it's game over. And you be giving the game like a big brother. Mission never let them take it from. That's how that I check. It was 5 chains on my neck. It was no smut on my rap last time that I checked. I was 7 zones in the set. $250,000, no sweat last time that I checked. I'm the streets voice out west. Legendary self-made progress last time that I checked.
What's up, Nicole?
First you get the money, the respect, and the power and the hoes come next. Last time that I checked.
Live, which is good. I'm doing this from work this time, so I gotta make sure everything is working correctly.
Pull up the motorcades. I got a show today. It's all I'm trying to do. Hustle and motivate. Choppers will go away. Hustle the overweight. That's why they follow me, huh? They think I know the so I took control of things. Born in the soda way. And if you counter my trend, I make you my protege. Crossing that soldier race. Niggas don't know them days. Take you in back of the buildings. Make you expose your rage. Take you across the track. Make you expose face. Now you a fisher now. But you got a soul to
Guys, hit the like button if you can. Just wait on
I'm about to drop in the field. Think if I call it
people
great.
I want to have this conversation with. So if you guys don't know what this is, Encyclopedia Negrolactica is just a term that kind of developed. What's up, Double C? kind of developed in my talks with West Coast African about the foundation books that we've been reading through that BGS turned us on to. And since then, it's become like a, wouldn't say an obsession, but we powered through all of the books. I mean, I finished that whole series in less than pretty much a month's time. And I really enjoyed the series. So because I really enjoyed the series, I also wanted other people to actually read the stuff because it's not enough to proclaim yourself knowledge of all. It's better if other people have that knowledge as well, so you can discuss just like a good scientist would. All right, so I'm talking about it. West Coast picked it up. Some other folks in the sphere picked it up and started reading it too, and really got into it as well, which to me says it actually resonates with people who move towards it. You know, it actually means something to them. Turn off these goddamn alerts. Thank you, Double C, for the cash app. Appreciate that. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and throw that banner up there. So if people feel like they want to, there we go. If they want to donate, you can. So I've really enjoyed the series. I do see a lot of connections in this series, like BGS told me, between Star Wars, where they could have pulled from it, where Dune could have pulled from this, and even Babylon 5 in some senses could have pulled from this series, since the series started in, I think, the 40s. Right. So Isaac Asimov started writing them in the 40s, and then his last book was like 90 something. And reading through this whole series, I just end up pulling a lot of parallels to where we are currently, and things that should happen and could happen within the manosphere itself to set up this type of foundation where Black people could actually, let's say, ascend in a sense and be better as a group if enough of the group reaches that tipping point of having that foundational knowledge and pushing in that direction. You could actually reach that tipping point. So because of that, it took to me calling BGS like Seldon, because in a sense what he has done in the manosphere space and others like him have created that foundational architecture that others can build on and grow this space and Black people better. You can. To me, it's there. So because there are so many parallels and so much stuff that could be pulled from it, we got West Coast in the building, that it needs talking about. Like any good scientific venture, when you actually start discovering some things and start reaching some kind of conclusions, you have to put those conclusions and hypotheses up against others of your peers, and you guys hash them out. You hash them out and, look through the data and see what you all got from it to come to some kind of consensus on it. So it looks like we got West Coast in the building right now. What's up, West Coast?
Hey, what's going on, Art? What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. My headphones are not connected. You got about a bitch.
Oh, damn. You gotta have that.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I've been talking about for 10 minutes, and these damn things ain't been connected at all. So it means on the playback, I'm going to hear myself going in and out because I'm walking around. And my audio was not going through my damn head. There we go. I got
all
you
right.
now.
All right, cool. You can hear me?
Damn. Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Now maybe somebody else can hear me clearly.
Yeah. Yeah, you coming in loud and clear. I heard a little bit of the playback, so it was there. It was just a little bit away. It was just a little bit of a distance to it, but it's here. I caught everything that you were saying as far as where you're at and the basis of what we're talking about today, which is the Encyclopedia Negrolactica.
Yeah, I PC'd it a little bit. I had to PC it a little bit.
Of course, you got to.
We know, the folks know what it really means. Know what we really say.
Hey man, when you're going against the empire, man, you gotta make sure that the
Man,
president you gotta
yeah,
give him only so much.
you got to let the emperor know only so much, so he don't try to destroy you totally before you're ready. You know, before you're ready to
Man,
counteract that shit.
exactly. Speaking of that, man, like I think that that'd be a perfect launch point to start on, which is Ford the Foundation, because we were talking about the prelude before.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
They're
man.
said in the
So
building. They said, I
got
sent you the link, man. You supposed to be up here. I know you probably ain't finished that. You probably ain't even finished Prelude yet, but you reading it, so you got to get your ass up here. And I'll
yeah.
tell you all, I will try to mitigate the spoilers as best as possible. But if you ain't read the shit yet, you probably should catch the fuck up and go and read it. I'm just saying.
No, exactly. We'll do our best to stay spoiler free, but right now we just got to
Yeah,
chop it up. We got to chop it up.
yeah.
Um,
We got to dissect some of this. I mean, we got the frog laid out. I got a big bullfrog, so we can jump in there with tweezers and everything,
and clippers and trimming it and
clippers and
everything.
everything. We gonna get in there.
Man, so the Ford the Foundation, man. Seldon still putting hands on niggas, man. Even in
Still,
a
no,
still first
still,
couple chapters.
you had me laughing when you reminded me of the fact, because mind you, I went through these books so quick
Yeah.
that okay, I'm remembering what happened, but this is the difference I'm seeing between an audio book and a textbook,
Hmm.
right? Actual printed word. When I see the printed words, I remember the printed words, like photographically. I remember that shit, right?
Right.
But remembering an audio book is different because you're going on your audio, what you
Hmm.
remember hearing. So it's all contextualized in your memory, right? So to remember certain points, it'll hit on it. Then you have to, it takes a little bit more time for the recall, like, oh, yeah, now I remember. So when you talked about they took his cane, I vaguely remembered it, but then I remembered the instance when he got ran up on by the young cats when he was older, and they took his fucking cane. They took his
Yeah.
cane from him. I was like, yeah, that was Jack. That was kind of Jack.
Man, and you know what? And we're probably going to jump from piece to piece, but I'm talking about like even before. Well, I feel like Seldon, like he had to get run up on eventually because he was putting hands on niggas since the prelude. You know, he was beating
That's
people
way back. That's
since
way.
way back. But specifically in his 40s when he was at when he was continuing on his journey, and that one incident at the school came up, and you know, as the foundation talks about, um the Jordan Newmites were basically trying to start their campaign on university, and it talks about how he was kind of getting older, but he was still putting hands on niggas, and I'm just like, man, you know, you see the progression of his humanity even as he continues to work on psychohistory, which was what I liked about it. You know, he wasn't all invisible, he wasn't all invincible throughout the series. It's just like, okay, you see him here, you know, he's strong, but as he gets older, you see that he still
Mhm.
has it, but you know, it's just a little bit like he's a little bit slower to his reactions, and he's like, all right, I'm not as fast as what I used to be, but I can, you know, do this, and you know,
Yeah, but
he's basically forced to use his mind.
he's still trying to get in there. That was the funny part. That was the benefit of having Doris there, and then later having his son there. That they could help him a little bit, but he still wanted to get in there and mix it up because he still had that fire in him.
Yeah,
That was the
yeah,
thing.
and speaking of his son, OG Bobby Raich, man, from Eastside Billa Button,
I
he
told you. East Side Billy
Billa Button,
Bill
nickel.
of Bud.
He stay, that's one thing I learned. He stayed with a blade, man. He
You stay
stays
with
with a blade.
he stayed with a blade. He stayed with his mustache. He wasn't losing that for shit. Or
For
his accent.
or his accent. I'm like,
Like,
man, even like Pops, what you doing? He's like, son, what you doing with the blades? Like, man, it's Billa Button to the
yeah,
death.
that's what it's about. We're about to go back here. We got to go back. Remind these fools.
Yeah, I'm like, man, you putting blades, like he was really out here with the business, man, and even
he, was, he was with it for real.
facts, and
He was a scientist and everything, but he was about that action. Like, oh,
yeah,
we going? Oh, let's go. I got these blades on. Mine got them
yeah,
too.
So yeah, yeah, moms and he's like everybody is intelligent, but they all with the business. It's like, listen,
Right. Like, don't get it
don't
twisted.
do not get it twisted for 1 minute, man. And that's what I liked. I liked it was a good balance between a lot of the politics, the philosophy, but there was also just like, those funny moments where it's just like I never would have expected this to pop up.
Mhm.
Like what was your take on Doris and Rachel's relationship with that woman? If you remember that.
Yeah, because she didn't like her. And that was kind of fucked up, but given what Doors was, it makes sense because it kind of goes against the program, right? It kind of goes against the programming that she's there to protect. And that chick did some, that woman did some kind of unspeakable things, right? But before you know, it hints that Doors might not be completely on the level, right?
Hmm.
But it doesn't say anything about it. So you get that family dynamic that you can see that in a real life family right now. It's like, yeah, mom love you, she'll kill for you, but then you pick that bitch. It's like, why you got that girl? Yeah, you had a baby. I like the grandbaby, but her mama though, nah, I ain't for her mama ever.
I'm like, I'm
That's
like, Doris had to be part black or something. She was
she
robot,
had
but
to. She
robot
had
but
to, dude.
part black. He's like, son, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife.
Exactly. No, she from one of those other casts. Like she used to do such and such. Yeah, but I like her. Yeah, but no. that's not
Man,
okay. That's not okay for the prestige, son. What is you thinking?
it's like you messing up the family business right now. What you
For
doing?
real, you ruining our respectability bringing her in here. That trash. I'm like, damn. She just,
Trash. I'm like, wow, okay,
yeah.
Doris.
Doris was there about it. I was like, damn, she's going that hard, huh? She's not feeling that chick at all. Sure, she
Yeah.
might not be trustworthy, but you know, apparently Raish got that mean belly button thing. He put it on her, dude.
No, listen, Rage. Listen, man. He
Yeah, that
love the
clean
whole. He out
special.
here that that Billa Button special. You know how
Man, that's special. He pulled out that second blade on her, boy. Got a hook.
man. Listen, it's like as soon as he hit the blade, she was like, "Listen, I don't even have to charge you for this. This is for me.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
So
for
he twisted
free."
it out. She was like, "Oh no, this is gonna be on the free ski." I,
Said, "This
I
is
like that.
yeah." He's like, wait, do I have to? He was like, what's the cost? He's like, what cost? This is at my pleasure. I'm like, oh, okay, Rage. Okay.
I'm like, damn.
So
Like,
these hoes
she
ain't
was getting
taxing you for the price.
no. Like, dude, you got it on lock. Apparently,
Yeah, clearly. She out
he
here,
should have been back sooner.
yeah, pillow talking with you and everything. Like, listen, this is this is the play. Like, this is the person that I set you up with, and this is what his mission is. And he's just like, oh, really?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna tell you everything. I'm gonna tell you everything. This is where he hide his money. This is what's going on. This is how they gonna try to do you. It's like, damn.
Fat, and then saved your life at that.
No kidding. So that was the thing. I kind of understood that she was kind of in that not trustworthy place just because of what she was doing. But I always use the analogy is like, given the situation, if you had to survive, what would you actually do? And if these were the options that were left to you, what would you choose? That's all she did. She made a choice so she could survive. Was it one that everybody else would have chose? No. Knowing who Doris was, she couldn't even been able to choose that. She never would have, right?
Hmm.
But it
Hmm.
don't mean the chick couldn't, find something she liked and want to, get on the team. And that's
Yeah,
Rafe put it on her. What can I say?
the psycho history team, man. She
Man, he gave her
make
that psychohistory, that's for sure.
oh yeah, all types of analysis.
And probabilities.
Man, and you know what? Rage, he actually he earned my respect because he went through some shit throughout this story. Like Seldon was using him, like he was critical in multiple points of plots. And
Mhm.
specifically like that one scene alone, and the reason why he ended up being protected, the reason why uh race needed to be protected was crazy in itself, bruh. Like
Yeah, because I like Raish in the prelude. I liked Raish because it showed a kid that he didn't have anything. You know, he was just, what do you want to say, the Oliver Twist of the damn thing. He didn't have
Mhm.
anything. He was just living in the scummiest part of the whole planet and surviving, just dealing
Yeah.
with people, right? So besides him and that other little kid, I'm forgetting his name, who
Oh, Hugo
dreamed to,
Emerville.
yeah, thank you, Hugo, who wanted something better for themselves. He knew where he was. He knew what he was good at, but he knew he had a little bit more idea of where he wanted to go, what else he wanted to do. He had a dream. Seldon
Facts.
coming there actually helped him to fulfill his fucking dream because Seldon was somebody who actually kept his word.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was it. So it was a benefit that they actually showed up. So those people getting drawn to him made perfect sense because the master teacher has arrived.
Oh snap! We
Oh
gonna
shit, Zelda's in the building. A teacher
Sheldon's
will
in the
begin to
building.
speak.
Talking about your history. It's the Seldon plan.
What's up, BGS?
Hey, I see. I see you guys are fiending, man.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. You know, you got to download and digest on this one.
man. That there's so much to dissect in each of the books. Right now we're covering four at the foundation,
Hmm.
Right.
and we were touching on like the importance of each character,
Hmm.
and it's funny. I wanted to turn back to the rate situation and Manila, which is the girl he ended up, dealing
Yeah.
with, like that one piece of psychohistory that Seldon learned about as far as him setting up the theory behind it was that it had to be in groups and that one individual person could actually change the whole schematics, right?
Hmm.
Mm,
Like that was one variable that he couldn't take account for. So
Hmm.
right.
like Emperor Cleon, like he did not want to listen. He didn't want to give my man Gruber his job. And
No, he could.
and out of nowhere, out of nowhere, how his story ended up completing. It's just like you couldn't have predicted that. Like in the midst of like all the madness, it's like, wait, this is how his story ended. Like this
I
is
mean,
random.
yeah, you could, but you couldn't because he was serious about not wanting that position, and that just leads to the aspect of understanding that some people are comfortable exactly where they are. They
Hmm.
don't need more than that. They are good where they are. Everybody thought they were doing Grouper a favor. Like, no, this would be good for you. This would be everything. But I don't want that shit.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I'm happy doing exactly what it is I'm doing. I'm happy out here in this garden, tending it. I've been doing it all these years. This
Yeah,
is what I want
that's,
to do.
that's most people. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
But
and that,
you see, what some people will do to make
Hmm.
sure they stay in that position exactly where they wanted to. If you push
Hmm.
them far enough into a damn corner,
Hmm.
you didn't want them.
e-
What's
exactly.
up, Albert?
And it was that one variable. And if you think about it, if that one variable hadn't have changed, then Seldon, like the way that things unfolded, psychohistory would have had a whole different trajectory because there was a set of events that happened as soon as he was promoted to said job that,
Hmm.
led to the next crisis, which is like in the whole scheme of thing, this is actually pushing a little bit to Foundation's Edge and Foundation and Earth, right? As
Hmm.
far as the argument and philosophy of basically the conflicts of philosophy between um, how feasible is the Seldon plan and what they're looking to accomplish, and is there a better solution to it?
Hmm.
Because there's only so much that you can account for in regards to groups of people, but you
Hmm.
can have one individual that goes astray, and like the mule, for example.
Yeah. The
And
mule. It was. Yeah.
No. Yeah. One second.
yeah, but yeah, go ahead, BGS.
Yeah. Like the mule. There's always a wild card that like the mule was a wild card
Right.
that you couldn't predict for. Um, because the further you go out, though, because you're dealing with complex systems, if one person can, one person can throw it off. That sometimes they call that the butterfly effect.
Mm.
Whereas where a butterfly in Brazil can cause a hurricane in Florida.
Hmm.
Be
Right.
if the conditions are right. So and one person can, and one person can sometimes you know because we use it all the time. If say if things are balanced, right? If things are perfectly balanced, at some place when you were switching from one system to another, one event to another, there's a balance, right?
Hmm.
So if one person changes
No, we
something,
actually.
what,
Sorry.
if one certain person changes something when things are balanced, it can tip it, one way or the other. It can tip it in a way that's unexpected. It happens all the time. You hopefully that whatever direction society is going to go or civilization is going to go, the weight of civilization will correct itself because that one person can throw it off kilter for a minute, but eventually going to go in the direction it's supposed to go. But it will be altered. That's the whole thing. It will be altered.
Hmm. Hmm.
Like
And that,
say Hitler. Hitler was the mule, and Hitler threw things off in the direction that where the Western civilization was going. It kind of when the beliefs that they had to be thrown out because Hitler took things too far.
right.
And that was the mule, the fly in the ointment.
Yeah, flying ointment. Yeah, something. It's the thing that you couldn't see, thing that you couldn't expect.
Mm-hmm. Guy you didn't see coming.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
that was like Dead Set was saying. That was part of that whole the science versus the philosophy of the Seldon plan. Because I was
Hmm.
listening to Foundation's Edge at work today.
Hmm.
Well, I'm at work again, so I'm double different today. But
Okay.
but
Okay.
getting to that whole point of that, their understanding that yes,
Mm.
Seldon could have kind of predicted what was happening with the groups, but he could not account for these individuals,
No.
these individual things that came up and messed up the plan, or
Mhm.
could mess up the plan. He couldn't account for that, and he admitted that right from the beginning. Like,
Yeah.
it was not about the individuals, but individuals could come and completely change this
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah.
What he had planned out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's random, but if the like I said, if the individual is in the right place at the right time and does something, then yeah, it can throw the whatever you planned off kilter
Mm-hmm.
because things are balanced. In fact, it was something. I'll tell you guys this here. We actually our group actually used that for the continent of Africa when China and the United States were vying for power. China was trying to rise,
Mm-hmm.
and
Hmm.
the United States was trying to stop them. And on the continent of Africa, there was a balance, like right in the middle, where things could have gone either way. And we kind of seized that opportunity to kind of say, okay, let's vote for China. Let's convince China to do something, and basically, stuff happened. But
Hmm.
because right now, this whole what we call Western civilization is at a balance point. You know,
Right.
where we're here, so where one individual could change something. I mean, really could
Mm-hmm.
change something if the individual was in the right place at the right time, and did a series of things, which is what most civilizations are afraid of when things are in balance. Uh, the whole saying, it, the battle was lost if not for a horse, right? If
Yeah.
I had
The nail.
the right
The
person
nail.
got on the horse, yeah, the nail, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, the rap. What is it? The poet of the nail, not
yeah,
for a nail.
yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I think of there was a argument between, and I'm jumping to Foundation and
Go ahead.
Earth, between between Treves and Bliss about,
Oh God,
yeah, and that's a whole nother, yeah.
that book right there.
The whole
Go ahead.
argument, the whole argument between the Moss, right, when they landed on that planet,
Hmm.
and the moss just kept on growing on all
Oh
of
yeah,
their helmets
Hmm.
and shields and stuff because they had carbon dioxide.
Right.
And
right.
Bliss was of the mind of like, why are you killing all of the moss off? It'll just die on its own. And Trevize was saying like, hey, basically, like we don't know what this moss will do when it reaches another planet, right? Because if we
Right.
go to another planet, we don't know what it'll look like when it touches that ecosystem. And
Right.
once
Right.
it's in the
Yeah,
ecosystem,
you can't turn it. You can't take it out. Yeah.
No, it might
exactly,
destroy the natural ecosystem.
Hmm.
exactly,
Like,
and it it reminded me of the whole argument of the whole of coronavirus, right? Like
Hmm.
yep,
people's like mentality, just
yep,
depending on your scope. Like
Yeah.
depending on your scope, you're just thinking, well, locally, well, this isn't a big deal, you know, if a few people get sick, and it's like, hey, that one person is able to travel all across the world,
Hmm.
and we don't know what it'll do over there. Like that, I take that analogy of the moss to like what we see in real time as far
Hmm.
as people's understanding of how complex this world that we're in works. You know,
mhm,
depending on how much you know, your scope as far as like level of comprehension will be limited. And
yep,
that's what I liked about this series is you're able to see like people's limitations depending on the circumstance.
exactly. And you can actually see it play out, which is the most fun part for me because if you read them in that backwards order of prelude and forward all the way to foundation and earth, you
Hmm.
get to see that rise and fall. You get to see where they think they're at the height and
Hmm.
how at each individual stage in the books and stuff, at least they think they had the full grasp of what was going on, but they
Hmm.
didn't. They didn't really understand the full thing. And there was one person, that one nail or that one fly in the ointment, who understood that this is not this is not right. This is not exactly to form how it should be. Like
Hmm.
Trevize,
Hmm.
why he
Yeah,
get kicked off his planet because he knew he inevitably looked at everything that everybody else was looking at,
Hmm.
saw it completely different, and said, "This is wrong.
Hmm.
This is not. No, it's perfect.
Hmm.
It's wrong because it's perfect. It
Yeah.
should not be this
exactly.
perfect.
Yeah,
It should not
yeah.
be this perfect. Something is actually wrong."
Yeah.
Trevize did it, and then Travar, the second foundationer, he did the
Hmm.
same thing, just in the opposite direction.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Same exact thing. Like, this is not right.
Hmm.
We've messed up somewhere. Yeah, we controlling all of this,
Yeah.
but in our control, something else is outside of our control
Hmm.
that's manipulating this. We may
Hmm.
be blind to something,
Hmm.
and because of that, they were always heretics
Yeah. Oh
all
yeah.
along the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
The la-
Basically, there's always a Neo in the Matrix.
Oh, always,
Hmm. Yeah. And that's what.
always that person that sees it a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sees a little different. It sees because you've been conditioned to a certain reality. That's what they mean by the blue pill or the Matrix. You've
Hmm.
been conditioned to a certain reality, and everybody believes it. Um, or everybody's conditioned to it, so they can't see any faults or any flaws because
Right.
they've been conditioned not to.
Yeah, they built the whole religion around it, like
Yeah.
West Coast was talking about earlier with the Jonah. I forget the name of it. The
Oh,
Jonah Numites.
the
Jordan.
Jordanumites.
Yeah, the Jordan Numites. So they
Jordanites.
built it. Yeah, they built the whole religion around Seldon.
Yeah.
It worked
Hmm.
for a time, but it wasn't enough to keep that whole society together.
Mm,
After a
no.
while, it had to go away. They had to use something else,
Yeah.
something bigger to control that society.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta. It depends on the conditions. A religion has to.
Hmm.
Even the Egyptians knew. They were saying that the Egyptians, during each age or phase, they would alter the religion to actually coincide with the cosmic and in earthly environments.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And the culture that fits for that particular
Yeah.
time.
Yep.
Exactly.
And you know what? That's what I liked about this series was you had somebody in the second foundation, you had somebody in the first foundation who were able to see past their own personal bias in
Hmm.
order to find a more constructive conclusion to things,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because as they were visiting different worlds and you were seeing everybody's philosophy, you could see that their philosophy was all based off of whatever their bias was,
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
like
Exactly.
even like the argument between Solaria and Gaia versus having individual development of how worlds are concerned, right? Like everybody
Hmm.
had their own thoughts. Like one side's thinking, well, we don't need a whole bunch of people. If we limit people to a certain number and we have our own dominion, then that will solve the problem, right? Like the isolates, as they call them.
Right.
Or you have everybody all connected as one. And it's like, well, everybody loses their Galaxia, exactly, right? And it's like, well, how do you account for? In fact, that's a question that I was that I was wondering, or I wanted to ask was, what were your thoughts on that idea of on a humanity from a humanity standpoint, which philosophy do you think would work best? Like the everybody being all is one, like Gaia, like all millions of cells all becoming like this one cohesive unit, or everybody being their own like isolate,
the collective versus
the individual.
Yeah.
Which is
I and Rand would love that conversation, wouldn't you?
And which is probably why you put it in there.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm kind of riding with your V's on this. It's like I can see the benefits of a Galaxia. It sounds interesting, but at the same time, saying it sounds interesting, saying it would sound scary as hell.
Yeah,
it's like you don't have you're not of your individual self. So what difference does it make necessarily who you are? Is that by everything combining together, does that remove ingenuity? Does that remove creativity?
Yeah, that's true, man.
Also, where does that come from?
If you look at the characters, it's also the masculine versus the feminine.
Yeah. Oh man. So I was the hermaphrodites.
Yeah.
In Solaria, it's like we don't even need sex anymore. Like we can just become one sex.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well, yeah. Which is what's interesting is that that's the way they're pushing us.
Yeah. That's what I thought. It's like CRISPR. I was like, this is a precursor to CRISPR right here.
Yeah,
exactly. it was Planet CRISPR. That's why I'm glad Nicole's in here.
Yeah.
It was Planet CRISPR. Dude, like, yo, we decided we were going to have another one.
Listen,
we just give it a designation. It doesn't even have a name. It's like so they just test tubing people.
I was dying. Fallon, listen, when they had the little hermaphrodite baby and they took him on the ship, him on the ship, and he was looking, it's like, where your nuts at? It's like, why? It's like you got something missing.
Something wrong with you.
Something wrong with you. It's like y'all couldn't have. Where's your vagina? Where your nuts at?
Yeah. The whole part that he even put that in there. That was when I finished reading that, and they had the little hermaphrodite kid in there. I was like. That's when I emailed you, BG. It's like, we gotta talk. Like, what the fuck? what was he trying to say?
I was high.
Yeah.
Because that when it got to that point where Trevise is looking at that dude, right, and understanding that there would be a problem later on, I related that to like what was it, Patton or whatever, when they finally beat the Germans and they sit in Russia and they having that dinner and he say, no, we're gonna be fighting these motherfuckers next. Yeah, we smiling now, but they're gonna be the next problem. I was like, you're right. That's how I thought Trevise was looking at that little hermaphroditic kid. Like, yeah, you're gonna be the next problem. I was like, damn, that would have been a hell of a book.
Well, yeah, it looks like you may be that future. If we don't correct it, if this is the way the trajectory of things are heading, if you don't do something, like we're kind of looking at this kind of stuff now. Are we headed towards humans 2.0, and what's that going to cause, or should we become this thing or not? We're gonna have to. We might not, but I know our grandchildren have to face that. Yeah, I know my grandchild's gonna have to face that.
I know mine is too.
Yeah,
it's gonna be some form of reality for her.
Yeah.
Because even with Bliss, when she was talking to and I liked how she assigned the hermaphrodite as a feminine. It was like, listen, we're just gonna call her a her and call the parent a mother. Like we just gonna I caught that little jab where you remove the masculine. Even when she was talking to Fallon and said, well, don't use your powers around Trevise because he feels uncomfortable with it. And then Fallon was like, well, why does he feel uncomfortable about like the way that I am? Like these are my powers and I need to exercise them. And why should I stop using them because you feel uncomfortable? It's like we're so that goes back to the question as far as like humans 2.0, right? If they naturally have like if they have an ability or capabilities that are beyond what our baseline is, and psychologically we repress them, like that's gonna be that's gonna be the next challenge, right? Like you end
Yep.
up like
Fermenting a rebellion is what you're doing. You're actually
Mhm.
setting those seeds of resentment up because you're not allowing them to be everything you would have designed them to be, which is better than you. And if
Mhm.
you're not allowing them to do that, you get the same thing you get right now between, I guess older folks and millennials and Z's and stuff like that. You're not letting them be all they were. Now you need them to be, and they can't.
Mhm.
You got some resentment coming. There's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you cripple them. Like it's either do you cripple your children for the sake of keeping
Them safe.
for keeping them safe, or
Yeah.
keeping the status quo, or you allow them to grow at risk of whatever is the result. Because we saw what happened with Earth, right? Because that's essentially what happened with the spacers in relation to Earth, and how they quote unquote despised Earth because they, their forebears went about a certain method, and they were able to accelerate and develop way past it, and conquer, other galaxies and stuff, right? So
Yeah, they conquered the parent.
yeah, right. So you can see that next phase or that next wave in Fallon, as far as like the developments of it. It's like, do you cultivate this? Do you cultivate this potential uh future of your destruction for the sake of humanity, or do you stay comfortable with what you're accustomed to?
Right. Yeah, that book, that Foundation in Earth, when it got into those folks, was it was way far. Those Some of those Hermaphrodites seem kind of freaking crazy. Like the one, I'm forgetting the old dude who Fallon was supposed to take over for. That motherfucker was kind of crazy.
Oh, Palarat.
Yeah, thank you. Palarat. No, Palarat was the historian. Palarat was the history guy. The other one who had the powers and stuff like that, he was a hermaphrodite too. He just ran that part of the planet. He was off in a way that sci-fi wise is scary because it was not a thought for him to want to kill them. It was just a foregone conclusion, like, oh, they're gonna die. But anyway, he's gonna sit there and be nice with them the whole time. That shit is odd as fuck, right? Like
Oh, you
he
talking
had he
about
had I'm forget yeah,
Fallon's parent, right?
Fallon's parent, right? He had no morals, and I don't want to say it's a moral argument, but it's just how quickly he can turn from being completely cool with them and chopping it up and letting them know everything they wanted to know, but yeah, I'm gonna kill you now. Like, wait, what? It's
Oh,
just it's just eating and cool and talking. Yeah, but you can't leave here now. We gotta die.
oh, he responded to that because
Yeah.
he was like, you can't. He was like, morality and like what is considered right is based off of social custom. So on, it's like, off of this custom here, I should have killed you from the beginning.
Off rip, yeah.
But because like I was feeling generous, I just decided to hold off, and I wanted your shit. Like
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
everybody wanted to jack this man's ship.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The
That's
far
what, yeah,
star.
yeah. Foundation of Earth. That was it. That was just trying to keep
Yeah,
it looking like the Mandalorian showing up on a planet. Somebody was trying to
yeah,
get that motherfucker.
yeah.
Yeah.
The gravitic ship.
Yeah,
Mhm.
which is cool.
Hold on. I got to give a big salute to Bliss for allowing Trevis to win on every single world that they landed with a female on there.
Man,
We got to talk about the Lisa Lore situation. Listen, we got to talk about these situations. The what
I
do they
knew
call
you
it?
would love that part because you
The
was liking doors
fundaments.
already. Yeah,
The
the fundamentals.
fundaments.
The fundamentals.
The fundaments. I'm like, what is this? On my way, like when it got to that scene, I didn't think that it would be that serious. But like Asimov, he really went into detail. I'm like, damn, bro. Like, hold on.
Well, yeah, he took it a little far, and I had to think about it in the context that in Prelude he just kind of alluded to stuff, but that came way later. These other books, he just went into detail. Like, yeah, he got at it and she was full figured and busty. I'm like, damn, really? Is this based on a real person?
Man, he was way too specific. He was said her breasts were like what was like her demeanor. It was like firm, upright, and taut. He's like, what? Said, what are you? He's like, what are you gonna do about this, Treves? On your heels, the whole argument about on our planet, we're about marriage and we're about being conservative, but on your planet, you don't believe in marriage and you don't believe in anything in regards to morality. So what you gonna do about this situation right here? I'm like, damn, Asimov.
Yeah,
like,
she came at him like,
yeah, all for psychohistory. It's for the tip of terminus.
Well, just to let everybody else know, it's somewhere in this book, at different places in this book, you find out that some people have some mental abilities, right?
Yeah.
So this one character, Bliss, who West Coast is talking about, it's not too much of a spoiler because that's why I'm saying it's just not to give too much of a spoiler, but give you enough breadcrumbs that you're hungry for the rest of the meal.
Man, give them the spoilers, man. You got to remember this series is so complex that even if you gave away spoilers, you can't describe the whole series. You really can't describe the whole book.
That is true.
So it doesn't really matter because
okay. So the book,
they could you could actually give them a spoiler, and if they don't have it in context of the book, it'll be difficult to understand.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Thanks for that. Okay, so Bliss is basically, think of Bliss as one cell out of a larger organism. She is mentally tied to this whole planet where everything else is tied together into one gestalt of mental energy. So what Bliss does when they get onto these different planets with Treves and Pellerat or whatever, and they're going around on this psychohistory journey trying to find Earth in this last book, she subtly uses those powers from Gaia to influence the women that are dealing with Treves and giving him some resistance. And what they do is they find pieces in him that they were already favorable towards him anyway. So they just kind of enhance that, and it ends up that he end up getting laid every time they get into a jam.
Every time, bro.
He get to throw a little bit of foundation at this chick, and then they getting out of there with the keys to the kingdom and a wink and a nod. Said, "I'll see you when you come back through."
And some of that talent they got, guess where? From the mule.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
You said all for the sake of psychohistory. I see you, Treves. I see you.
Yeah. In other words, she's what was Harry Seldon's partner's name? I can't remember her name. Doris. She basically they're replicating the same thing happened with Seldon and Doris with what happened in Foundations Earth. She's his protector.
Bliss.
Yeah, Bliss is protector.
Right.
Yeah. You know what? I caught that too. And you know what? Pellerat, just going back, even when Pellerat first saw Bliss, and I never really understood their dynamic or relationship just based off of age, but Pellerat, he was thirsty from the jump.
He was fantastic, dude. What?
He was like, "Hey, Treves, relax. All right, I know we caught up on Gaia, but let her speak."
Right. The whole thing with Pellerat, because I thought the same thing. Right, when you're reading Foundation's Edge, and he meet her, he just on board with her right off the bat. Like,
facts.
Yeah, he's thirsty as fuck. But he's already had a kid, so that means he had a wife before. It's like, come on, dude, what the hell, right? But then you get through that and you start understanding he was influenced way from the beginning by Gaia. That's why he was doing all that freaking study. He had been influenced way from the beginning, like what's her name, Arcadia, whatever it was.
Yeah,
she was influenced way from the beginning as a child. Same thing with Pellerat. He was influenced too. So when he got closer to Gaia, it just took hold. He felt like he was at home. That's why he gravitated to her so strong and so quick. He had already been urged in that direction anyway. So it's like, okay, we just completing the cycle. He couldn't resist that shit if he wanted to.
Yeah, he gave up all his rights too. It was like Bliss and them having that conversation about whether or not he's a robot, and he had that was the most blue pill simp moment for me. It's like it doesn't matter if you're a robot or not. I love you as a person.
Yeah.
And I said, wait.
I was
Slow
reading
up.
that. I remember reading that. I was like, this motherfucker right here, dude.
Yeah, and then
I was just shaking my head like, oh, damn, Color Rat, you need to get back to your book.
I
Get
said
back to your books.
I said this some real scientific nigga shit because she played him too. Because Palarat was like, oh well, I mean, since we're asking, are you really a robot? Well, it doesn't matter based off of your beliefs and based off of our agreement. It doesn't matter if I'm a robot or not, and maybe you're a robot.
That was straight pimp speak, dude.
I was like, you know what?
She gave him no answer. She gave him no answer and just like kind of verbally patted him on the head and sent him back and come lay down for a while.
I said, damn. I was like, no, Palarat, this a trap. This is like, talking about I love you as you are. I'm like, you dumb. Oh my goodness. And Trevize had to talk. Trevize had to talk to Bliss and Palarat. Like, listen, man, in this Far Star, because he wasn't playing about his ship. He was like, listen, y'all coming with me to Earth. Like, y'all ain't gonna be fucking. All while we going. This ain't gonna be no honeymoon. This ain't gonna be no honeymoon woman.
Yeah, that was funny because that was like straight red pill right there.
Yeah.
If you wanted to try to throw the pills in it, that was it. He got them on that ship. Like, okay, hold the fuck up. Look, this was not gonna happen on my ship.
He said these walls are not thick. These walls are not thick.
And there's certain things I do not want to hear. He a ladies man. He's like, no.
And,
I can see it in your eyes, huh?
Yeah.
And Bliss wasn't playing either. Bliss was red pill too. She was like, "Look, what you think we gonna be doing? Fucking like we'll keep it down." It's like, no, ain't no keeping it down. It's not happening.
Just don't do it. Yeah. And just don't do it. Don't keep it down. Just don't do it.
Man, but she still ended up going through with it. She was like, right after she played Palarat, was like, but what about Trevize? It's like, listen, just put on a sign saying unoccupied, and he won't have any reason to knock on the door because it says unoccupied. I'm like, damn, Palarat.
Well, see, that was the thing, is that her relationship with Trevize, at least in Foundation and Earth, it got a little boring to me because they kept talking about the same thing over and over. And she just kept seeming like not so much hard-headed, but still driving home the same freaking point to him, like she's trying to push him. And he's like, look, man, we having an adult conversation. Let us have this adult conversation. But you keep, because she kept flipping back and forth between Gaia talking through her and her talking for herself, it was kind of confusing. It's like, this motherfucker don't get it. He was just here. It's like, okay, this is Gaia talking. That's why.
Nah, that was cap, bro. I feel like she was lying. It's like, oh no, that's not me. I'm a Gaia. I'm like, nah, nigga. No, I'm talking to Bliss. No, you're not talking to me. I'm talking to we Gaia.
I am Gaia. I am here, Gaia. Like,
she was slick.
Both of y'all shut up.
Both y'all shut up.
Yeah. In fact, you always, if you're talking to Bliss, you're always talking to Gaia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Trevize called that out too. Is like, wait, if you're always a part of Gaia, like, how can I ever talk to you? She was like, well, there's times where I can. Like, she was really trying to game up both of them. Yeah, like, oh well, I can separate myself from Gaia. I was like,
no, you can't.
Get out of here.
No, you can't. Yeah, get the hell out of here.
You are always Gaia talking about some we trying to complicate things. Man, it go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say it was just gonna move off of that point of Gaia. That's the part that scared me about the Galaxia part. She's doing all this gaming up of them, trying to how to be a good thing. You already decided this is what it is. It's gonna be wonderful. Yeah. It's like, but y'all seem limited too. Y'all seem, frightfully fucking limited because you sit here gaming to me about how you can separate yourself or whatever, but you telling us, and that's a problem. The separation is the problem.
The separation
and you feel some kind of messed up way about it when you are separated, which is what you get with the mule. If he was from Gaia, he had those abilities. That's why he was so freaking miserable, because he was like cut off from the source. So he's just out there doing shit. I'm like, oh man, y'all, nah, one of y'all getting free is a problem. You know, less than 5 years, he turned that whole thing on his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's true. That's
So
true.
if your homeboy Evelyn Mills wouldn't have caught one,
yeah.
like
Salute to
Eureka,
Evelyn,
bam,
dog.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
if
They
he
were
wouldn't have
right.
got it, it would have been over right there.
They right to the source. Yeah.
Yeah. Holy
Yeah.
cow. Like,
One thing I want to ask, because I haven't read this in a long time. Do you think the mule was a hermaphrodite?
He could have been. He could have been. Because I laugh about that one with the mule in it. I think it was Second Foundation. That one was so funny to me because right at the end of the book, he tells you why he a mule. And it's saying like he hung like a motherfucker, right?
Oh, okay.
So, I don't know if he's a hermaphrodite. Did he have both?
Yeah.
He couldn't produce any kids.
Yeah,
that falls in line with the rest of the hermaphrodites.
It really why they call him a mule is because a mule can't reproduce itself.
Right.
Yeah, it's a donkey and a horse coming together, producing an organism that can't. Infertile.
Mm-hmm.
That's the definition of a mule.
Well, I'd say based off the readings, he could have potentially been a hermaphrodite. Like he could have been a transport to Gaia. But it just wasn't compatible. But he just wasn't able to, reproduce himself. Because like his whole introduction and just the idea of how far like the mentalics can go, you can see that once you do more reading, you can see the levels and depths of how vast it can get. And the mule's power, at least from like the way that it was presented, it reminds me a little bit of Solaria and Gaia, like a combination of the two, because Solaria, like their powers is just like on a whole nother scale, as far as
they going beyond. I equated the mule to being more telepathy based, right? And them Solarians was telekinetic and some other shit. They was rearranging matter and shit. That was like what the hell?
Level 5 mutant, huh?
Yeah, it was Omega level. They was hitting some Omega level problems on the mutant scale. But Gaia was more, it was just a mass consciousness. And that's why I got back to reading Octavia Butler, and I was telling you, BGS, about those books, Pattern Master and Mind of My Mind, because this race, in that book, a race of people developed that had these telepathic abilities, but they developed a sense of being together as in a pattern where they were all connected together as one web. And that reminded me of the Gaia situation where everything is connected and everything knows what the other person knows.
Yeah.
So with the Mentalics, the Second Foundation, and then the Gaia, you see in that same kind of web, and all they're using is like emotion and feeling. That's it. They're not using it. They ain't moving shit with their mind. They're not doing none of that, but they're still speaking across the universe together with each other and doing visual things inside each other's minds. It's like, dude, this is crazy.
Yeah, where you connected, almost like the Borg are the same way. I mean, guess who led the Borg? It wasn't a king, it was a queen.
Yeah, it was a queen.
Yeah.
She led the hive.
She led the hive. Basically, Gaia becomes, the whole planet becomes one big hive.
Right. Yeah, then by doing Galaxia, everything else becomes a part of that hive.
Part of that, yeah. In other words, you will be assimilated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You will be assimilated and have a designation.
Yeah.
And when we need to, we'll spot another one of you.
Nah. And like even going back to like that argument about what's best for humanity. Is it us being one single organism versus us being isolates and dealing with the conflicts that come out of being individuals? Well, each has their limitation, but the third and the third piece to all of this is we have built-in assumptions about what what outcomes are going to be predicted. In the case of even with for example, whenever we have these conversations about automation, or we have these conversations about the world coming to an end, as far as like an economic collapse, people have built-in assumptions about what they're going to do at the end of the crisis or during the crisis, that once you reveal it to them, it's like, yeah, you truly don't know what to expect, because you already assume that, if the economy collapses, then the government will just step in
Step in. Yeah.
and pop up and fix everything. It's like, no, when an economy collapses, these are the actual impacts and effects, and the things that you're assuming are going to be here are not going to be here. And so what are you going to do in that case, right? or
Correct.
even or even the idea of rugged individualism. It's like, yeah, like I got it on my own. It's like, did you really get it on your own? It's
Yeah.
like the people that the people that are supporting you, the economy that's around you, the buildings that have been created, the food, the water,
Yeah.
like that wasn't you, bro.
The
Yeah, see, that's
the protection that you get from people that lack, you know.
Yeah,
I might have water, I might have food, I might even have weapons, but I think I told that to a BMT, because they said, well, we got guns and we have food. I said, well, how many people is in your town? He said about 10,000. So if 600,000 people looking for food and looking for food and water come to your town, do you have enough bullets to hold them off?
yep.
And he had to think about that. He paused. Well. I said, I said, yeah, you got enough to hold off a few hundred people, but do you have enough to hold off 600,000 people or 1 million people? Because you got to remember, you're connected to a country that has 300 million people. And if you're within driving or walking distance and they know you have food, guess where they're going to come? And how do you prevent them from taking it? You see, so, and then the collapse, that's what you got to figure about. It's not just about your own personal safety, your own bubble. We got to remember what you're connected to. It's like being on a cruise ship, and in my room I'm fine, right? What if the cruise ship gets a hole in it? The whole boat's sinking. You think you won't? Okay. No, I got food. I got protection, and we're good. Yeah. Okay. Well, you going down with the ship too?
Yeah, that's the drawback of like people who are like blue pill, like, because the bias has been so conditioned in them, they're not able to see past that. So it's like, no matter how much you try to get it like through their head, like, listen, the comforts that you think are going to be here are not going to be here. They won't believe it, because that's how they've been trained.
Yeah. Which is why the COVID and its effect on the economy is so unpredictable. That's when it was literally a black swan that is shaking people's beliefs in the system up, and they're wilding out because it's not what we thought it was.
Everybody is clean. That's also what I liked about this book, especially when going into the philosophy side, right? Is we've been so accustomed to the enemy that we've been so accustomed with fighting with each other that we focus on that and not the bigger picture of a greater enemy or something else that we are unprepared for. And so that's been, that was one of the challenges that they try to wrestle with, right? As far as like you being a skeptic versus you being a believer. It's like, do you warm yourself with the lie and the assumption of this is your enemy, or stand in the in the uncertain winds of basically stand in the winds of uncertainty of like, yeah, the people that you're battling with are actually inconsequential. There can be a bigger thing that's bigger than both of y'all that can control you. But you don't want to face that because it's just about the Democrats.
that's that hubris.
Yeah. I want to ask you guys a question, because now that you guys gone through the whole series, like obviously the series of books are not written not like a conventional science fiction where you kind of base it on action, reaction, and stuff like that. It's actually based on psychology and social conditioning and philosophy, right?
Yeah.
How did you guys enjoy the book, or there's something that you wish that could have been in the book that wasn't? Like a lot of people that read Foundation kind of wishes there were more like action inside the book, because you really don't get to see the action, you get to hear the results from it, but you really don't get to, for the most part, don't get ready to get to see it for the most part. It's mostly a lot of philosophy and psychology and talking, right? How did you guys enjoy it? How you guys see it?
I personally enjoyed that part of it because it
Mhm.
was helpful that you told me up front that it wasn't going to be like as much action or whatnot as Star Wars, that you're pulled away from the action. That part was more interesting to me because I get into the underpinnings of why things are happening more so than oh, this happened, there was this big battle. Well, I want to know why the battle happened,
Yeah.
and that's what I got from it. And I think it's because Asimov is coming from a more scientific perspective. It ends up being more interesting in that intellectual way. It's like, okay, we're delving into the philosophy of this, not just we do this because this is what we're approached with. No, we
Hmm.
do it for a reason. We're trying to find out things. Like the last two of that series is all about searching
Hmm.
for answers, and it's just basically it's doing the due diligence with your science. Okay, we have this lead. We're going to follow this lead to see where it goes and learn more information and get context for what it is that we're trying to solve. It's not necessarily just a physical battle. It's a mental battle
Hmm.
that you're waging, and actually having to go back on yourself and say, okay, this was the wrong conclusion. I was wrong. How do I salvage this, or where did I go wrong? And now point myself in a better direction and see where that leads me. So, to me, I like that part of That's the most interesting thing in it, and why I gravitated and wanted to talk about it so much because that's what it is. It is a quest for some actual real knowledge, some
Hmm.
actionable knowledge, and pulled away from was just about a fight. Did they get into a gunfight in this one? No, they didn't. But that's
Hmm.
how most of life is. Most of life is not you always in a fight. It's mostly you trying to figure most of this stuff out. Hopefully, you get some clues or some other stuff along the way.
Hmm. I think that this book was right up my alley personally.
Hmm.
It had enough action to keep the story moving forward, but it wasn't relying strictly on the action.
Hmm.
The action was used as a device versus it being used as a crutch. Like,
Hmm.
okay, we're gonna go into this battle, and I think that at least for me, I like the way my mind works. I get so creative in the way that the battle could have gone, and the
Hmm.
way that he writes that it works for me. Like I have notes of each moment that is just like the funniest to me,
Hmm.
like in the way that Asimov writes it, like with Doris, for example, and For the Foundation,
Hmm.
when she goes to reach Seldon, when he starts talking to not the Jordan Numites, but the it's the it's the junta. That there you go. As she was going to like basically get in contact with the junta,
Hmm.
she's walking the way Asimov writes is like, oh, as she's walking down the road, one of the junta soldiers comes out and as she was expecting, pulls a weapon out on him. And the
Hmm.
junta is like, oh, well, put your she's like, show me your ID. And she's like, no. As she walks towards him, he's like, put your gun down. No, no. She says, I want your car. He's like, what? He's like, show me your ID. He's like, oh,
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
want the
shoot you.
car.
Yeah, he's
I
like,
need your
well,
car.
he's like, shoot. He's like, well, shoot me. He's like, or what's it called? She was like, I'm gonna shoot. He's like, you ain't gonna shoot. Put that gun down. And then how Asimov writes it was like, and then the next chapter he was lost.
Right.
Like that's the
Well,
funniest shit to me. Like no, like I'm gonna put him in a headlock and choke him out and break his neck. Is like in the next moment he was lost by the Tiger Woman. Like for me, like okay, it gives me enough like creativity or imagination to think about how
Hmm.
she would have,
Just.
dismantled this particular soldier
Hmm.
because we have descriptions prior of how she used to dismantle dudes.
Hmm.
And so
right.
I think that with that, it didn't get in the way of the actual conversation of philosophy and mindset and what we're talking about like today, as far as people's personal bias, being able to observe it and analyze it and coming up with constructive conclusions. Like for me, that is like this is right up my alley. It gives me a perfect balance of what I want as far as intellect, like this is like these are the challenges or these are ideas that are presented for us.
Hmm.
and as you're going through that thought process, notice that you'll always have a personal bias to your belief system or to what you think is correct. So never be complacent with your thought process, which is what I liked about Trevize, where, Gaia is saying, well, you have this ability to predict outcomes without knowing all of the facts, which is like intuition, but him not being comfortable with intuition. Like, why am I making this decision? Because there's, there can be a possibility or a bias that I could have missed in me coming up with this, which is what I like.
Now, I was just curious because that was always a question. Are science fiction fans comfortable with action, as they call it, being off? Even Asimov said, with the action being off stage rather than being on stage, like in most books.
Yeah, I was fine with that. It didn't need to be center stage for me. I mean, I know a lot of science fiction thrives on that. That's what they go after. But shit, I like Star Trek, and I have Kevin standing in here in my face as a Trekkie and denounces anything that says Star Wars on it. But I do like my action. He doesn't know of that religion, he said.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
and thou art a heretic if you mention Star Wars.
Yeah, he says he knows of it. This is my favorite Trek friend from my favorite geek family, and I tease him about stuff like that just because he does not like Star Wars.
So since he's a Trekkie, who's his favorite Star Trek captain?
Who's your favorite Star Trek captain, Kevin? I know what you're probably going to say. Go ahead. Pike? Pike's growing on.
Oh, Pike is his favorite? Okay, that's interesting.
Pike's growing on him. He's still debating it, though. This is a real Trekkie dude. He's sitting here just running down that Starfleet's record.
I'd never heard Pike in the conversation. That's interesting.
But to be honest, it adds variety.
He was for a little while.
Fill in the center seat.
Yeah, fill in the center seat. See, this is a dude with I think he does have a master's, not a PhD, but he has you do have a PhD. Okay, so he's a PhD.
He's a PhD.
That's why he's overthinking. He's a computer guy.
Oh, got another egghead, huh?
Anyone who had to make the Captain Spock, I'm still watching.
Okay, so Spock, if you fill in anybody who sat in the seat and go from the classic, is what he's saying.
No, you have to have the classic "I am in charge" written around the character Captain.
May the force be with you, Kevin.
There's only one Star Wars in the Star Wars.
But you didn't see BGS. That's what I gave him. The Spock live long and prosper, but told him may the force be with him. He just shook his head happy. He hates that shit. He hates that shit. That's a friend of mine though. But
you had the discombobulated switch when you did that. Wait a minute, you're missing metaphors. I can't take it.
Yeah, he's like, there was only one war in the Star Wars, right? There are many wars in Star Wars. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny to talk about that because I don't believe in that. That's not real.
Yeah, no, but to be honest though, I like this type of material because we have enough action as it is, and you have this Gaia effect where everybody wants to do one particular type of writing, and people get accustomed to it, and you end up losing variety, and people people get desensitized to it. If this had a whole bunch of action, it'd be like, okay, I mean, I can throw a rock and hit 5 other series that tries to go for this, and so
exactly
this one was right up my alley. And again, like it gives you room. It reminds me when I was a kid. It's like it gives you room to have imagination and stuff.
Exactly.
Like for example, like one small scene, like when Trevize, Palarat, and Bliss were on Comporion, right? There are two mini scenes that if you didn't like read the series, most people will gloss over as they were going down to Comporion, and the world is cold, and they're just accustomed to just like stable weather.
Yeah.
Palarat opens up his jacket and exposes his chest like in front of the screen as they're going down, as
Yeah.
it's like getting colder. And I just
Yeah.
imagine, I'm like, Palarat, I'm like, no, he didn't just open his chest like
Yeah.
an R&B singer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because he's accustomed to a certain reaction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'm
It was
like, no,
Casey
he
and
didn't.
JoJo.
Yeah, he was on this Casey and JoJo. And Bliss is like, what are you doing?
Doing.
Doing
Yeah.
dummy.
Yeah. This is not Gaia. You can't do that. We don't do that here.
Right.
We don't do that. Yeah.
which
Yeah.
which is I just remembered with in when what is it when what's his name said that we don't do that here, kind of remind me of Get Smart. This
Yeah.
is chaos.
No,
We don't
yeah.
do that here.
Yeah, we don't do that.
And you know what? I think about Bliss and how much she does remind me of Doris, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
when they
Mhm.
like
They just recreated, not recreated, but basically they're similar to, you got to remember that Seldon, the prelude and Ford Foundation were actually written after
Mhm.
the main series. These were
that's
actually
Right.
right.
actually
Okay.
prequels. So basically, he probably took Trevis and what's your name, and actually kind of mapped that onto Harry Seldon
Seldon.
indoors. Yeah.
Yeah,
Got
I can see that.
In other
Okay.
words, basically, yeah, in chronological order, yeah, it makes sense that Seldon and Doors were first, right? And that's where you
Mhm.
got the idea from, actually, for trees, for V's, and what's her name, right? But you got to remember that Prelude and
Publication wise, yeah.
Publication wise, those two books were like prequels. They came after the main five books.
Right.
Got it. It was written after.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, she
so it's
basically she was proto Doors.
Proto
Proto
Doors.
Doors, yeah. With these the female guide or female protector with these amazing powers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I loved the interaction between them. Like even Bliss between Trevis, when they were trying to get down to Comporion, and Bliss had to understand the bro code about how because every single world that they went to, they were like, wait, there's one woman and two men on the ship. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
like what the
what is she doing here? She don't have no ID. She ain't from no
right.
world.
Yeah, she ain't got no
What do
ID,
you do?
right?
She was
Yeah,
like,
she ain't on the register.
said I'm a passenger. It's like, a passenger, huh? Okay.
Mhm.
He's like, listen, man, my boy Palarat, he got a wife and kid at home. Like,
Right.
just make sure she come through unregistered.
And you stick him on the ship with this bad bitch, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Bliss was a bad bitch.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
And every single female actually called it out that Trevis smashed. It's like, wait a minute, like Trevis,
Yeah, exactly.
like Bliss, Bliss is with Palarat, that old dude. It's
Yeah.
like, wait a second.
No, y'all both hitting that, ain't you?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Like, hell no.
Every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
It was like, wait, she's with Palarat. It's like,
Yeah.
wait, does Palarat let you share her? It's
Yeah.
like, no.
No, and I wouldn't.
I wouldn't. It's like, that's not
You
my
don't find her
style.
attractive? Yeah, you don't find her attractive?
Yeah, you don't
Most
find her
revealing
attractive?
clothes? Like,
Yeah.
what the
Yeah.
Like, yeah, she's attractive, but she's not my style. And then on
Yeah.
Comporion, he was like, oh, I like it a little bit older, huh?
Okay. Come back to my private quarters.
Yeah, come back to the quarters. Go
Continue
back
this
to
conversation privately.
continue it privately. Man, it did. I think about when they were on New Earth and how and this goes back to her being pre-Doris. Bliss didn't want to show her top in front of like everybody in New Earth, although the custom was people were basically topless.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so I thought about Doris when Seldon and Doris were in, I think it was Doll, and everybody had their top off, and how she wanted to keep to her custom,
Mhm.
whatever.
Mhm.
But the only difference was Palarat wasn't tripping. He was like, hey, the breasts, whether or not they come out, we
yeah.
all right. We good.
Good.
We
Let them
good.
fly free.
Let them fly free. But Seldon, he was nervous, boy. Oh, well, if you want to show your top doors and be with the times, no, I keep it on.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Like, damn, Seldon, you need a win out here. What did you do?
Yeah, Seldon was trying to be the nice guy.
Yeah.
He was.
He was trying to be the nice guy. Like, nah, I'm gonna get it sooner or later. I'm gonna play the long game a little bit. Like, no, I'm good.
And you know what? I draw a connection between Hugo Emerville and Ebling Miz because they both took a sacrifice. Like,
They did.
like I think that as far as connections wise, I think that Hugo may have been, or what's it called? Ebling Miz, pre-Miz would be Hugo Emerville as far as the development of psychohistory and this idea of, self-sacrifice for the sake of forwarding the foundation. Hugo with the first and Ebling with the second,
I'd agree.
Yeah, man. I was like, man, they were taking L's. They were taking L's on Forward the Foundation.
But that was the whole thing, because they're pushing this for so long, and then people just start getting disillusioned. It's like it's been going on so long, they don't even want to believe it themselves half the damn time, and they get in their own way a lot. Like Hugo, because you've seen him come up from a kid to where he was, it's like, damn, that's fucked up. Like, come on.
like I'm like, you need to see this. You need to see the. You need to see the. And the best that he had was he just touched like what the developments of the second foundation was. I'm like, damn, Hugo, like, they was taking some serious L's, man. Like, I'm telling you, when that cane got snatched that second time, I was like, damn. I was like, damn, Seldon, you out here getting assaulted for real, for real. People are not caring.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yep, but yeah, Ebling Miz too. He was smart, and his end was kind of messed up, but he's like blind to the common shit. like I don't know. Those to me are cautionary tales about being so obsessed with one thing and not letting anything else in. You definitely miss some shit. Like that blast in the back of the dome. Like
facts. Like you found out, but now you know too much. Bah.
Well, yeah, but if you think about it,
happens.
Said congratulations.
He figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Bah. Show him what he's won.
Yeah.
You're done.
You hole in the head.
Now you're too dangerous.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow. Yeah.
And
well, you think about it, in Foundation's Edge. That's what Treebing kept Pellerat from doing, because Pellerat would have did the same thing Miz did. He would have went to that fucking library and just sat in that library forever, just pouring over stuff. It would have been like useless. He would have did the same thing, and that's what Trevize kept him from doing that. So he got him more out there in the world. He ended up just simping out for the chick and just being totally absorbed with that. But at least him getting out there and getting away from his books a little bit, he could go back to them when they needed that extra knowledge, but then got a better context of what was going on because he was seeing something else out in the damn universe and shit. So basically he saved him.
True. Because Hugo, he stopped seeing. They were talking about how he stopped seeing women, and the fact that Seldon had Doris and Rach as a resource to step away from psychohistory, he was able to have that mental break and separate the two. And, you get so obsessed with an idea that that becomes your whole life. That ends up being like the trade-off.
Which is partially what Cheddar Hummon actually sent. Yeah, I think it's Cheddar Hummon. She sent him out there in the first place and got him away from the library. Now go out. Actually go out there and actually test your theories out there in the real world.
Yep.
What does that sound? That sounds very familiar, doesn't it? All this talk about game, you need to go out in the field.
Well, that's child raising 101, eh? Like you raise a kid to a certain point, but at a point you got to take your hands off and let them go out there in the world and see what they know. That proves your point of what you're talking about. If you knew what you were talking about and trained them well, then they'll survive and become resourceful. And if not, that's what's going to happen. It's going to be what it's going to be. So you have to let them move around a bit. so they can test that knowledge and figure out how they're going to move. But he said,
Mhm.
you brought up Cheddar, man. That's my dude.
Shout out to Cheddar, man.
Shout
Yeah.
out to Demerzel, Cheddar Humming, and what was that other name? Amerzel or whatever it was.
Not A.
Demerzel?
No, not Demerzel. His real name,
His
Daniil.
real name.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Daniil. Yeah.
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 I told you he's gonna show back up again.
Yes, you
Man,
did. And
I was relieved. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, damn, they really aren't gonna find what they was looking for. Like right at the end, after they hit the last planet, I was like,
Yeah,
damn.
it wasn't what they thought it
well,
was gonna
that's
be.
that's
Yeah.
why it was kind of depressing. Like Earth, Foundation of Earth was the slowest one to me because it was a lot of exposition. Like it's 7 chapters of them just talking about shit
Mm-hmm.
before they actually got off the planet. Like, God damn,
Yeah.
thank you. y'all expositioning the death out of me right now. Like I get it.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the last. It was originally supposed to be the last book.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
probably why they had all those sex scenes, was because like the exposition was like kind of long as far as the description of each world, and you know, they did have, this is what I would have wanted, and maybe he could have like constructed it differently, is like the timeline between them making each jump. It'll just say, well, you know, they jumped in 3 days. They made a jump. I would have liked to know what the conversation or the mental temperament was like as far as them being on a ship during those 3 days, waiting to make said jump to get an idea of
close quarters.
those close quarters of what their temperament was. It only, you know, cut to the highlights of like critical conversations. I like to know, like, okay, during day 2 or whatever, you know, Treves had this particular mindset just looking at the computer board for this long, or just showing some of the frustration, like
almost like a captain's log.
yeah,
Okay.
add a little bit
that
of
could have made
humanity
it.
to it.
Yeah, that'd have been more interesting, but then he would have had to cut back on some of the exposition, which I wouldn't have complained about necessarily, but it would have been useful. I mean, but if it didn't have that whole tone to begin with, it would have just seemed out of place.
You know what? There was one piece that I didn't get, was when they reached Aurora on Foundation Earth. Where was that in Prelude? Or am I
Where was
tripping?
Aurora?
Yeah.
Was Aurora in Prelude?
Yeah, like, was that covered?
I don't know if it was covered. I think there was a vague mention of it. That's why I went back to Prelude, because I wanted to listen to it again. Because Foundation of Earth threw some other stuff out there, and I'm trying to remember, did they even mention these planets in Prelude? It would have came publication wise after this book, so maybe, I don't know. I have to go back and check.
Damn, they did on Wavecap City. What was the name of
Michael G. Michael G.
Yeah. Hey, sir, you are a geek. You are a geek. Okay, you are a geek.
These names be tripping me.
Wavecap in the encyclopedia, the Wavecap planet.
Negrolactica. Come on.
Negrolactica, Michael G.
You are a geek, sir.
You got to break it down to hood terms, man, so people understand it. Wave caps. Okay,
wave caps. Come on.
Everybody got their do-rags on, right?
Everybody got the do Gordon Waves and Murrays all day, man. But yeah, they mentioned their library. They mentioned Aurora. That's where I remembered it from.
Right. Yeah, they mentioned Aurora because they apparently, because the Michaelgenians were interested. Those motherfuckers was interested in me because I've seen a couple of different sci-fis that those characters in my mind related me to. You know, Dark City, and then I think I said it before, the Navigators from Dune. That's what the Michaelgenians remind me of because they're really into screwing with stuff, right? But their history that they remember of the robots and stuff like that, it did come from Aurora. So that means they were settlers from probably Aurora, something like that. They came to Trantor. So okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, with the dogs and everything, boy. So that was crazy, man. What did you think about that standoff between Gaia and the second Foundation and the first Foundation?
That was, I was like, that part was, it was like an oh shit moment for me because one, you already seeing what Gaia is capable of, but in my mind, I'm thinking, what could a world mind that vast actually do to these people out in space?
Yeah.
It's obviously it seems pretty confident. It's obviously been working, making minute moves to maneuver everybody to this point anyway. But then the Second Foundation has this kind of power too, and they're showing that all the rest of these mentalics can actually lend their strength to this one dude at this one point in time. I'm like, oh shit, thank you. Like he's about to get all the power of these other speakers right there on his ship. Okay, wait a minute. What is that going to look like? Because he's already, that's the part that flipped me out about, what was that guy's name? It wasn't Golan. What was that new first speaker's name? I wrote this shit down in my notes.
Gendaball?
Yeah, Gendaball.
Yeah.
When he was on Trantor, he was talking one way, like he was seeming like he was really low level, right? But once he got out there in the space and stuff like that, the way he was talking, like this motherfucker could do anything.
Yeah, he's
like
popping his collar.
He was dusting his shoulders and popping his collar, like it ain't nothing. I can see this from a parsec away. Don't worry. Like,
nah,
so
he was
what could he
extra.
do?
He was putting extras. He was putting extras for that Hamish woman.
I think he was. Yeah, he liked his little rough fun chick, the ugly chick.
Yeah, the real handsome chick.
Yeah, he was putting on airs like he was a Dark Lord of the Sith with that shit. Like, what's not working?
Facts.
Like, so I was curious to see what that would actually look like because some kind of, just from the fight that the first speaker had, the other first speaker had with the mule, that psychic battle was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
So seeing something on a grander scale than that, like, well, you got a Mexican standoff. Who's going?
Literally.
Who flinched?
Literally.
How does it pop off? Because I'm curious about how this would actually work out.
It was like you decide Trevize, and then you got the first foundation and the second foundation and everybody else. It's like the first foundation, like, hey, listen, man, we know we cast you out in the exile. We know we was about to kill you and all that, but look, don't make this personal.
It's like Terminus, Leonore, whatever her name was.
Yeah.
She's a bitch.
Like, damn, it's like, but don't take this personal. I'm like, bruh.
Don't take this personal. Really?
Next.
You call me a traitor and exile me. Don't take it personal. Oh, hell no.
And had me tracked and bugged.
Yeah, no.
And gave me a faulty ship.
Well, that was the cool part because he reminded her, I think at that point he reminded her of what happened when she exiled him. He said, look, there's going to come a point you're going to ask me for something, and I'm going to remember these 2 days.
Yep.
These 2 days that you did this shit, I'm going to remember this shit. And I'm like, ooh, that's a cold warning right there.
Yeah.
It's like that Color Purple put that hex on you, like anything you do.
Won't fail.
Do you do right by me?
Do you right by me? Yeah.
Yeah,
like
she came. She came humble. Like, listen, man, I remember you mentioned there'd be a turning point. Like, look, my bad. All right, my bad.
Exactly.
Like,
eat that humble pie. Get down on that knee.
Facts. He was like, okay, second foundation, go ahead, speak.
Sounds like black women in COVID. Oh
man.
Man. Hey, big head.
Right. Look, we know we took your jobs. We know
right.
We done made a couple millions, couple movies, and then made some propaganda, then left you out there in the street abandoned. But don't take it personal. Don't take it on the whole community. Don't take it on the whole
community. You can't blame everybody.
Think about the future.
Right. Think about our future communities. Who's gonna be there? CMB, we all we got.
What about the children?
Yeah, what about the children? The puppies? Anything?
He said, "Guy is Colombia or Peru. That's why SBM. They just on a whole nother country trying to call you collect. Right. Like, Look, all right.
Just send me a little bit.
I believe in the Encyclopedia Negrolactica now. All right, you know it's bad out here. It's bad
Yeah,
out here.
it's really bad. Well, see
Nah.
that was just to get back to this, just so I can say it. Now I forgot his original name. Amazel Cheddarhumming,
Mhm.
whatever the hell it was.
Boy,
That
like
motherfucker
Puff
had
Daddy,
names.
boy, got 3-4 names.
Man, he bouncing through the galaxy, just
P
doing his
Diddy,
thing.
Sean Diddy
Now
Combs.
remember in iRobot, right? Which is I think they call him Sonny, right?
Mhm.
Oh,
Is Daniil Sonny?
Daniil
I
Sonny.
don't know. I have to go back and
Wow.
watch iRobot
Yeah,
because as soon as I was reading all this stuff in there about the robots, and
yeah.
then I think it's in the forward of Foundation's Edge, they talk
Uh,
about how the order that he did a couple of other books before he did these
mhm.
last two in the
Yeah,
Foundation series, and they were
yeah,
all robot books. I said, I
yeah,
gotta go back and read these damn robot
yeah,
books
yeah.
because
That's what I
if
was saying.
Demerzel is coming out of that, then shit.
Because Demerzel or Daniil actually ties the two
Yeah,
series together, and basically
right.
remember if you remember the movie iRobot with Will
Hmm.
I
Smith,
do.
and there
Will
was
Smith.
one robot that I forget who the creator created that had special abilities.
Right.
That was actually sentient to actually overcome the AI that was actually running the other robots to protect
Hmm.
Hmm.
humanity. Um, I'm just wondering, is Daniil that robot that survived? Because
That's what I'm wondering.
he's been alive for like said 25,000 years.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
like,
I'm wondering. So
shit.
I'm wondering, is Daniil that robot that got of iRobot? Because he's been around for basically two civilizations.
Possibly, especially when they talk about on Aurora how the
Mm-hmm.
robot betrayed Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
Like that,
Hmm.
that may actually fall in line with that series.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. With him
That
and those Guardians, the other Guardian robots. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
that
that
was possible. That's what I was kind of thinking. That's why I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to go back and read that series just to find out
Mm-hmm.
because Daniil was cool. And just publication order, this is the first time you're seeing them when you get to
Mm-hmm.
Foundation and Earth. But
Yeah.
if you read Prelude first, you already got some love for him. And
Yeah.
that's why I felt it's like, oh, here he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
he's still here.
Cool.
That's why I asked you. Did you guys want them in order of publication or chronological order? Because you're gonna
Chronological work for me.
because you're gonna get a different experience if you read them in a chronological order versus a publication order.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
it's like Star Wars, the first three, right, and then going back to the prequels. Okay,
Mhm.
and it answers some questions that you had with the first series. But the thing is,
Right.
if you new to it and you go through in chronological order, then you have a different experience about Star Wars. It changes the way the last three actually play out in your mind, the way they actually play out. You actually
Yeah.
Yeah.
know the reason why Luke is on a desert planet and Leia's Leia's a princess.
Right.
Hmm.
Because at first it doesn't make sense, right? When you first see the first three Star Wars, right? It doesn't make sense. How are these two people connected, and why is she going to this desert planet to find Obi-Wan Kenobi? Because you don't
Mhm.
understand it. You have to
Because you
find
don't
it
know
out
the history.
because you don't
Right.
know the history. But say if you saw the say like the prequels first, it makes perfect sense.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
see,
I like.
that's what. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Marcel.
no, I like chronological. I like chronological order. Like it ties everything together. I think
Mhm.
that I wouldn't have liked like finding out about Cheddar
Mhm.
in the beginning and then going back to Prelude. It kind of takes the weight away from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. And I think just after reading Foundation and Earth and then seeing that character pop
Mhm.
up, if I
Mhm.
had not read Prelude, I would
Mhm.
have. I understand why Prelude came after to kind of touch on that character, who that character was, what
Yeah.
he was doing the whole time. Because once he shows up and he says, "Yeah, I've been alive for this long and I've been
Yeah.
manipulating things for this long," it's like, what the hell was he doing?
Yeah.
I need to know what he was doing.
Right.
That's a long stretch of time. How was he manipulating this stuff? What was going on? He is an interesting character
Yeah. He was.
just
Yeah.
from that point.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said. I probably. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have told you. But should have told. I told you to pop back up, and I knew even though I told you, you wouldn't actually anticipate where he's gonna pop back up because nobody.
No, I kept looking. That was the thing. I kept
I was
looking on
waiting.
every.
I was like, all
That was.
right.
I was waiting for him to show back up because you said he was in there.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for him to show back up, and that's what kind of gave me a little bit of frustration outside of the fact that every time they went to another planet, it looks like Earth, smells like Earth, it ain't fucking Earth.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck, man?
You know what?
Like,
That-
damn.
That anticipation was actually dope because even it's like, all right, they reach a different planet.
Yeah.
They
There's
don't
some
find
rings.
them.
There's some rings. There's a
Right,
gas
right.
giant. Okay. There's a gas giant. Is it
It's
3 rings or 2 rings? It's like, damn, how many rings does Saturn have? God dang it.
Right.
Go back and look at my map.
Yeah.
And then they go to a new planet. They don't find them. Then they get into some shit, and I'm just like, wait, are they gonna survive? Because like knowing what I know as far as like how characters are written, anybody can die at this point. So
can get it.
like having that anticipation, literally, I was like, listen, having that anticipation, like, okay, he may pop up. I'm like, damn, like, is he gonna save him? Like, how are they gonna get out of it? So for me, I like that anticipation and that build up. And so having him at the end, for me, it actually makes me ask more. It makes me ask a different question as far as the series as a whole.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm mournful. I'm like, damn, like, was all this shit for nothing?
Right.
Yeah, because the way I read it, when he it was actually a surprise when he popped back up, say like in Prelude to Foundation at the very end, and basically they were running from Demerzel, all right, because Demerzel was running with help
the hand of the emperor,
hand of the emperor, and they kept running from Demerzel, right? And they didn't realize to the end that Demerzel was Cheddar Humming. The same,
right? He was the one helping him
the whole time, right? So, and then you realize he's a robot. They said, "Oh shit, that's
exactly.
right." That's because you just read Foundation and Earth and realized, oh, that's Daniil. Oh shit, so that's what we're talking about. He's been running, been guiding and running, helping control, push humankind in this direction for like 25,000 years.
Right. This is him doing it.
Yeah.
So that's why when reading it in chronological order, even though it's the second time you're seeing him, it's the second time you're seeing Daniil. It's sad because you know he's going to die at that point. Even it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of fucked up. You know, it's like I was connected to that character. I really liked that character. I wanted to see where he went to after Prelude, and then you don't really know.
Yeah.
But if you're reading them in chronological order, he gets to, back to that planet, and he's going to go away now. So
yeah. See, now you got to go read the iRobot series, huh?
Yeah, exactly. To find out what was going on with him before that.
Yeah.
Like what really happened to Earth? Even Bicentennial Man is a part of this same universe, if I recall correctly.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Bicentennial Man. That's an Asimov book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay.
So
because they listed. Yeah, they listed the little robot books. So I have to just go back and look at them.
Yeah.
But that character was fascinating because he's doing things not necessarily out of love, but he's really just trying to help. And the fact that he's been so long lived, it's like, how much does this dude actually freaking know? He knows he doesn't have to be here on this world. He could have took this damn thing over at any point he wanted to.
Yeah, but he couldn't because the first three rules of robotics.
Robotics,
yeah. It's like, okay.
His job was to serve man.
Which is why at the matter of fact, at the end, one of the solutions that they came up with made perfect sense. What I liked about Daniil was when he had those human moments with Seldon, like in Forward the Foundation, when they both had lunch together, and Seldon was like, "Yeah, I still don't have psychohistory," and Demerzel was like, "It's been 10 years, bruh.
Exactly.
Like it's like we didn't cover the prelude of Foundation. We didn't have the moments where you gone to why and all this stuff, and it's been 10 years.
It went all over Trantor.
Yeah, it's like, and you don't have nothing.
He didn't have any confidence in it. That's what usually happens. It's like, okay, in other words, it's not perfect.
Right.
And
right.
if it's not perfect, I'm not comfortable with releasing, because he was a perfectionist. It was never good enough.
No, it was never going to be good enough.
Yeah.
But I like that dynamic though. Like the adding that humanity of like, yeah, this isn't perfect, but then the world around him responding accordingly. Because each person that Seldon ran into, they're like, wait a second. Either they believed in the plan and they were like, all right, we're just gonna go along to get along and keep you funded. But during the last part, they're like, wait, you didn't come up with anything? Why are we even paying you?
Exactly.
Broke ass. Get up out of here, man. You don't
gotta
get
go, Raven. Yeah,
Raven.
Fly away, Raven. Fly away.
Yeah, and you see the trials and tribulations of a person going through developing something that is outside of society, like both internally and externally. So, you know, not only is he dealing with coming up with the psychohistory, but how is he going to get this funded? You know, like it isn't plot armor where it's like, oh yeah, he just went into the caves and 10 years later he came up with it. It's like, nah, he's still trying to pay bills. He getting assaulted. He's trying to negotiate, trying to find
people taking his cane. I'm like, damn. I'm like, is psychohistory even gonna happen? Is this gonna be a thing? And so for me, I like that because it adds humanity to the story. It isn't just this picture perfect, oh, psychohistory just came out of nowhere. It's like, nah, he had bills to pay, he had family dying. People like, listen, Seldon, Dad, you getting your ass whooped every single day, and I can't afford to pay these bills. Like, let's move off of the planet. Let's do something. Like, nah, I'm gonna stay here. I'm like, damn, Seldon gonna die a broke. He gonna die broke and lonely. Righteous teacher.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, like this is gonna be a thing. And I'm like, for me, I'm like, yes, because that actually happens. As far as, you know, when you go onto these ventures that are in the name of society, sometimes it doesn't work out well, you know. And so I like that type of writing, where it's like,
you will face struggles because of it, because you have to adapt to the environment, or the environment is changing around you, like you're saying. The whole time you're still working on something. That was the part that I got from it, is that he keeps saying that he doesn't have it, right? Because it's not going to be perfect. But the whole time he's traveling around Trantor in the prelude, and then the stuff that he's doing on the back end in for the Foundation, he actually does have it. He just, like he's saying, but it's not perfect. You can't see it as being perfect. And they even go into that in the later books, how at least the second Foundation is sitting there talking, or the first Foundation is talking about, it's like, yeah, he couldn't have planned all this shit out, right? He didn't really do that. He's like, he never said that he had it either. You know?
That's facts.
He put something forward as far as he could, and then that was it. And it wasn't just him doing it. He had so many people helping him work on that damn thing. It's like, nah, it's just a scientific venture. Excuse me. It's just a scientific venture. He can't fulfill it all in his lifetime. He tried. But he knew it wasn't going to be able to be finished in that time. So he did what he could.
Yeah. And to add on to that, the fact that because this is so complex of a system that is being developed and so few people have the knowledge of it, it faces that obstacle of it becoming a myth, or it becomes mysticized, and it ends up falling in the same bucket of like a religion, where in Foundation and Earth, they were comparing people's religion to the Seldon plan just being seen as a superstition, where because you don't know the science, you just believe in the plan. You don't have any concrete evidence. And one of the challenges this is what I see in this space sometimes too, is when you're trying to explain a particular theory to somebody, or you're trying to explain something that's extremely complex, if they don't understand it, or if they try to repeat it because they don't know the inner workings of how it operates, people will just dismiss it as, oh, this is just your belief.
Hmm.
Although what you're presenting has more, it can be a lot more effective versus you just having this intuition and feeling of, well, I just believe it's just going to work out just based off of, how I feel about it. It's like it ends up suffering that same fate in Foundation and Earth, where Trevise is saying, because I don't know psychohistory and I wasn't there with Seldon and we're so separated, all I know is just these fundamental tenets or these, these principles of what I've been taught on Terminus. I don't know what, I don't have the cube. I'm not able to see all of the theories and stuff. So I need, it must mean, because I don't know it, and I'm going off of belief, it may not be fully worked out, and there may be another way that's a lot more effective. Maybe there needs to be a psychohistory part 2.
Right. He was removed enough from it to understand that he has to look at it in a different way. He can't hold to it the same way somebody who was really close to it had to hold on to it. It's like the second foundation had to hold on to it. They had the
Right.
prime radiant. They knew the plan. They knew the plan in its detail and what they were supposed to be doing. So they were more married to the plan than anybody. The first foundation, they were there. They understood what the plan was. After a point, they understood that they had a role in the damn plan. They weren't the whole plan. But
Yeah.
even then, it was already decaying into the fact that people was kind of believing, well, Seldon really didn't make it up. He didn't really know. Maybe he wasn't that smart. Maybe it
Right.
wasn't that thing. That romanticism kind of drifted away, and people start wanting to pursue their own goals with this or what they thought the plan should have been, and what it was, and that's just the progression of freaking time. You always get to a point where the people who believe it the less. Yes, they've grown up, they've raised in it, they understood this is the construct, or this is the place where they're supposed to be living. This is the architecture of how they live. But it's just how we do things. It ain't really real. you know?
Right. And that's that was the problem that the first foundation suffered, was because they didn't have the math behind it, and they were
Mhm.
only taught the belief. They had to move off of intuition. And so intuition, it has its pluses and minuses. Like,
Right.
how do you interpret what is right? Especially if you're not married to a particular idea. And I wonder if Trevise's decision would have changed if he had a prime radiant, or if he became a part of the second foundation, just like how they suggested in Foundation's Edge, where it's just like, his mind was so, brilliant, but because he was born on Terminus, i.e., a belief system that nobody from Terminus can become a part of the second foundation, that, like, how the
Yeah,
story would have
blocked them. Yeah.
unfolded, yeah, like it would have changed in a whole different way. And because people suffer based off of their own time, that actually, the flaw within the Seldon plan actually came into fruition. And Trevise could have had a different mindset if he would have had the prime radiant. Like, he wouldn't have used intuition. He would have had the math behind psychohistory to either cloud, for better or for better or for worse, either cloud his intuition or enhance it.
Right.
Maybe a greater Gaia wasn't the move.
Yeah,
But
it probably would have helped him because he would have understood a little bit more. Because he understood that there were some things that I think that because he understood there were certain parts that he didn't know, that's what drove his freaking intuition to ask more questions.
hmm
Had he been part of the second foundation, he would have had more of those answers. You would have gotten a completely different decision if he was still moved to that same point of being the one to decide. He would have made a different decision. He probably would have said no to Galaxy because he would have been more on board with the second foundation. Like, no, we gonna be running this, and it's not gonna be that. We're
right,
gonna
right.
do the hyper plan that extends beyond Seldon's plan because he only went for the second empire. We thinking ahead. We thinking way past that. We're gonna be running this.
Yeah, exactly. And I like that's something that I liked as far as the theme of this book is there's always this challenge between when to use logic versus intuition,
Mhm.
and depending on the environment that you're in, one can be more beneficial than the other. But you
True.
don't know until hindsight what what the results will be.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, and that's the view of history that's in the book, because you'll see people making choices and stuff like that, and see how those choices are then later on looked upon, and what those choices actually bring about. Because you could say, Salvador Hardin, yeah, he made a tough choice, but how that shit came around brought you to traders, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you got
Exactly.
away from the religion, but you got to the traders. But then the traders did their own little decision making that kind of broke things up. Because you remember on Terminus, it started with two separate groups: the encyclopedists, and then these other regular people. Well, the
Right.
other regular people ended up taking over. The
Hmm.
encyclopedists was done.
Exactly, because they were so confined to the tenets and the information that they were given.
Hmm.
Right.
You know.
Those end up being those first foundationers later on.
Hmm.
Those people. It wasn't the encyclopedists. It was just those people who kind of kicked that off and like, look, we gotta go for this.
Yeah. Which I like that. I like that theme because you can see it show up with Bliss and Trevise, right? Because
Mhm.
Bliss and Gaia were so adamant about just one world, one world, one world, and then they would use an extreme example of extreme individualism to compare themselves to. And then Trevise coming in as far as just the voice of reason saying, just because there's one extreme version that has a particular outcome that isn't beneficial doesn't mean that you retreat to the other extreme version as the
Right.
actual solution. Like it's a
Right.
literal balance, right?
Hmm.
And so that balance, and I think that that's the beauty of humanity, and the idea of being an individual and trying to come up with these um solutions is that's what you face on a day to day, right? It's like, do you address self or do you address the greater good? Do you lean to your intuition, or do you lean to the knowledge that you have, and being able to separate your own personal bias? Like, these are the themes and these are the things that I think about as I was listening to everybody's argument,
Mhm.
depending on what side of the aisle that they're on, because they all made sense in their own context. But then when you add the objective layer or an objective perspective to it, it's like, okay, it gets you thinking, which is
Right.
like that's what I think is dope.
Yeah, that's why the series was so good to me, because you do get to thinking about a lot of the arguments that are being made in it. Even the exposition that I was bitching about between Bliss and Trevise in Foundation and Earth. A lot of that stuff is really interesting if you understand the context, because it extrapolates really well to the outside world. So I'm sitting there reading it and I'm thinking about the time in which Asimov is writing this, what he's putting in, what's pouring through him out into the story that he's actually grappling with. But
Hmm.
then the characters within the story are grappling with it. And now that I'm the reader of this, I'm taking what they're grappling with and then extrapolating it out to my real world
Hmm.
situation, what
Yeah.
I see in the world
Yeah.
as a whole. So it gets to be the same idea that we're still all working on the same puzzle. We're still working on the same puzzle, and that's
Yeah.
the fun
Yeah.
of sci-fi, that you can actually have these ideas put out there and actually turn them around and look at them from different directions,
Hmm.
and then come to some kind of conclusion for yourself, and it
Yeah.
will actually help in the real world.
You see if the pattern fits what you're,
Exactly.
yeah, what you're seeing. Yeah.
Right. And everything is useful. I think that that's something that I took away from it, is that no one there was personal bias that I had with particular characters at particular moments, whether it be
Hmm.
Mhm.
Bliss or Palarat or even
Hmm.
Trevise, where I'm just like, bro, you can just go home. Because
Hmm.
right now you
Just go home. It
because you
take you no
complaining right
time. You got to
now.
grab a metric ship. Just
Yeah.
Right.
whoop.
Just like you keep bringing up this one thing, and in my mind I think about, okay, you're looking at this turmoil that's going on in your mind. You want this type of peace, but the problem is within amongst that turmoil, you come up with a greater and better solution. So being comfortable and staying in that uncertainty is where you ultimately need to stay, where you ultimately need to be at in order to, you know, push humanity forward. Otherwise you become complacent, right?
Right.
Like imagine there's no Palarat to, you know, quote unquote complain to Treves about certain situations, but lo and behold, his actual complainings actually come up with a solution. You know,
Right.
it's like, and same thing with the hermaphrodite baby. I'm like, yeah, like bruh should have stayed there. Like, why is he even here? He, she.
Right.
It's like we over here arguing over pronouns now. Like, do I
Right.
call him it?
Well, hey, it's called gender fluidity now, huh?
Yeah, but
Man,
that was the funnier part, because remember that book? That book was made what 90? It was published in 92,
I
something like
think
that.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah,
something in the 90s, he's introducing the whole concept of the pronouns and having a pronoun argument that we still having right now.
Yeah.
that's
We having
fact.
this argument right now. Like like BGS said, it's gender fluidity now.
Facts.
It's a pronoun.
It's
Pronoun.
Fallon.
Pronoun.
Yeah.
What's it called? I'm like, damn, I just need to be a second foundationer because I'm like, I don't want to talk no more. Like,
I don't want to talk.
I realize
Mental
how
work not done.
facts. Like, I realize how I realize how limited our language is. Like, no matter what, depending on the language that you use, that'll be the extent to how deep you're able to go as far as communicating an idea. And
Which is why Gaia makes sense. Basically, you become everything becomes connected, so you don't need language anymore. So
exactly, and with that, it's like, all right, if because we automatically assume a he to a particular individual, it does make you think about, all right, mindset and language and that certain limitation. But it's funny how it turns out, because Fallon's dad, even when they were talking about other Solarians, was like, how do you talk to him? He's like, notice I said another individual. Don't call me him. Don't call her him. He's just
another individual.
like, you don't you
Yeah.
mush mouth bastard. You know what I'm talking about. This
Don't be
motherfucker.
playing semantics with me.
Yeah. And then Bliss is like, don't call Fallon it. It's not a it. It's not an object or injury. I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yeah, I got to the same point. Oh, she tripping.
Here you go. You go. It's like,
it's interesting to hear people talk about, because like I said, I read all these books over again. When I read the first one, it had to be like, what, it had to be like 19 or something like that when I first read the first one. And I think that was I think I finished the last one. I think was For the Foundation was 2007 or something like that. So it was over a period of like maybe almost like 40 years, man, to hear you guys actually put them all together all at once, because you guys read them back to back to back to back to back, and which is something I didn't do. So it's interesting to hear you guys talk about it and actually combine all 7 books together.
Yeah, I like it. I like the flow of the story, to be honest, on One Piece. And then each of the, like, you can literally like spin or jump to any piece of the audio or a piece of the book, and you can get caught up in that moment, which is dope. It's like you can have the broader scheme of things, but you can also have a particular scene that you can, grasp onto and be able to dissect.
Yeah, because when Prelude and Ford, when actually Prelude came out, it was such a I think Prelude, when it first came out, it was so different than the other 5 books, because it was prequel, because when you first finish Foundation, everything's already established. They're getting set off the terminus, and all this history is already there. And basically, like say, Seldon is not a real person, but,
Right.
He's just a disembodied
Yeah,
voice that's telling them stuff.
yeah, and telling them
But
stuff.
but you don't know that much about him. You
Yeah,
just know him through the hologram or whatever.
yeah, yeah. Whereas
Wait,
whereas Prelude is they ground him down to a real person, and you actually get to know
Hmm?
you actually get to know Trantor as a
Real
planet,
place.
a real
Yeah.
place, and the galaxy is the Empire is still intact, and yeah, so like Prelude is almost like a different book than the other five.
Yeah.
yeah,
I have to take that back now because I always said that George Lucas made up the whole idea of a prequel. But after reading the series, Asimov thought of the idea of a prequel. That he started a story, he went forward, and then
Hmm.
jumped backwards in time
Yeah,
to tell you more of the story of
yeah,
characters you didn't know, you only heard about,
yeah.
and actually tied together with the rest of the story. You can read it from end to end and get the whole story.
Yeah,
So
because I'm
okay,
sure,
that
I'm sure
works.
just like you geeks, man. You guys, well, why what about Harry Seldon? How did he come up
Yeah,
with it? Yeah, that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
basically, those
that's a
two books,
natural question.
yeah, so those two books are actually answer. Okay, this is how he came up with it, and this is the stuff he went through. Because when you're writing, because you've written before, and when you
Hmm.
come up with a concept it's already in your head, like the broad strokes why a guy would come up with this and develop this, and where at what point do you actually start the action or start the story?
Right, right. Well, see that from a writing standpoint on this, I could see how he was writing this. That's why I like the storytelling, like West Coast was saying, how he
Hmm.
wrote it was
Hmm.
fun. Like Foundation's Edge is fun
Hmm.
because people have side comments, little quips and stuff that they
Hmm.
make, and little expressions on their face that they be making. Like, yeah, what the hell am I? You know, it's
yeah.
a
Old
bunch of
boy,
little snide
Smart.
shit thrown
Yeah.
in there that these
Uh,
characters are having that makes them more endearing that you listening to them like
yeah.
talking about Pellerat simping. It's because he threw stuff in there like that
Mm.
shows you how sick in the head this dude is over some chick that he just met and gave him a piece. I'm like, come on.
sugar daddy over here, man. Sugar daddy
Yeah,
vibes.
he's like super simping off the young thing, right?
Mm.
But then you get the other little interactions where you can see it's a natural progression. Like if you were sitting down reading this and just, or excuse me, sitting down writing this and you're just focusing on these characters, you lined out the character, who the character is, in some paragraphs, and then you're just going on with the story. So it flows really nicely that it just keeps expanding. The world just keeps expanding. So, like West Coast is saying, you can pick it up anywhere and get into it because it's interesting stuff happening outside of a conversation that these people are having or some technology that's going on in this. Like, how the hell is that working? Don't we have something like that now?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
knowing the time frame that he's thinking about this stuff and putting it into a story, it's like, dude, that motherfucker is kind of ahead. If he was an inventor, he would have been Tony Stark at this point.
Yeah, facts,
Well,
facts.
he was a chemist. He was actually
He was a chemist.
he was a chemist.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's why that science background plays.
Hmm.
It's like it's scientific research.
Yeah, I like that the scientific method or just like the mindset was the foundation, no pun intended,
Hmm.
behind all of these books, and then it built off of it.
Hmm.
So it's like from there you can enjoy the sidebar comments and the interactions, because you know that at the end of it, you know what you're in store for. You know what the actual development of the story is gonna go. Like for me, when Jandabal was copping pleas with the Hamish woman on the ship, that was some funny shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like Jandal's trying to explain to her about how he really didn't need her to step in because he would have like took care of the Hamish dude who was beating him up,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
then she's coming back, but like, but master, they had you hemmed up. He's like, see, what had happened was,
Was
you see, I'm
no,
a scholar.
I'm a
Said,
speaker. Yeah.
he said, I'm a scholar. All right, I can't be messing with their minds like that. But if I wanted to, I could have destroyed them in that moment. It's like, but it didn't look like it.
It reminds me of that scene from I think it was I'm gonna get you sucker with
Uh-huh.
with Damon Wayans and Kadeem Hardison,
Mm.
and then the chick Don Lewis is going home one night, and they try to jack her, and he call her a bitch, and she flip out on him and turn into a creature. She says she has cramps, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then Kadeem Hardison's character comes over there and knocks him down. He said, I heard you screaming. That's why I came to help. He said, I wasn't screaming. I was whistling. He said, you was whistling. Willie, come get this crazy bitch off me? I was whistling. Like, nah, you was hemmed up, man.
You was hurt. You was hurt. And then she called him out on it. It was like, wait, so I shouldn't have stepped in to beat him up? He's like, no, you did good. You did good.
Yeah, you did good. Yeah. But just for you and me to remember, I didn't need your help.
Yeah, I didn't need your help like that.
If anybody else asked, I didn't need your help.
Delete that footage.
Delete that footage.
Delete that footage. It's like, I'm this close to wiping your mind to that memory right now.
Right. Say it again. One little push. That's all I need. One little push.
Just one little snap. Just,
you never remember that happened.
Never. And then like things like you find out why Seldon ended up in a wheelchair. Like I'm like, damn, you know, if I was just to read Foundation from Foundation to Foundation and Earth, it wouldn't have made, like, for me, it wouldn't have been as gratifying to find out why he was sitting in a wheelchair. Like there's a legit reason why he was in a wheelchair. And I was like, damn, he really is not gonna make it by the end of this series. He out here on a one of them little mechanical wheelchairs, just trying to, you know, mess with his prime radiant because he ended up twisting too far.
Right.
And the doctor
that was fucked up. That part right there was messed up because that damn device. That I can't remember who that dude was who sabotaged those devices. Fuck him.
Oh yeah, Elar.
Yeah, Elar. Fuck him. That was some dirty political backbiting ass shit right there, dude. Like, oh.
That was like the mule. Do you think that was like the mule? Like that was the mule type of technology that was there back in the day, especially by the way that it was reacting to humans?
I wouldn't say it was mule technology. I think it was just people being freaking people. People being jealous and envious and trying to find a way to fuck him up for a position and for a spot. That's what I see that shit. That's why it was so messed up because he had been working there for a while. He knew these people. These people actually accepted him and had him working in this damn program. He actually developed something and used other people within that program to develop something to basically kill their asses off. Like, just so he could be in charge. I'm like, dude, really? You know this? What y'all doing ain't even popular. You know that, right?
Listen, it ain't the Seldon plan no more. It ain't the Seldon plan no more. It's the Elar plan.
The Elar. I want my name on this. Like, dude, you're a scientist working on a big project. So what?
Still goes on.
Yeah, that was Jack. Yeah, that was Jack. The way it messed up Hugo was worse. That's why Hugo was so fucking sad because he might have been completely normal and cool if he could have had some relation with somebody, and that thing wasn't fucking him up.
What was Asimov trying to tell us?
Go outside, get some sun, and have some connections with somebody.
You know what I'm saying?
Part-time at least. Jesus.
I'm like, damn, Demerzel, you couldn't have sent him somebody.
Demerzel
control mind.
He pieced out and called her a lifetime. Like, I'm good.
Nah, that don't count. He able to control minds from planets. Nah, he should have blessed my man Hugo or something.
Well, see, that was the thing. He wasn't controlling minds. He was just kind of manipulating their emotions.
He should have manipulated some emotions to some booty. Damn, I wanted him to win.
Mold him towards some ass.
Yeah.
This is a good day for some booty. He was too much of a worker bee. Somebody could have pushed that image into his head.
Yeah, he got too emotional over psychohistory when Doris pressed him. It's like, Seldon isn't gonna call me the successor. I'm like, yeah, bro, you need to take a break. You need a break.
You need a long vacation. Call it a sabbatical.
Yeah. I'm like, y'all couldn't have pressed not one button for this man. I was mad. He went out cold.
He was dark beast on that shit. He was just in the lab. Stay in the lab.
Yeah, Seldon was getting his ass whooped though, man. And he was in the when they caught him in the precinct, I was just like, all right, yeah, like what's really going on here, Asimov? Like, is he gonna be in prison working on psychohistory?
Well, it's
It
gonna
Or
have to be.
has
That
happened.
has happened. Scratching out the rest of the ideas on toilet paper. Yeah.
Sheesh.
It has happened. Yeah, and people actually carry out the plan after his demise.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
like,
see,
damn.
that was the fun of it, to see that even through his ups and downs, how he went from people not really believing in that
Mm,
psychohistory just
mm,
within the span of those two books.
mm,
People didn't believe in it. He didn't have much support. They wanted to kill him because he came up with the idea for it,
hmm
that it
Mm-hmm.
could be something if he worked on it,
Yeah.
right? He had to go through that whole growth period of understanding what he had was valuable and try to develop it into something that could be useful for everybody else.
hmm
You get to a point where, okay, you're accepted, you get this position and stuff, you get all this support and funding and everything to do this, but
hmm
you still don't have
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
To now coming to a point where you're on the decline. Yeah, everybody know about this shit, but they think you just foreboding doom.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
some crazy old dude that got a lot of money and wasted it on some bullshit and still
hmm
ain't produced nothing.
hmm
We don't even like you no more. But actually, if we see you, we probably gonna mob you. So
Pressing the it. That's one thing that I did learn. I'm like, listen, especially when it's some bad news, like I'm gonna stay out the way because Seldon was like, wait, like I'm out here trying to promote, you know what I'm saying, the basically the preservation of humanity, and somebody had to come up to him like, look, Seldon, what you telling them is they ain't shit, you know what I'm saying,
right.
like, and they seeing they seeing their whole city decay, they need a scapegoat, and I was like, you know what? That's that's a gem I'm gonna take home with me, you know,
Yep.
especially if it's some bad news, like on a societal level. People aren't
Mhm.
gonna logically say, "Oh, well, you know, he was right." It's like,
Yeah,
nah, he's the
thank you
one
for being right.
he's like, nah, he's the one fucking everything up. So anytime we catch him, it's a wrap.
Well, what they say, kill the messenger, right?
Kill the
He was
messenger.
he was the messenger. Like, yeah, this stuff is decaying. Oh, just because the light is out? Yeah, motherfucker, because a light shouldn't be going out here, right?
Right. When that kid threw away that what's it called? When he was littering. Okay, that scene was funny. I'm sorry. Like when old boy got kicked in the chest and and Seldon was like, wait, we gotta help this kid. It's like, listen, Seldon, he will recover. We need to get up out of here, bruh. This kid will recover.
He'll be good. He'll be
he,
fine.
he gonna be all right.
And Seldon's like almost like the absent-minded professor. I'm
Right.
oblivious about things going on around me other than psychohistory.
Facts.
Right.
Facts. Like, you know, every time you go outside,
It's a
they're
problem.
whooping. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
literally a problem.
yeah. That's what, that's why Doris was trying to, you know, trying to pull him along.
Protect us. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Protect this silly ass. Like,
yeah,
would you come
yeah.
on?
Will you come on? Yeah, because they're getting
Yeah.
ready to you're gonna get our ass whipped.
Yeah. You're
Yeah,
gonna have me out here
I-
killing a whole bunch of folks.
Right. You got Doris threatening armies, military armies.
Man.
I was mad.
Horrible
I
to
was
see.
mad at Seldon. I'm like, yo, every time Doris tries to protect you, you always talking about, oh, I need to do this alone. I'm like, bro, when are you gonna understand? You don't got it like that no more, bro. You washed.
he didn't understand how much danger he was actually in.
No.
Yeah. It's like I'm supposed to be like, listen, you're washed right now, and you are a target. You are a walking target. All
Mhm,
right.
mhm. The word's out on you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
man.
word is out.
Yeah.
He was oblivious to some of that. That was
Mhm.
the thing. Because he was oblivious to some of it, he couldn't see it. He's still thinking in one vein. I mean, for me, when you get to actually, I don't know, it's a couple of things. Now that I think about it, it's a couple of things that went in there that people were just oblivious to. But it's because I think, like West Coast was saying, they get wrapped up in the time that they're in. You know, their own construct of what their reality is. That makes them oblivious to it. Like the second foundation being on Trantor, the library not being destroyed, campus not being destroyed.
Mhm.
That should have been obvious, right? But it wasn't because nobody even went to that planet. They didn't give a shit no more.
So niggas don't, we don't read.
Yeah, they don't read. They didn't
What's
read
going,
that
what's
galaxy
going,
either.
what's going to be in the library?
Yeah, they saved the library. Everything else got destroyed but the library. Yeah, whatever. Bro. It's just books in there. You know, that's why people just like, yeah, whatever.
It's
It's just
just
transfer.
books.
Yeah, it's just books. It's just transfer. Whatever. You know, they knew it, but they didn't actually care because at that point, all these other little fiefdoms that had broke up from the empire, they all thought they was the shit. They was puffing their chest out. Like, no, it's all about what we doing over here. You know, like,
Yeah, and
not really, not like 100 years ago, was it?
facts. And I think that speaks to the way society is today. Is like as things start to decay, knowledge becomes less and less relevant, and it's actually the knowledge that will empower you. And the fact that, like the Seldon plan, it's been spoken of so much, it's become cliche. You know, the idea of like, yeah, we need to read more. It's like, yeah, I've been here. We need to read more for years. Like, no, like read because it actually has a solution. Like it has a solution, and you know, by the time you get around to reading, it's damn near too late. You know, and now you have a whole another set of problems that you need to address. And so, you know, that's something that I take, at least in real life, as far as a lot of the things that are actual the things that can actually be useful that have become cliche, getting past basically becoming a skeptic of the things that are cliche to getting to solutions that can actually empower you. You know, because when you do read and you do realize that half of the things that are going on in the world today, when it comes to policy, when it comes to your day to day, it's been written out. It's
it's not new.
It's not new. You just been conditioned to go off of the belief, and and just like the people of those worlds where you know you run into a skeptic, you've been taught and conditioned to shun and damn near attack the skeptic for attacking your beliefs and not getting to the crux of what the skeptic is getting at, which is something that is bigger or an actual solution to the predicament that you're in. You know,
pointing out the fact that you should question, you should challenge what you think you know. Why do you think that's the answer? Have you ever asked a question yourself and came up with your own answer? Is 2 + 2 really 4 because somebody told it to you, or because you've actually done the math yourself and figured out if it's actually 4?
Yeah,
that's the thing. That's what they run up against a lot of the time. Is that damn I wouldn't say inherited, but that ignorance is taken off. You just accept everything as it is. That blue pill reality. No, this is just what it is. Well, no, maybe it's a little more than that.
So what? Oh, go ahead.
You run into like we were talking about this like a while back about how programming is turning into script kiddies, because you actually go back and actually actually learn it from the ground up like you're supposed to, like the basics, and you're supposed to, instead of plugging in a script here and a script there and you know becoming a programmer in like a year instead of the 3 to 4 years it used to take. And we don't need that stuff. We don't need the basics. We don't need to learn a whole bunch of math and stuff like that. We just need to learn how to solve problems within this particular system. And so what happens when the system breaks down?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, this program don't work. Just jump into DOS and fix it. What's DOS? Like, shit. Who am I talking to? God damn.
No, you call tech support. Tech support. Tech support, calling tech support.
Yeah, what's the prompt? Okay.
Yeah, what's the prompt? Yeah, go to the command prompt. Put this in. What's the command prompt?
That's the command prompt.
You don't know what the fucking command prompt is?
Yeah, what's
wrong with you?
What's the C drive?
What are you, a copy and paste programmer? What the fuck?
Yeah, basically.
That's script kidding.
So basically that's the decay that he's kind of describing in a different way, where people are so wedded to a system, you become so specialized in that system that you forget exactly what the system was actually built on.
Yep. Which
that's the big. Go ahead. What's up?
No, I mean, to add on to that, you see that in all of the different worlds, right? Where, they'll have technology, but nobody knows how to use it.
Yeah. The same point I was getting to. Now, That was the same point I was getting to, was that
Mhm.
you'll see how the foundation, when they go to these different cultures or whatever, they
Mhm.
have technology. They don't know how to create it, but it's still not as advanced as the foundation stuff. But the foundation stuff is just what they kept going with from that decayed point.
Mhm.
All they kept doing was just moving forward. Everybody else fell backwards because they weren't leaning on the damn knowledge. That's why their technology looked so far fucking advanced. It's not that it was so far advanced; they had failed so far that
Yeah.
they couldn't even do it. They couldn't even make it anymore. It's like what did they talk about? I think it was in Foundation and Empire where the dude had that big gravitic throne chair and stuff like that, and how many um, energizers it took to lift his little ass up in that chair and stuff like that. And I
Hmm.
think it was Super Mallow. He just had a small one on his belt. Like
Mhm.
they
Yeah.
did it. Like we miniaturized and stuff. Y'all still going
Yeah.
backwards. Y'all hustling way backwards.
Walking around with the 80s cell phone brick. And it's like, I got
Man, with the brick cell phone.
yo, I got this
And they on the
iPhone,
Bluetooth. Yeah, they on the
Android.
Bluetooth. Like,
Now,
damn.
we're not shit for that, sir.
Said that boy, he ain't letting go of that tape deck, boy.
Nah, he wedded to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I roll reel to reel.
Yeah,
real to real.
exactly. This is the highest of technology. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Oh, really? See, I said these CDs though. I still got my
Yeah.
CD. It's funny, I still got my CD collection. Like, it's like you don't even use it anymore because you have streaming. And go to BGS's point about understanding technology,
Mhm.
or the as far as decay of society and you becoming wedded to a particular system.
Mhm.
It's like, no matter the convenience that we currently have, understanding the background behind it is even
Mhm.
more imperative, because
Mhm.
like, say the internet goes out, I mean,
Yeah.
there goes your streaming, all your music.
Yep.
Do you have CDs? Do you know how to, you know, have a backup resource to get what you need or take care of your
Yeah.
needs in the,
Mhm.
in the likelihood that one of your technologies actually fails,
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
know?
It's like the Y2K bug. You know,
Mhm.
what the system was actually built on. The programmers got old and started to die off, and so when the Y2K bug came up, they had to find people that still knew how to program that stuff, had to program it from the ground up, and actually um, fix the problem, or at least transfer what was on the old systems to new systems. And really, that's where India came up, where Dubai, well, not Dubai, but India came up because they had the wherewithal to actually start training these their students and these people on the old technology, the old programming languages and stuff like that, because
Mm.
America didn't have the wherewithal to actually say, okay, look, Y2K is coming. We got to solve these problems. We need to revive all these so-called old dead languages and actually start training um, people to program with them. They didn't have the wherewithal to do that, so they had to outsource it, which is why India
Right.
came up. That's why
Yep.
India is. That's where all these H1B visas and stuff came from, because India went on a mass training program, training uh, uh,
Hmm.
campaign to actually train all these programmers.
Mhm.
And so after the crisis is over, what do you do with them? Well, they're already trained. Well, let's
I'm
bring
trained.
them over here because they actually know they're actually trained like the old programmers. They were actually computer scientists instead of just script kiddies.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure. West Coast, you run into that all the time, but people don't have enough background. It's like, okay, I've ran up against the walls of what I can actually do, and these scripts that I've been taught don't work anymore. So what do I do now?
It's like you go to the next step of, like, you you go to your basics or your fundamentals.
Yeah,
The
Well,
you got
fundamentals.
I don't
you,
I don't
you,
I don't have my
Pun,
fundamentals.
yeah.
yeah, pun intended.
Have you ever seen the base code? What's a base code?
Yeah, like,
Mhm.
oh shit.
Yeah, but
See,
then
I
again,
hear stuff like that, and it drives me crazy because my homeboy told me about this before when I went and worked on his house in Atlanta, and
Mhm.
him trying to convince me to move there and start a company was like, they don't know how to do this there because they only know the shortcuts. They
Yeah,
don't know the full step by step
yeah,
process.
yeah,
That's why you'll get over. I was like, yeah, but when I run into people who don't know the whole process, that
yeah.
bothers the shit out of me. It's like, oh my god, who taught you?
Yeah, that's why
How the
that's
hell?
why mathematics they still they have to they still fundamentally have to teach you the proofs, even though you're not going to use them. They still have to say
Need to know.
where was this stuff derived from?
Mm-hmm. Because from there, you're once you have the fundamental knowledge, it enables you to be creative if you have that capacity to build upon it. And this is how you get the technologies, or you get the improvements that you have today, is people build off of the fundamental, or you build off of the foundational knowledge that has been acquired, so then you can push things forward. In fact, like even in my field, right? If we're having like a problem on a particular system, if you don't know the fundamentals to the T, if you understand the terminology or have the nomenclature, you can find discussion boards, or you can find other resources to kind of refresh or re-jog your memory. But the thing is, if you don't know the words, if you don't have the actual terms, you'll never find the solution you're looking for.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. You wouldn't know it if it came up on you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like some people don't know how to Google. Like you literally
They
don't know how to.
They don't, because they have no idea what they're looking for, because a lot of people, even then, because I didn't realize this until a girlfriend told me, right? I can find something in 5 minutes. It takes her 5 days to find.
Probably.
Yeah.
Because
Using Google is a skill.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it is.
Researching through Google can be a skill.
Yeah, because I hear people look up something and they can't find it, and I'm like, okay, dude, I found this in 2 minutes. How come you couldn't find it? It's because I know what terms
to use.
And I said,
Right.
okay, this term, okay, let me search. Okay, I found this, and it has these terms in it. Okay, but this is the central term. Let me search on this one, and then go to the next and next. Okay, boom, there it is. Like the original black pill. People kept bantering about what it really was, and I said, well, let me find out what the original idea was behind it. And so I took like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and I actually found the original comment on a blog where the original idea actually came from.
While other people are looking, where does the black pill come from?
Yeah,
right. They looked at the number.
They got
research and looked at number one. That wasn't it.
They got WebMD references.
Yeah. They got all kinds of stuff. Okay, and that's and I'm wondering. I said,
bad for digestion.
We have all these people, all these folks with all this time arguing over what the black pill is and where its origination comes from, and they're doing this for for years, and I find it in like an hour. I said, like, who are these people?
Hey, we call them pep cats. It's like the problem is between the keyboard and the chair. That's a little tech game.
The keyboard and the chair.
They are not shit, sir.
Hey, man,
it's not the device, it's the interface.
Yeah, the person. That's a little tech. Yeah, that's a little tech jargon.
Yeah.
we know where the problem is.
Between the keyboard and the chair.
But for real though, like that's the result of how people are conditioned and how they're trained. Like what's considered basic to me, or even like kind of challenging, is considered magic to staff, because they're not taught how to think in this particular manner.
Exactly.
And so just like you can find, and that again, that's a barrier to language, right? So when somebody says that they're going out to look for something, or they say that they've done something, you even have to challenge that. Like when you say that you've done something, in fact, we had this conversation this week. Like when users will say like, yeah, we read the documentation and we did the steps. Okay, I went through the steps and it worked fine for me. So let's see what you did. When you say that you've done something, it's like, okay, no, you didn't do this correctly. you did it. Yeah.
You had to have that parent speech with them. No, you didn't do this correctly.
Okay, what did you do? Okay, I said, okay, why'd you skip this step? Well, I thought I could
exactly what you did.
If I okay,
I thought it would be faster if I did it
this way. Yeah. I had a problem with my grandson, man. They trying to do math with him, right? And I'll explain. I'll explain step by step several times how to do it right, but he will always talk himself out of the answer. I said, why do you talk yourself out of
You
That's
just putting them on the spot. Like,
that's good to know.
Yeah.
It's fucking with him. Yeah, it's fucking with him because now he knows I didn't have the answer.
Because I hear that all the time, even with older folks on YouTube, and we're talking to them, they will actually talk themselves out of the answer.
Mm. And you know what? Going back to the book and the foundation, this is important. It's important that people actually have a strong foundation in what they know is accurate information. Because even with Bliss and even with Bliss and the hermaphrodite, whatever, right? The hermaphrodite had the mind to say, okay, I know what I'm doing and my powers. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Like, you guys have a conflict with it. Where is this stemming from? Like, you telling me not to use my powers at all and not to exercise my mind. That isn't like that's not right. Like, that's something like that's a that's a problem that you have with me. Like, that's not something that's internalized. Like, there's not a deficiency in myself. And to your point, BGS, about how we'll sometimes talk ourselves out of the answer, that gynocracy.exe, you'll have something that's like extremely logical or accurate.
That was a nerd joke, dude.
I got it.
That was a good one. That was a good nerd joke.
Look,
that was
man,
a computer geek joke right there.
I can't take all the credit. Shout out to the nameless protagonist with the gynocracy.exe.
Yeah,
You know
right
what I'm saying?
Shout out to Nameless.
Shout out to Nameless, man. We will have accurate information because, you know, right and wrong, that's subjective. And that's what I like about this book too. Like, separating morality between information that's inaccurate and
come to the
come to the
pill. Yes,
we have cookies over here.
You have to be home. I'm like, look.
Yes. How is morality constructed? Yeah, because you go to different planets, morality is constructed a different way.
Yep.
Morality is fluid.
Hey, and the hermaphrodite parent, he kept it 100, like he kept it all the way 100 with Trevize and them. It's like, yeah, you believe that that's not right, but you know, society constructs what morality is, and you know, it's like said, in here you die. I said, shit.
100.0001.
Right, I'm like, well, shit, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Trevize knew it. Trevize knew it too. He was like, well, look, man, look, Bliss, damn it.
Do something, damn it. Hey, because we gonna die.
Right, like, I'm out of options.
Somebody chill this dude out.
Right. You damn heifer. Said, shit, like, Bliss, you arguing about life and death, like, what about my life?
Just like, relax, calm down. I got you.
Bliss having an existential crisis, like.
She was to find answers, right? And she knew she was chilled out. She knew it was going. Okay, I got him. You over there freaking out. You relax. I got him.
I got this.
Bliss, do something. We're gonna like Spock. We're dead in 10 minutes. We don't do something, right?
Right. Remain calm, Captain. Look. I will if you say you got a plan.
Right. He said, we got you.
We got you.
We got you. Yeah. Shout out to Easter Ray. We got you. We got y'all.
We got y'all. Don't trip. We've been watching the whole time.
Oh boy.
But yeah, man, that accurate information versus right, that needs to be separated. That needs to be added into the ecosystem because a lot of people arguing about what is right versus what is accurate.
Yes, my child.
That is usually my argument. Like, what is correct? The only point of contention I will actually have with people about what's right and what is actually correct. And I try to be on the correct side. It ain't about feelings. It ain't about liking me. It's about, is this correct or is this not?
Yeah,
If it's not, don't look for me to support it.
yeah. Carolyn May said that, and when I first read her, it was 95, I think it was. It had to be 95, and she's basically she's teaching women in spirituality, right? And she says she tries not to be right, she tries to be accurate.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's her thing. So that's why I say, well, that's why I start using it for women. And it's like, stop trying to be right, try to be accurate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? You're right, but it's inaccurate.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the accuracy gets you away from the emotional argument.
Yeah, because right is subjective.
Exactly.
And accurate is what it is. It's not.
Like,
Like like Thanos. Okay, the universe would be better if we eliminate half the people and start all over, right? Okay, he's accurate, but the thing is that right? That's right. Right is a moral question.
Right is the moral.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm like, listen, man, we don't have the time to argue about what's right. Let's argue about what's accurate and what's not,
Yeah.
and move from there, because we don't have much time.
So that was Trevise's whole point, right? It's like, yeah, you made a decision, yeah, but let's make sure it was accurate.
Exactly. Yeah, Bliss over here talking about. Listen, you believe it's right, like, okay, but is it accurate? That was the whole
point.
Yeah, that's the whole point. And that's because the Foundation series, I believe, is like a sci-fi, but it teaches how societies and civilization are constructed. Not necessarily what's right, what's wrong, or what happened. What decisions led up to this reality being constructed, and what they do right, what they do wrong, what could they have done better, how did they correct it?
Right.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, just with the Jordan Newmites, you can see that point in the book being oh, it's pivotal good. The Foundation won, but that was a religious coup. That was a religious coup. They just fucking took over.
Yeah,
that's what the hell happened. Now it looks messy.
It just took things. Yeah, they shut things down because they believed.
Yeah.
But
that's what happened.
I don't remember the story correctly because I haven't read it. They thought they were actually going to do something, and basically Jordan Newman said, "No, guess what? We decided something different. We're not going to follow. We're actually going to shut this down."
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Like, yeah, we got your reactors, we got all these people.
Yeah.
And if you don't do this and we don't leave here in this amount of time, yeah, this will all pop off.
Yeah.
This will be all over for you. So, this is what the New Deal is going to be. I'm like, damn, that was.
And those are the people that actually do the work.
Mm-hmm.
People forget because the leaders forget that. They lead, but the thing is, they lead by consent of the people that are governed.
The government. Yeah.
And that's what you're seeing right now. Okay. You can say that you lockdowns or whatever. If people don't agree with it, guess what they're not going to do?
Stay in the house.
Yeah, and what are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Well, you're either going to do nothing or you're going to get out there in the street and try to do some Tiananmen Square and making people go back home.
You blend in.
We're not going to give you any stimulus or food or whatever it is. Is okay.
All right.
Hope you got more cops coming out.
Yeah. Cops can't be everywhere. Do you have your infrastructure?
And that's the area of uncertainty that I think that at least the powers that be don't want people to think about or consider, which is, what if people stop believing in the idea of consequence, on a critical mass?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're not going to give us a stimulus? Okay. What happens next?
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, what? Yeah,
or what?
Yeah, or what? Yeah, that's the or what.
It's like, you know what? Don't give us a stimulus. Okay, cool.
Cool. Yeah, cool. That's okay.
Cool.
That's why people that
somebody gonna pay.
That's why people that UBI don't understand how systems work.
Yeah, it's like be great at this point. Be grateful that people are asking for the stimulus, and they believe that they believe in the consequence of not getting the stimulus, and believe in the system
Yeah,
because it can easily it can easily go left.
yeah, it could be Jordanites in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jordan Numa is like, you know what?
Yeah,
This is mine.
Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
We
It's all
shutting
mine.
everything down. This is
yeah,
this all me. You
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Man, and then I like, and that's what I like about it is they deal with that delicacy of like you can't just go in brash and just like, you know, even with the conversation with Cleon and Demerzel and Cleon and Seldon about even when they captured, you know, one of the leaders was like, yeah, you can't go out and just like kill this guy. Like that's gonna fuel even more. That's gonna fuel people's vigor, and that's gonna fuel them to continue to fight on. It's like, well, how do you eliminate this person as a problem without exerting physical force like a barbaric? Because you know, because you still have a society to run, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's like,
The wheels
well,
still have to keep turning
Mm-hmm.
after you do
exactly.
this thing. So you can't just go out there making these brash actions and shit like that. You actually have to put some thought into it. It has
It's
to be a
like,
more elegant solution.
it's like this ain't a movie, nigga. You talking about
Exactly.
I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna just slash his head in front of everybody and expose my dominance. It's like, yeah, that sound cool. That sound cool and all, but
and
you know,
and Demerzel shook his head like, no, see,
no,
this is why you're a
no.
child.
He's like, listen, man, all we gotta do is get out here, out for our way through it, and take over the government, and it's for all. We're gonna take over. Just like, oh, okay, bro. Let's dial it back.
Yeah, back away.
You see these weapons? you see this water supply?
Mhm.
Where are you talking from right now? The internet? You know, you in a safe little space. You know how quick that can get shut off.
Right.
Yeah,
be a little bit more tactful.
yeah,
Think this fully through, and that's what I like is there are characters who embody that type of ideology, and even for myself, it's like I feel where, you know, Cleon may have come from. It's like, yeah, it's like just get rid of this problem. And it's like, listen, you're dealing with a delicate system. You can't just get
Mhm.
rid of somebody. You know, there's gonna be a equal, or there's gonna be equal reaction to whatever you do. You know, it's like,
Right.
well, give him to his people so then they can kill him. It's like, no, that ain't gonna necessarily work as well. You know,
It's like somebody come in and want to tear down a wall, a weight bearing wall.
exactly.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
I can just knock this one out. No, don't do that. I'm glad you put it in those terms because I've been in that situation. Like, oh, you don't want to do that.
Well, let's just tear down this wall. Well, let me step outside when you're getting ready to do it.
Yeah. Before
like
you do that.
this whole thing's gonna come down on your head. I don't want to be here when that happens. Okay.
Yeah.
No, we'll just cut this one.
No.
Not unless you want the second floor on the ground floor. No, you don't cut that.
And you have to explain it to in simplistic terms. You can't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
As
Like
far as
step by step.
Yeah, like consequences. So yeah, there's a reason that this wall is here, and you can't cut it down. Like I told you, okay.
I don't like this wall though.
I don't like this wall here. I can do some things to remove it, but you can't just take it out completely.
Yeah,
like we can restructure it. We ain't gonna negotiate. We just okay. You don't want to negotiate. You want to do it your way. Let me take a step back.
Yeah, let me go.
Yeah.
Why you do this?
It's like, you know what? Some of them needed to learn the hard way. You know, let me dip up out of here. Let me go.
Somebody put two wires together, getting ready to turn the sir, let's turn off the electricity.
Like, I know what I'm doing. Like, okay.
Yeah. Seen that happen too.
You might want to turn it off before you do this.
Yeah, did you turn that power off? I know what I'm doing. Okay.
Right?
All right.
Saw that
You
flash
got it.
come out of that outlet. It's like, you blind or can you still see?
I said, you know what? You're right. You're right.
You're right. I'll step back.
You're right. I'll take a step back. You're right.
Just don't grab me.
Said I'm not bound to the laws of robotics. I
Yeah,
did what I did what I could.
inaction is not going to deactivate me. Okay.
Right. I'm I'm not tied to the first three. You know, you'll be all right. You'll be
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah,
Well,
so
that's
Yeah.
that's why I like the Cheddar Humming character because he was a robot, but he was the more logical one of that character. And in his
yeah.
role, he did legitimately try to help humanity.
Hmm.
No matter who was sitting on the throne or any of that stuff, he tried to help
Yeah.
him. That's why I missed that character when he left because that was somebody who was actually a powerful force for actually good in that
Hmm.
situation.
Hmm.
And I wondered how he worked with all this second foundation, first foundation, Seldon
Hmm.
plan stuff going on around him. Why was he not involved in it? How would he react to that? Did he understand what was happening or did he not understand what was happening?
And
You know, so
was he putting people in place behind the scenes
exactly,
because he had
exactly.
information? Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you get towards what Foundation and Empire and then Foundation's Edge, you start
Hmm.
hearing about there being other little robots out there. When you
Yeah.
get to Foundation of Earth, he said he called them back. He called
Hmm.
all of them back one at a time back home. So there were other robots out there. He did have
Yeah.
people in place still.
Yeah. Yeah.
That many years in the past or in the future, he still had people in place. So what the
Hmm.
hell were they doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, he flexed too. It was like, oh, so you know about
Did he?
Gaia? He's like, man, I made Gaia.
I mean,
What you,
guy,
what you
talking
talking about? Do
about?
I know about
My
Gaia?
guy. Yeah.
It's my child. That was my
Yeah,
solution.
right.
That was hella funny. They was like, we have an idea to your problem. What about Gaia? It's like, yeah, that was my solution. It didn't work.
Exactly. like past tense old hat. Like yeah, that didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't work.
I get that do that all the time. Yeah. But what about this? No, man. That was tried in 1985. That didn't work. Okay. Next.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see, that's the funny part because Gaia think they're so advanced,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
then Amazel's like, nah, it failed.
Yeah.
It's a failed experiment. Nah, it didn't do
Shit,
what
have
it
you
was supposed to do. Like, damn, don't tell Bliss when she walk in here.
right. That's why he had to escort her away. Like, look, y'all are
Yeah,
foundationers. We can talk. We can talk. Y'all foundationers.
yeah, that was a soul crushing shot he would have gave her ass. Like, yeah, this shit ain't gonna work.
He's like, you said, have you heard of the mule? My bad. I was just trying to help. Shit. Yeah, that's good
Yeah,
though.
so
That's good.
yeah, I'm curious about those other robots that were out there, what they were doing,
Yeah.
where they were at, what they were helping with, and how they interacted with this whole plan with the Second Foundation.
We'll never
Because
know.
as you can see, the second you never know. The Second Foundation had observers out there too, like
Hmm.
Compor,
Oh, the snitch?
the little yeah, the snitch. Snitches get
Yeah.
snitched.
Yeah. Snitches get stitches. He was a long, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't have no words for that man.
Moonlee. Yeah,
Hmm.
Lonely.
Moonlee. Yeah, he was a motherfucker. Snitched
Yeah,
up.
he was a needed snitch though, because he pushed things forward,
Hmm.
He
even
did.
in his role.
Hmm. So
Shit.
now, and now that you read it, what do you think about the series that's getting ready to come out?
Mm.
I'm glad you asked that question. So after read
I'm gonna
after
let you spit.
reading all of this, after reading all this, I
Uh-huh.
went back and watched the trailer again.
Okay.
Right. One of the things I caught off the bat is that Cheddar got gender swapped into a woman.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That can
Okay,
happen.
Cheddar got gender swapped into a woman.
Hmm.
I think the black chick that they're showing in there, she may
Hmm.
be Doors.
Okay.
She may be Doors, or they gender swapped her, and she is Seldon's last student. That's in
Yeah, that's gall. That's gall, bruh.
yeah, that's Gull. Forward to Foundation. She is that student. So it looks like there's a lot of gender swapping going on in this one, which
So
is
so
like, oh, that's
so
kind
you,
of fucked up.
so you think they're based in the at least the first part of the series on the prequels?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what it looks like because you see the dude in there who obviously looks like the Empress. So it obviously looks like Cleon, right? You got Hum in there, which is the gender swap. And then you got Seldon there, which he's an older Seldon, but it's Seldon. So if Seldon is there and it's not a flashback or anything like that, then you already know you're in these last two books. You're in Prelude, and then you're in Forward to the Foundation. And one of the clips they show is like, I'm going to be arrested, and you're going to be arrested too. That means, yeah, like Wesco was saying, that's golf. That's Forward to the Foundation. So where are they going after that? Now they show a ship sitting down on this watery world and stuff like that. That could be the Far Star, or that could be them on Terminus, because Terminus is just a bunch of islands, right? So it still kind of remains to be seen how they're doing it. Are they going in linear fashion, or are they jumping around from one point?
Okay.
I don't know, but some of the characters that they show is like, okay, I would recognize that character as being somebody in the show, and this character is following somebody else in the show. I'm curious who the tall black dude is. I said, don't tell me that's the mule, because that'll be some mental messages you're trying to send out there to the universe.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine a tall black dude as the mule, because the mule's supposed to be like unobtrusive, like you would never guess that he's the person in power.
Right. Yeah, unattractive and
unobtrusive. Yeah, basically, the thing about the mule, he kind of blends in. You would never suspect that he's the one, in charge.
No, because he's like a minstrel. Like he's a clown.
He's a clown.
So nobody is taking him serious because he looks like a villain.
In fact, the first drawings I've seen of him, he looked like the court jester.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got bad news, Artisan. So
here you go. Go ahead.
Here you go.
All right, man. I gotta come with the Negrolactica. Gotta come with the facts. So
thank you.
They got
respect your entry.
they got Leia Harvey as Salvor Hardin. So that black chick is Salvor Hardin. And
what?
Yeah. And
how does that work? That's a terrible.
They got men. So Gaul got gender swapped, Salver got gender swapped, and Demerzel got gender swapped. And then they got
all the prominent characters that actually changed history were gender swapped to females. I told you.
I'm surprised Harry Seldon is not Harriet.
Exactly,
right? His name is Salvador Hardin. How did you swap that into a chick? How does that work?
Yeah.
It's how you remove the names, brother. Come on, man. You got to go to Foundation and Earth.
As a side note, I'm trying to get Dr. T, since he's he's expert in feminist thought, to actually start doing reviews of was it Lovecraft Country?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That show is dope.
He was telling me about all the different feminist tropes that are all throughout the series. You just point out, I said, why don't you do a review of the shit, man, since you're the expert in it? Like 2 minutes he pointed out like 5 or 6 different gender tropes, feminist tropes are actually in the series that he's seen so far.
Good. Tell him to do it again for me, because then I'll watch the series. Because I keep hearing about it, but I haven't watched it. And that guy that's in it is
now he's got me wanting
picked
to
up
watch
into some Marvel stuff, and I'm like, okay, I gotta watch this now.
Because he was telling me about this not to give a spoiler. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, he was telling me about this. He was he was telling me about this black chick that was taking this potion so that she will have lighter skin and whiter skin and straighter hair and blue eyes, stuff like that. Potion that makes turn her into a white woman, right? And she was getting this potion, getting this potion from a white man, right? And with the blue eyes and the blonde, the Aryan type looking white man, right? And come to find out that the white man himself is taking a potion, right? And basically the white man is not a white man; it's a white woman. And she's taking the potion to turn herself into a white man so that she can actually have power and actually interface with the other men because she's been locked out. I said, oh shit. I said, oh, you talk about this is feminist. She's this is intersectional feminism on steroids. She's trying to dismantle the by
Yeah.
pretending to be a man. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I said you need to be dismantling this kind of stuff because most
He
people
does. That's his skill.
Yeah, that's his skill. He just saw it. I said, oh, he started describing. I said, oh, I get you. I said, I
See,
said, and I know where you're going with it.
That's why I like him doing reviews because it's just like me getting you to watch something and you telling me what you think because you see all the esoteric stuff in it that I might have missed. I might have saw the geek stuff in it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. T see all the rest of that feminist and masculinity stuff like,
yeah,
man, you just put like another 4 layers on top of this movie that everybody just wrote off as just being, it was a good movie. It was just tap dancing.
He deconstruct. He have people come in and deconstruct. Like you guys said, like I thought it was obvious that the mule was Hitler, but you guys didn't see it. I said, oh, that's that. I thought you guys knew.
Because I wasn't thinking in the political context of just world history, but if I'm thinking of the time frame, that's why it made perfect sense.
Yeah,
I'm absorbing the story as a geek, like what's going on in the story. What is the writer trying to tell me getting into the damn story part of it? And then you got the context, like, that kind of was Hitler. Like, you kind of was right.
That was a really good observation.
That's not even kind of right. That's like 100%
in a sense, if you think about it in a political sense, in the contemporary political sense, guys is a collective. With collective means socialism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, and the mule came out of out of quote unquote socialism, but he was a wild talent that wanted to revert things back into being, make himself a dictator. But basically, you have somebody that actually didn't go along with the collective, right, and wanted to be an individual, and take over.
Wow, that's a profound observation. Like for real.
Yeah, which is why
that's knowing history.
Yeah, which is why Demerzel said. Daniel said, "Well, yeah, that failed." Okay, the socialist idea, that wasn't. That's why he said that. Yeah, that was a failure.
Yeah. And after you told me that, when I was going back and listening to Edge, and they're talking about Trantor, I do see like the rise and fall of civilization. It does sound like Rome, how he's describing it and stuff like that. Like, and it was sacked by barbarians and stuff like that. It sound like Rome to them.
Yeah, and that's what he said. That was it 1,000 years of barbarism or something like that, or was it 1,000 or 10,000? I can't remember.
It was 1,000.
35,000 years of barbarism, and they shortened it to 1,000.
Yeah.
Yep. So like okay. But that's why I appreciate that other perspective that I might not have, because like, in this foundation sense, some of these people, the psychohistorians, encyclopedias, the Jordan Newmites, they got focused on one thing. They knew that one thing, but they didn't see the whole because they only focused on that one part. I know one part, but I don't know all of it, all the parts to it, because somebody else who has more knowledge than me has it. You have that historical context on most of this shit, and the esoteric part comes. Dr. T got that just academic, even though me and him are the same age. He done a hell of a lot more study on this gender stuff than most people around these parts.
That's his job. It's like
that's his job. So it comes out. He sees it right off the bat.
You wouldn't have Dr. T come in and rebuild a room, okay? Because that's not his expertise. But as
me and him stepped into the room. He said, "I think the wall should be here." I said, "Dr. T, stay in your lane, man. I got this." Tell me about this movie, and I'm gonna rebuild this room right here.
Why you do it?
Why you do it?
Man, and that's the power of collaboration, where you have subject matter experts who can come in and deconstruct these things, because no one person can. And this ties back to the foundation. No one person can be a basically a catch-all to everything. Even Harry Seldon, he needed more people. He couldn't. So
it was a Seldon plan, but at his highest, how many people that they said he had working on that? Like 1,000.
Yeah.
And then even after he was dead, how many second foundationers did it take to keep that shit just running right? Like they
Exactly.
was numbering in the thousands just to keep it running correctly, because the regular foundation just would have fucked it all up.
Yeah, they had a council, had a whole hierarchy of people, and
Yeah,
they had
council,
engines.
everything else, and they still had, Seldon popping in every once in a while, and a couple of times nobody was even there to listen to the message.
Yeah, there was that.
We're doing our thing. Yeah, we got a time capsule. Yeah, it cracked open 8 times. Nobody was there. Like, so what did he say? Nobody knows. Anyway.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, well, well, did it open because nobody's there to hear it?
Exactly.
No, it played. He said that because he states, at least when they're in the capsule, he says, I don't know if there's anybody here or if there's so many people here.
Yeah.
But he goes along with each piece of psychohistory that he has planned and when it's released. So I think that it played, but just nobody was there to listen to it. So
that's what it says in Edge, is that it played. There was like at least 8 times that Crisis came.
Yeah.
But nobody was there to hear the message, so they don't know what the message was. They were doing what they were doing. Like the message still played, whether you were there or not is irrelevant. The message played.
Right. And it goes back to the decay of society, right? So I think they had a belief in this, in the plan, so much that they just were living high on the hog. Like, hey, we're the foundation.
That was after the mule, and then the supposed death of the second foundation. They wasn't listening to that. They thought they had everything on lock.
Yeah, it's 500 more years, bro.
Yeah,
with championship rings, baby.
Right, 200 years of winning. We got this.
Yeah, all we need to do is just shut people up. In fact, we could take over. We could take over right now.
Right.
We could take over right now, but according to the Seldon plan, we gotta wait 500. So have that sitting on the head, and then we'll have the second empire, which that's the trickery of society, right? It is like you have an idea, and it's like a game of telephone, and trying to get the accurate information from one point to another. There's going to be a challenge in doing so.
So West Coast, just to diverge a little bit, because you got in there trying to hurt my feelings with the cast of this TV series. I'm looking at some of this cast. They had made up some characters in this.
Yes.
I see 3 characters that they have just made up out of nowhere. I don't know why. I don't know what. It's like Brother Day, Brother Dawn, Brother Dust. I'm like, who the hell is these brothers? I don't know these brothers. I just read the whole series. They ain't in there.
Yeah.
They is not in there.
Master Shadow. I'm like, all right, fam.
Exactly. Master Shadow. That's racist, dude. What the hell are you doing? Like,
yeah, they're literally, they're making stuff up. You know what this is? This is inspired. This is inspired by the foundations.
I forgot. That's like saying 1% vanilla extract. It's imitation.
Because
do their own rip on this.
Yeah, I think they did the same thing in iRobot. As far as the movie adaptation compared to the book series, they took pieces from it, but they took creative liberty on certain things.
You have to pay attention to that. It's like, is this exactly it, or is it their version? Inspired by means their version, but
of course, everybody needs their own twist to the Seldon plan, man. Which is tight to me. Like,
that's what they should have put on the last 3 Star Wars movies. Inspired by Star Wars.
Inspired, exactly.
Yeah, inspired by it, but not it.
Well, that's the cool thing about going through this series, right? As well as being in this space, and the information that BGS and others are given to us, is you can see the manner in which things are displayed in real time. Like the fictional characters that you see and how they use psychohistory, that can literally be applied to how people in the real world will apply it to media, right? Because obviously our environment is more feminized, and you have an agenda on top of that. So how you present this story that came from the from damn near the 40s or whatever to the 80s, you have to add contemporary liberties to fit the time and space. So I'm not surprised by it. I'm gonna look at it from a lens of how a Harry Seldon will look at it, and what is it? What's the ultimate goal that they're trying to accomplish, or which way are they trying to sway the people? Because because it's less about the material and it's more about the actual selling point. And that's one of the things that Asimov kind of touches on when I was listening to his interviews and how he's like and how he writes his literature. It's to dissect society and dissect infrastructures and for you to question it. So having people who are a part of said system, bringing it back to life, there's obviously a motivation behind it. So to see what their angle and leaning is what I'm interested in how they do so.
Well, that would be me. Now having read or gone through the series, that's primarily there. It's like what message are they trying to push out with this? Because like just like you're saying, it's the timing. So what is the timing and what is it actually trying to throw out there now? What do they think? And given the climate of what's going on the outside, yeah, I ain't happy about that. Where it could be going, but I have to wait and see what they throw out there.
Man, I think that they may lean on that bliss narrative heavy, as far as the hermaphrodites and them just being naturally assigned as female.
Nah, you're not gonna get bliss at all. Come on, man. You think you're gonna get the little young, sexy thing that has an older man? Come on,
that's
now.
right.
That's not the narrative nowadays.
It may be reversed.
She ain't body shy or anything like that. You're not getting bliss. You're not even getting Doors. I'm looking at this whole IMDb list. I don't see no mention of Doors Benevolently on here, which is a tragedy.
They gonna get one. You just gonna get Harry Seldon is Doors Benevolently. They combine.
They combine.
Like, listen. Said we were really inspired on the second half of Foundation and Earth, where we wanted to know what Solaria would be like across the entire galaxy. So Harry Seldon is now Doris Benevolently, where he's both half robot and he's human. Salvor Hardin is now a female, and maybe Gaul may have been a woman, and Demerzel too, because robots don't have gender, so
right.
Whatever. I can understand Demerzel could be gender swapped. Okay, that's plausible. It's plausible. But the others, I said, what? Why don't you just tell the story?
Okay. Yeah, that's my thing. Thank you, BJ. That's my thing. Just tell us.
Because there's female characters already in it that, like, say, Doris is a strong character. You don't need to actually make up gender swap people. Okay.
Seriously.
That was good one.
In fact, the mayor of Y was female.
Yeah.
She was.
The mayor of Y was female. The mayor of the foundation, the foundation's there. She was a female. Freaking. What, Arcady or whatever, that's another female.
Arcady,
chick that blasted Arcady. The chick that blasted freaking
Beta Darrell.
Beta Darrell, strong female kid. Like, dude, there's a bunch of them all through here.
Yeah.
And they're beasts too. That's the thing. Like, Asimov didn't write them weak. Like, you got Beta Darrell who, pushed the Seldon plan forward. Without her, then, the mule would have took over. You got the mayor of the Foundation and Foundation's Edge. She was as cutthroat as Salvor Hardin as far as just sending people out to exile to die for the sake of the Foundation. Like, this is our lightning rod. And I'm going to find, and she found the second Foundation. If you think about it, she went out and accomplished exactly what she was looking for. She found the second Foundation. She used Trevize as a lightning rod, and she ended up finding a whole new planet.
And found out where they were, so she can go and take over and push the Foundation out to the galaxy to start their whole second empire.
Yeah, and she was about that action too. Like, even when they wiped her mind, it was like, nah, we need that shit back from bruh.
Why he got my ship?
Right.
I don't know why he got it, but he need to bring that back.
Yeah, he need to bring that back. He need to listen. He exiled, but we need that ship back. That was, we can't just be having them. We can't have them gravitic ships just flying around like that. And
Right.
Trevi's hot. He heated at Bliss like, bro, why didn't you erase my ship from her mind? Why'd you erase just me? So like,
Y'all
well,
messed up. Yeah. Y'all so
'cause-
perfect. You messed up a little thing.
yeah, because we are Bliss, because we are Gaia. We just we just looking for you, not your ship. It's like, but I need my ship, bruh.
You ain't going nowhere without your shit. Chip goes right there. Yeah.
Yeah, they was trying to rob him. They was trying to rob him for that ship everywhere. That was the funniest thing.
Yeah, because it was advanced technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like what was it, Comporion? They flew over there. It's like, listen, we don't even have to report this to the Foundation. Just give over your ship, and then we can get you a base model, one of these base model ships, and even give you citizenship. It's like, nah, bro. I'm leaving with my ship. I'm leaving with my ship right now. Like, I need to go. So I like for me to answer your question again, BJ, about like what I liked about this series was you have these little quips as far as human interaction, which is like dope. You can kind of catch on to it, but it doesn't take away from the main story. It gives you a break, because a lot of this shit is pretty heavy, and so as far as like the questions that they're trying to ask, as far as life and death and sacrificing people, so to have these interactions in between, it balances it out really well. It doesn't become overbearing.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, and all the characters are pretty much smart.
Yeah.
They all have potential, and they're all pretty smart. It's not really, even the Hamish chick is not really dumb. She's just Hamish.
Right.
She aspires to something more than she already is. She wants to be a scholar.
This is
regardless
refreshing.
of where she came.
Talk about this to black people.
Yeah.
A scholar. A scholar.
I want to be a scholar.
I want to read. Said, boy, she fighting. She fighting.
That's what I was shocked. I said, the one person I thought would have read Foundation was you, Artisan.
I just hadn't. Like, I read a lot of stuff. Some stuff does not get not past me.
Yeah, but the thing is that this is like almost like one of the foundational pillars of science fiction, which is Foundation.
Yeah, this is like.
And I was actually shocked. I said, "Wait a minute, you never read Foundation, really?"
Some stuff I had. I'm glad I did, though. Now
it's like reading the original Starship Troopers. What's his name? Wrote it. Heinlein wrote it.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that was a book until I saw the movie. I said, "Oh, it's from a book." I said, "Oh, well, maybe the book is be more interesting because it sounds kind of."
Wait, they have a movie already?
Who's that?
Starship Troopers?
Yeah.
Oh no, Foundation.
No. No, not yet. No, they never. That's why I was shocked when I first saw it. They were actually going to do a movie, because they've done like a bunch of Dunes, right? But never Foundation. I said, why have they never done Foundation? And when I saw it, I said, oh, somebody must be a fan that's trying to bring it to life. So I said, let me ask Artisan, because he's the that's what he's here for. He's the expert at this kind of stuff. I said, what do you think about it? And Artisan said, well, it looks cool, but I don't really know much about the series. I said, what? He said, you never read Foundation? I said, get the fuck out of here.
Man, this was a gem. This one was a gem, man. Like each book has its own moments, and the fact that we're covering 3, like there's so much that you can go in depth on with each book, like from the philosophical standpoint all the way up to the jokes. Like, bruh, it's plenty. Like Asimov loved the hoes, man. I'm not gonna lie. Every book without fail
as a hoe.
There's some chicks in
it. He gotta write it in. Like my boy Rage really did. Like, one of the crises was based off of one of these hoes saving Seldon's life.
Right. And there was a whole crisis. There's a whole crisis. A whole saving Seldon's life, man. That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Doris was pissed. It was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
what you doing with that woman? I was like, shit,
Yeah,
Doris.
Doris could be jealous, man. I was shocked.
Yeah, I'm like, you a robot. Where is this coming from?
Yeah, and she loved him. You know, she not only protected him, but she grew to love him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was flexing on what's it called? The one little the army dudes, the militia after Cleon.
Mm,
When she was like, you see this table right here?
mm,
You punched a hole into it. It's like,
Yeah,
listen, said this is metal. Imagine that on the top of your skull.
mm.
right. She was showing too much at that point. I
Yeah,
said, damn,
yeah,
she going
yeah,
on.
Yeah, I'm like,
She
chill,
was going
chill,
way.
chill, Doris.
yeah.
And
And Harry would have to talk her down sometimes. Doris.
all
Yeah.
right, it's like Blade just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah. And when she
Hold
was
on a second.
when she
I'm
cut
sorry.
homeboy's mustache off with the
Yeah,
knife, yeah. And
Yeah.
then he realized, okay, she's not human.
yeah. This
Yeah,
is
that's when he
this
first realized she's not human when she cut his mustache off. So, oh,
shit.
okay. They said no human could do that. He said, oh, what are you?
Mm-hmm. Shit, I knew she was gangster when she walked into the knife store and said she needed 2 knives.
Yeah, and
One for
Yeah,
the left,
not
one
one.
for the
each
right.
hand.
You had them tucked. I said,
Yeah.
let's go to Billa Button. It's like,
Because people used to avoid Billabutton. Okay,
yeah,
'cause that's the hood.
yeah, yeah. She said, all right, let's go. It's like, where's my knife? You can't handle a knife, Seldon. Go ahead and twist or something.
Stay in your lane.
Yeah, this for me. Just stand behind me.
Yeah, she would stand behind me. Yeah.
Yeah, which I mean, that perplexes me that they have all of these gender swaps because I'm like, Doris is a beast in her own.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Don't make no sense, man. But yeah, there's way too many funny moments to ask for in each of these books, man. It's just yeah. I love it.
Yeah, I figured you guys would enjoy it, but if you could actually get into it, and it likes to be cool that there wasn't a lot of action, a lot of like there is normally in a science fiction.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be completely action all the time. I'm not in that generation, so I like to let a story develop anyway. So as long as it develops into something, the action can be a side dish to what's actually going on. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
And sometimes it can be too overbearing. Like when he does describe action, he's
That's
very
your drink.
descriptive. He's very descriptive. Like when somebody's arm gets broken or somebody gets slapped with a whip, like he's very descriptive in how he articulates the violence. So for me, when he generalizes, for me, he's already set a baseline on what type of action that you can imagine. So it doesn't become too wasteful, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, man. Like even with the dog scene, like that was the most hilarious.
That was hilarious. That's something treat.
He said, "What did Bliss say?" She's like, "Why shoot him when you can whip him?"
Yeah.
And he said all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, all of them.
He said,
no,
pick one.
You shot. Yeah, you pick
Yeah,
one.
you
pick
pick
one.
one.
Shot that one.
Yeah.
And then he scowls, and then the rest of them understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
I'm
screech, that's pain.
I said, Bliss
They
is
don't
a
want no parts
gangster.
of that.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. She understood the collective though.
Yeah, she's like, look, if you destroy him, you don't get all of the value. You just whip one, make sure that they understand the violence.
Yeah,
and they run away.
Whip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what
man.
he got.
Exactly.
And basically, she transmitted the feeling of that one to the rest of them, so they all kind of felt the same kind of pain.
Yeah.
Instead of you pick one.
Yeah, just one, and then I do the rest.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
That was funny because I was at a part when I was listening to that book, and motherfucker ended up a tree. I'm like, he ran up the tree. What did I miss? Wait a minute.
Like
he ran up the tree.
This is not like you, Trevis.
He's about to die up here.
Right. He over here counting his blasters. Like, all right, I got so many. Like, wait, hold on.
Well, I was thinking when I was reading that, I'm sitting there thinking of that. I don't know if you've seen this on West Coast, but The Quest for Fire.
Oh yeah,
movie, The Quest
Uh,
for Fire, right?
uh-huh.
Well, that animal ran them damn cavemen up that damn tree. What did they do? They sat there and ate up every leaf off that tree because they was up there for so long.
Yeah.
Damn.
Tree full of leaves. He come back to the next scene. The tree bare as fuck because they still sitting up the tree.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh my god, it's hilarious. Like you stuck up a tree on this planet that you don't know with some damn ravenous dogs and more dogs keep coming.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, well.
And then on top of that, you got Bliss who gets hella emotional every time she has to commit an act of violence. Like,
Mhm.
Bliss,
Right.
this is our life at stake. Why do we have to have these existential conversations every time? He had to die.
It was a life, Travis.
Yeah, yeah.
A
He
trail.
had to
Yeah.
die.
It was a life trail.
Yeah, and
And I had to take it.
because it's a part of her, and a part of her, the
Right.
collective dies. So she's gonna want it just like her own death. Yeah,
Right. I'm
Which
like,
is-
but good.
which is collective over the individualist. Like
Mhm.
Travis was the individualist, but she's a collectivist.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So the dynamic between the two.
But here's my thing. Why was she cock blocking though? If that was really the case, she's like, damn, Travis, every planet we go to. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't even adjust
She was
this
hating.
one. You didn't.
Yeah, and you know she was jealous. She loved him.
That's your feminist point.
Yeah, she loved
Right.
him. Yeah, no, she loved him. Just like Doris would get jealous, even though she
But
was
I'm
a
like-
robot.
I'm like, but Bliss, go with
Yeah, but
Power
she was down with him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen,
Yeah, like you got a whole husband, half
Yeah.
husband, whatever you want to call him, protein isolate right
Yeah.
here.
yeah,
Leave me be.
yeah.
you know how
Let me do what I do.
Yeah,
Right.
but she wasn't just his protector. She also loved him.
Ah,
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Maybe I missed it because I'm like,
No, she
listen.
did. That's obvious.
I'm like, look.
I thought she was just looking after him because Gaia cared about it.
And
saw him as something special.
Doris was looking after Harry because Harry had psychohistory. That was her job. You know, that's the
true.
Demerzel Center to protect him, right?
Right.
But she loved him. She fell in love with him. I think the
Right.
same thing.
I got that with
Bliss.
Doris. I didn't get that with
Yeah.
Bliss.
Yeah, I got that with
Maybe.
Bliss. I got that from the very beginning.
Dang, so Bliss was practicing hypergamy this whole
Yes,
time.
she was.
Poor Palarat, man.
Practicing
Poor
cock blocking. Like,
You know what?
yes,
BGS, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Because when Palarat was faced with the same question on whether or not she was a robot or not, she disrespected Palarat, but Travis wasn't having any of that. It's like, nah, are you like he passed that test on whether or not she was a robot or not, but Palarat failed.
Okay.
And then in like that whole interaction, she respected Travis, but she tolerated Palarat.
Mm-hmm.
That man,
I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy.
Serious Killmonger, I saw your links, but I did not look at it. Just to answer your question.
Shoot,
What
The
is he
Seventh
peddling?
Project, if you want up here, you can come up.
What is
I
serious
didn't know
Killmonger?
Seventh was reading.
What is serious peddling now, man?
Last week he was peddling some damn Green Lantern, and who was supposed to play Green Lantern.
Oh, okay.
And so some links about that.
Yeah.
But I went back to the stream.
I still got the belt on the counter for you, Serious. So anytime.
Man.
I
Hey,
still got the
that's
belt
the
out
one
for
moderator I have to moderate. The one moderator I have to moderate. Like,
you. Yeah,
put some shit in there before I had to tell him, look, you got to remove that, bro. What the hell is you doing?
I still got the belt out for him.
man, I wanted to slap. There's times I wanted to slap Palarat, and there's times I wanted to slap Fallon. To be honest with you, like Palarat.
Yeah, Fallon
sometimes
needed to get slapped a couple of times.
Yeah, like I can't even, how do you identify it when it took over the ship, talking about I want to go home.
Yeah, that motherfucker right there, dude. I was heated, like she gonna kill all of them. Right.
And then Bliss had the nerve talking about, oh, just leave her be. I'm like, we in space right now.
Yeah.
We can die.
That's one of she's just a child arguments. No, fuck all that. Get away from
Yeah,
us.
no,
Don't be
not
messing
not
with
a
the
child
ship.
with a child with
Yeah,
powers. Yeah, a
Yeah,
power
with
with
yeah.
power.
powers.
And looking for
No,
Jim B.
Yeah,
that was
Jim
Baby
B.
Yoda in the
B.
Ridge
Yeah,
Corner. Yeah.
Jim B.
Jim
Yeah, like
B. Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah, Jim B.
I want to
yeah,
go here.
qualify that.
And
Yeah.
that's when Demerzel had to come in and calm it down.
You know, like, look, all right, look, this ain't going according to plan.
Yeah,
Y'all about to die.
yeah, about to die. Yeah, and this motherfucker getting ready to move a whole moon.
Right.
Right.
Like, you know what? Let me give it away. I'm tired of y'all. Y'all ain't figured it out yet. Had
Yeah.
lost half my life, and y'all over here arguing about a child with superpowers.
With superpowers. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah,
and then
see,
Palarat.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the last piece was Palarat when he was acting like he acted like willfully ignorant when when Fallon came on to came on board and asking Trevise like these dumbass questions. It's like, Trevise, what are we gonna do about this particular person? He's like, I don't know, Palarat. Well, you know that she has testicles and a vagina. Yes, Palarat. I know. Well, how will they create? I'm like, yo, stop asking them these dumbass questions so we can go to the next planet.
Yeah, exactly.
Go to your room.
Exactly. Go to your room and get some bliss.
Go figure something
Find
out.
some bliss.
Get some bliss, literally. Get you some bliss.
Find
man.
some bliss and calm the hell down.
But Trevise, she's taking a nap.
Yeah, she's taking a nap.
Yeah.
She's tired. Think you tired her out, old fella? Like,
yeah, he kept calling Trevise old chap. I'm like, you
old
know,
chap.
Yeah, what's funny?
Old chap. What do we like, bro? If you don't get your go somewhere, leave, get up out of here, man.
Yeah, go read your books.
Yeah, and he knew he was on some dumb shit too, because there was a time where he actually provided something that was constructive, and Trevise had to apologize. He was like, "Why? Because all the stuff that I be saying just be some bullshit." It's like Asimov wrote, Trevise didn't respond.
He didn't need to.
He remained silent.
He remained silent. Let it linger.
Oh man. But yeah, my bad.
I enjoyed that series for that kind of stuff because going back through some of the books again, it is that humor, and it's that just wry humor that just comes up in the moment. It's like real people just having conversations and doing shit that actually makes it a little bit more fun and makes you laugh. Like Fallon taking control of the ship, that was a Baby Yoda moment for a half a second. Till you realize what's going on. Like, you almost ripped that ship in half, you dumbass. Like, what are you doing? But at the same time, you kind of like the little camaraderie that they got. Like, yeah, they just picked up some people. Here's Cowboy Bebop. They've gone to these different places. They've picked up these different people, and this is kind of the unit right now. This is just what they're doing. These people from these different planets trying to figure out each other and figure out what the hell is going on. In lieu of the larger mission that they're doing, which is trying to find this planet. You keep coming close, but no cigar. It's not really there, but it's a cool planet. But look, it's something on this planet that's trying to kill us too. It's like, damn, this is going to be a rough mission. You got no weapons. I'll need more weapons.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Cowboy Bebop. I can see it. I can see it being something like that. Especially with the camaraderie piece, just like you have this ragtag group, all with different interests, and you just see how they interact in different situations, which, that's what makes the story interesting, because not one person, it doesn't always lean on one person as the particular hero or the person to get people out of a jam. It depends on the circumstance.
Right, because they all have something to give. I mean, Trevise may not know all the history part, right? He may not know it. He's a politician and military man. He don't know all that part. But Palaret does. He does know all this esoteric freaking history and all these stories and stuff like that that are clues that can lead them in the right direction, right? He don't know none of the military stuff, and he ain't never been out in space. But what he did do was focus on these damn books, so that can help them. That can help them along their quest. Listen, for as much intelligence as she could have based on Gaia, she was a dumbass too. She ain't been out in space. She don't know none of these damn worlds, and she don't really act like she a part of any of them either. You know, she's just going along, you know, with them, just trying to make sure he okay, and I'm here with Pell. That's it. Let's just make sure you get back.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Lost his connection.
oh man.
Be right back.
All right. It's that Negrolactica, man. It's the Empire. Coming for us, man. Coming for us.
Yeah, it's just it's fascinating to hear you guys talk about it, because, like I said, I haven't read it in a long time, and I had nobody to talk about it to when I actually did read them, because other than a few people in some chats and online, there's actually nobody. So to hear you guys actually read it and actually enjoy it, I said, okay, maybe I wasn't crazy after all.
No,
Yeah,
you got crazy.
You got some foundationers, man.
Yeah, no shit. That's why you the Seldon this shit, Black Seldon.
Yeah.
And then you
So
guys
I told him West Coast.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna tell West Coast. I said that's what I told him in an email. He was, I was telling him how much I liked the book, and I said BGS, Black Gnostic Seldon.
Black Gnostic Seldon, yes.
What's up, y'all?
What's going on, Seven?
What's up, Seven?
Man.
So where are you at in the store? You reading this now too?
Yeah, I just finished the prelude, so now I'm getting into the weeds.
Oh, okay. So you got some context you can throw in there, man. We've been talking for like 3 hours, so
yeah, facts.
Man, but I've been removed from the conversation for about an hour because I was testing out this mic.
Okay.
That's not our.
Yeah.
Oh, this the new one.
And what kind of mic did you get?
The Elgato Wave 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was testing it out on this channel. I had to chop it up with a friend of mine that I grew up with. She even popped in. But yeah, man, you guys, it's funny that you had the parallel though. West Coast, because I just put in the chat, I was like, you literally described One Piece, the anime One Piece, minus all the sci-fi and action. So that's also like, I mirror you guys' sentiment, like the way that they write. It's not heavy on the action, and they do it in a way where it pushes the story forward, where it's not like it's not crutching it. You know what I mean?
See, to me that's the best part about it, because you're getting more of the character interaction, you get more of what's going on, and action comes, and action rises, action dies down. That's just how the shit works. So you just have to get through that with the rest of the story. That's where the real story, and to me the real action of the stuff is happening, is within all the rest of that part of why you're doing what you're doing, how you get into what you're doing, and the importance of what it is that you're doing. Because even in like the 3-way standoff that West Coast was talking about, by the time you get to that point, they just standing, they just there in space. Ain't nobody blasted each other yet, but it's so tense. It's like, oh shit, it's about to go down. But ain't nobody doing nothing really. They're just having a conversation. But the tension is built up so much from the story elements of it. It's action without anybody actually doing it. It's still action. So it's just how you perceive it.
Yeah, it's very good drama, and I love the humor. In fact, let me ask you, Seventh, what was your thoughts on the wave cap scene with one of the raindrops in the booth? I call it Wave Cap City, man. Sporting waves.
I initially said wave check.
Wave check, yes.
Wave check.
He was dipping.
My son didn't have the drip. He had the tsunami. He said, wave check, hold up.
Yeah, I said, boy, this ain't Murray's, boy. This ain't Murray's, boy. Man.
Hey, shit for that. So getting out of Prelude, what is it that you liked about Prelude? Since you just right at the beginning or almost the end, depending on which way you read the books. But You at the beginning of the chronological stories. So
I didn't even know that was the. I don't even know the order in which I should read the book. So I'm glad that I'm up here because I was about to ask, like, which order should I go? Like, where should I go next?
Now, if you're going in chronological order, it's prelude, then forward, and then foundation, and then
second foundation.
Second foundation.
Foundation's edge.
I thought it was foundation and empire.
Yeah. So it goes it goes prelude, forward to foundation, foundation and empire.
Yeah.
Second foundation.
Right.
And then foundation's edge, and then foundation and earth.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But yeah, what was your thoughts on prelude in general, or what did you find interesting? What was some of the humor that you liked about it?
I actually want to listen to it again before I formulate a solid opinion. You know what I mean?
Really?
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Yeah. To me, that means that some stuff grabbed him and some stuff didn't, so he wants to go back and read. If you got it all for one go, then I would be like, oh, maybe it just didn't resonate with him. But if you want to go back to it, it's like something got you, something hooked your ass up. I read this again. Wait, I gotta
because in order of how they were actually published, then prelude you already had the idea what the Seldon plan and foundation was actually about before you actually got to prelude. Mm-hmm. And prelude was basically filling in some holes,
Yeah, it gave you Seldon because if you just read from foundation to foundation and earth, you would hear about Harry Seldon, you wouldn't know shit about him. He could be a non-factor because halfway through that series, they stopped talking about him altogether because it was all about what the Foundations was doing. They wasn't even paying attention. It didn't really get brought back into fruition until Foundation's Edge and Foundation and Earth, where they actually start, okay, what is the fucking plan? Are we on the plan? Are we doing the plan? Has it veered off? But you still have no idea who this dude really is. He just created this thing. That's the end of it. Like, okay, well, but who was he? Well, you get to prelude. This is who Harry Seldon is. This is where he came from. This is what he about. This is how he don't let a chick get naked who want to get naked with him.
Harry's a bit of a prude. Yeah,
he's for sure.
He ain't a prude. He was just trying to be that nice guy, man.
He's a
allegedly, that boy had multiple. He had multiple opportunities. And he was, I don't know, Doris. If you want to show your breath. All right, bro.
And maybe Harry was going into monkhood at that time.
Clearly.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because he was another one who had already had a wife already. Like, what's your problem, man?
What the hell?
Scared now?
It'd been interesting what Harry was like in his 20s.
Man,
as a twister.
Learning how to twist.
Learn how to twist and breaking people's arms and getting into fights and shit.
Yeah, I think he was an asshole back in the day.
He probably was.
Got to his fair share of scrapes.
Yeah. I'm not an ordinary geek. Okay. I'm a
Exactly. Knock my books down. Why you do that?
Why you do that? Now I'll have to break your arm, sir.
I'm like, I never would have come up with the idea of describing a martial arts as a twister. Sounds very strange to me. It's like, don't get twisted. I'm like, all right, bro. You a twister. I think of the game Twister when I first heard it.
See, it's like the difference between, say, capoeira and what we considered Asian martial arts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, no, I respect the martial art, but just the term that they use is just hella funny.
I took it as him being like a wrestler, like but he does some martial
martial arts out of being an acrobat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, till he got kicked into a wheelchair.
Wow. You ain't gonna
That's
let that go.
that's after he passed his prime. You know,
Yeah.
he can't twist it like he used to.
Right.
Twisted like he used to.
Say, get up, Dad, get up. You too.
You're too old to do this shit.
Yeah. The
As
doctor,
a person, as a New Yorker, I think the term "twisted" is funny. I thought it was hilarious. I immediately got it because it's like things like twisted, folded. I heard all that.
Yeah, we don't
growing
have
up.
any long boxes right now.
yeah. It what's it called? I was see, this is what I like, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Artisan. It's dry humor. So even in the prelude, when the Mayor of Y ended up losing, and Harry Seldon didn't know that Cheddar Humming was Demerzel. When the Mayor of Y broke the news to Seldon, the way that she did it was so funny to me.
Yeah.
Where something was like Cheddar. He was like, and the Mayor of Y is like, do you know him? It was like, yeah, this is Cheddar Humming. He's protecting me from Demerzel. And she laughed like,
you fool. Yeah, fool. It is Demerzel.
She did get that belly. She did get that belly laugh.
That belly laugh. It's like as she's being carted off to her death, she got one more zinger in.
Yeah.
Dumbass. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't believe you.
I'm glad she was black. You dumb motherfucker. That is Demerzel. That is Demerzel.
Right. I done gave you all this treatment and pampering, talking about some psychohistory. You don't even know you running from the man. You with the man you running from.
Well, you've been played for a fool.
Yeah. Like moments like that are hilarious to me because it's subtle, no setup, mid conversation. You just like, wow, like you dumb, you dumb, you smart,
you so smart, you dumb, motherfucker. Smartest dumb motherfucker in the room.
You book smart.
Oh man.
Which is why Demerzel could play him, because he was naive.
Yeah,
he was in the library too much.
Dude, if you think about it, oh my bad.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you think about it, he was book smart, but he wasn't very street savvy. Because if you look at it from an objective point of view, he was from a whole different world, right? And he just came to give a quick presentation, and he ends up staying in a whole world and lost in this entire fantasy. It's like we don't know about this man's like full family, his house, whether or not he's paying rent. He's just out here.
It's like coming from a backwater Roman province into Rome itself, and don't know all the politics and all the players. It'd be like us moving to Washington D.C.
Right.
And then where all the movers and shakers are, we don't even know who the players are.
But he had the opportunity to walk away. He didn't have to do the presentation. He decided to keep going. I would have been like, all right, see, look, he's not with it. I'm out.
Yeah, that'd have been nice, except you might not have made the trip back home.
Right.
Demerzel knew
that. What happened. Yeah, you saw what happened when he tried to get there. Like, get on the ship and go. I'm going back to Helicon. No, you're not.
No, you're not. You can't go back to Helicon because you have a price on your head now because you know something you shouldn't know.
Yeah, he over here piquing people's interest.
No, basically, and this is in the real world because I've kind of done that a little bit from time to time.
A little bit, huh?
Yeah, from time to time. In other words, there's certain things. There's certain things that people outside of a bubble shouldn't know.
Right.
And sometimes if you know it and people realize you know it, there can be a price put on your head. Okay, because you're gonna let everybody else know what they're not supposed to know. Yeah, and when you haven't been vetted to be inside this circle. So basically, all the other people inside the circle are paid, and basically they're on a leash. But see, you know it outside of the circle. You're not supposed to. You don't even know. You don't even realize what you even have. That's dangerous.
That was Seldon. He didn't realize what he had.
He didn't realize what he had.
He didn't see it as being dangerous. He just presenting a possibility. Yeah, you can probably do this anyway.
Yeah,
Nice
Bob.
meeting you guys.
Hey,
We'll
nice to meet
see
you
you at the
guys.
cocktail party. Nope.
Yeah, get a bite to eat. I'm gonna get on the first transport back to Helicon, and I'll, you guys have a nice life. And I said, everybody's going like when he first prints, like, oh shit, who gave this motherfucker the glasses? How does he know?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, you ain't going nowhere, bro.
And who else will he tell?
Right.
That's exactly the story of his life. It's like soon as you presented it,
he
you
could figure it out. Yeah, he could figure it out.
Yeah, he could figure this out, and this is dangerous. That's how I come to Mayor Y. I said, this is if I can get him to actually use psychohistory, so I can actually have enough information to actually take over.
Shoot, even
Tell
Trevis had that
the time
moment.
is right.
Yeah, which he didn't know that Demerzel knew where he was at all times through doors. He said, "Oh shit, he's with the Mayor Y. Okay, I know what she's getting ready to do. Let me stop this shit right now."
Yeah.
No.
No. She getting ready to use this. She getting ready to fuck shit up. Come on.
Yeah. Not on my Trantor. That is not the plan, woman. That is not the plan. They did swoop in like we was waiting on this. We was waiting
with the quickness.
and the proof she's trying to take over. Yeah.
He said, what's it called? He's like, Rach, we're gonna have you play spy. It's like it's already been done. The player
we've done this.
Harry Seldon thinking he doing something.
That was the funny part.
That was funny that the Mayor White took the Wraith.
He what's it called? Took him to a zoo or something, and then soon as they went to that zoo, she had to step out for a little bit, and he just started eavesdropping, ear hustling. It's like you ear hustling, but the play has already been completed.
Well, it don't matter what thing. Wasn't it said in there that Raish he could have been one of them second foundationers because he had a little bit of that that little emotional telepathy thing. That's what made people willing to take to him. That
influence.
He had a little bit of that influence. What developed into being those people that Seldon found to be the second foundation. That he had a little bit of that. That's why people took to him. That's why the Mirror Y took to him so quick. He just automatically liked him. He didn't know what he was doing. It was just there. Like, oh shit!
A wild talent, huh?
Had that game. He was gamed up.
It might have been how he got. It might have been how he got mellow. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Man, I'm saying, look.
Hey, she jumped on board like Trevis got on other two chicks. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's facts. She came out of pocket. She's like, listen, this is no cost. This is on me.
Yeah, that Foundation boys, boy, you gotta watch it.
Yeah, you gotta watch them. Yeah,
they got some game.
You said,
I said, you one of Seldon's boys, huh?
You a Seldon boy.
Yeah. I recognize you. You was one of Seldon boys.
Yeah. She don't know why, but she get naked.
You came. You came from Billabutton.
Thug.
I need me a thug. Need a Billabutton thug. Look at that mustache.
The Galactic Wop.
Yeah.
Galactic Wop.
Galactic Wop. That's what old girl was giving Trevis was like Galactic Wop. He said, "Oh, you came from Trantor, huh? Yeah, yeah. The men around here can't satisfy me. They too much.
Yeah, exactly. They ain't man enough for me.
You're sophisticated.
Yeah, he said my breast is cold. What are you gonna do about it? Asimov, my dude." My dude, you really out here writing erotic material at this point. Like he did not let off the gas.
Erotica.
It was like what's it called on New Earth when old girl was like, yeah, we're gonna close this curtain. Nobody's gonna address. It's like there's a social taboo where nobody will disturb once the curtain is closed.
Will disturb us.
Like, it's like what do you want? What do you think of my titties?
Right. In 50 Shades of Bella Button.
Yeah. 50 Shades of Bella Button, boy.
No, what was the old girl's name on New Earth too? Because she did come out of too, and that was a little young thing. I was like, damn, this motherfucker on one trip and got the head of transportation and the little native chick.
Yeah, Hiroka, bruh.
Yeah, Hiroka. Like,
She's like,
he was
oh, you
on
need
it.
my fun? He's like, do you like my fundaments? He's like, fundaments. And then Asimov wrote as she slapped her ass.
Yeah,
He's like, oh,
exactly. The
your
fundaments.
fundaments. he,
I
he was
called
like,
them
yeah,
assets, but he called them fundaments. That's a good one.
right.
Fundaments, okay.
It was like, oh, Bliss, yeah, she is Bliss, and as he made a Coke shaped bottle hand gesture,
Right.
like
Yeah, gesture,
Asimov,
coach.
chill, pump your brakes, champ. Like
No,
you
he was
doing
just trying to be descriptive, let you know that his women was shaky, his characters were shaky. It was
yeah,
blessed.
yeah. Harry Seldon was approved, bro. Now I definitely know because looking at Trevis, he had no he had a moment, but there was no hesitation once duty called. He was like, all
No,
right,
no,
I gotta do what I gotta do.
well, here's the
Seldon,
funny part. Here's the funny part too. You realize that they talked about Trevis that he kind of looked like a young Harry Seldon. In
see,
Foundation's Edge, that's what they were talking about. Or no, it wasn't him. It was the other guy.
yeah, it was
Not
probably
my bad.
Edge.
It wasn't Trevis. It wasn't Trevis. Trevis was a handsome dude, but it was the second Foundation dude. He kind of looked like Harry Seldon.
Oh, you talking about I know you talking about with the Hamish woman. Oh, Gendabald.
Yeah, getting the ball. He kind of looked like Harry Seldon. But yeah, Trevis was a ladies' man. He had slayed a couple chicks back on Terminus anyway. That's why he was on the
Hey,
ship by himself. Like, yeah, I
he
had
had
a
a
few, but
play,
not. He was a player.
and he snitched on himself too. He was like, because when Bliss was pressing him about, oh, you going to all these different planets and smashing all these women, he's like, listen, man, at a certain point, pussy is pussy, man. You know what I'm saying?
He
Some
got
people like
he got real,
some
he got
people
real
like the
red on him.
music. Yeah, he's like some people like the music, some people don't. At a certain point, it is what it is, you know. So stop hating on me. Go on with Power or something. But yeah, man. Seldon, he was a simp, and on certain points, he was a simp because his predecessors had no hesitation. Like even when they didn't want to, they handled their business. Seldon, you had doors, came out the shower with it, breast out. Just for the conversation, and you automatically reaching for a towel or a tank top. It's like she ain't tripping. So go on about your business and continue conversation. Maybe it'll lead to something else. You go, oh no, Doris, you're unwed, you're unfit. You don't have anything on. It's like,
You're
bro,
unclothed. Yeah.
you're unclothed. I'm like, did I ask you if I was unclothed?
Real heroes take a peek at least.
He didn't even have
Heroes
to take a peek.
Yeah, he put it on display.
Bro had a full display, and he talking about covering up. I'm like, so who is this man? Usually the hero has to, poke and prod and catch a little glimpse. She was
Right.
like, "Oh, we here. D's out.
He's out.
He's out.
D's is out.
What do you think about
You-
these?
D's
Where do you get a load of these? Huh?
right, fresh out the shower, and he over here looking to the side.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
think you uncomfortable? You been married? What's wrong with you? Look me in the eye.
Doris, I've seen you as a colleague. I'm not comfortable with you. As a
Right.
woman.
Yeah, hell no. Could be
I don't wanna-
colleagues.
Bullshit.
Colleague,
hate-
this one.
Nah,
Colleague.
it's good.
Yeah.
Golly.
He's over here friend zoning Doris.
Right.
Yeah, he was sending out mixed messages because even when the Handle Eye story came up, he was talking about, oh, well, if it was me, then I would have put my hand on your thigh under your dress. It's like, but her titties was out in front of you, and you talking about covering up. Make the decision.
Well, he had to have that sexual attention till the end, and he said, "Hey, I want to be with you."
He said, "Oh man, what do they say? What do them? Oh, I don't see you like that. Fuck, what's that simp line that they be saying? Damn,
I've been there. Yeah, I've been there. You put a chick in a certain vein, and
I see you as a sister.
Yes.
I see you as a buddy. I see you as a friend. And like I said, what will happen if we cross this barrier? Then you become my woman instead of my friend.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
but
this will ruin our
It becomes
friendship.
something else.
It will kill you. It's gonna kill your friendship. Yeah, because you can never go back.
well, I don't think he had the way that he was talking. It wasn't out of that position where you sitting in it logically. It looked like it was emotional, like. But
Yeah,
I
because he
don't. I
wanted her anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's like,
did. He did.
so it's like, bro, it wasn't like a logical decision. Like, all right, this could potentially ruin our relationship. He
Mhm.
came at it. It was way too. It was too simp-ish, like where it wasn't. It's like the difference. What I'm trying to do now is suss out the difference between right and accurate, right?
Yeah.
So yes, it's accurate that it'll ruin your relationship as far as you going down that route, but he was just too nervous to take the plunge. That's what it looked like. It
Yeah.
wasn't. It's like he's
Yeah.
trying to cover it up. It's like when they try to cover it up, like, oh, well, I don't want to ruin our relationship. It's like, no, you afraid to
You're
attack.
scared.
You ready?
Yeah.
Well, because, because
Disqualifying himself.
you can't go back.
Yeah.
You can't go back. How do I really see it? Because now my dick says go get it, but my head says she can't be. But that's my friend. Do you fuck your friend like that?
I think he was scared. I think he was just scared to stroke her, bro. I don't think it.
He
I don't,
was.
You think so?
yeah, he wasn't thinking about the friendship. He was just like, well, what if I don't perform right? And I'm feeling kind of old. You know, I have to focus on psychohistory.
Yeah, that's
Sit
what I
down.
was saying. He was just gun shy. Is what I called it. He was gun shy.
Okay.
He
Perfect.
been along with his books too long.
Yeah, reading the
He
book.
ain't had nobody. He didn't understand that the world changed and chicks would just come at you like that because
Right.
she was
Thank
straight
you,
up
Art.
front and not worried
And-
about it. He could have took it. He could have not. She would have been the same person.
And the thing is, he told him, like, listen, on my planet, I'm not tripping on. Listen, I'm not tripping on these morals that you talking about. Like, titties out. Is you ready? Is you not? Well, stop playing with the pussy.
This is Trantor. This is not Halleck.
It's transport.
Right.
These back rows.
Well, she told him that just to try to ease his little feelings on the thing. Like, yeah, I'm not worried about this. This will be cool.
Take some weight off your mind. Come get this.
Yeah. Take some weight off your mind. You can get it.
You
What
get
are
it.
you doing?
You'll
I'm
feel
here
better.
for you.
Yeah, you'll feel better.
Yeah. She's trying to talk him into it. Like, man.
Right. He knew what
Yeah.
he knew what was up.
Yeah, Harry, he was a conservative. He was a conservative.
You think?
Yeah, I get it. I'm not gonna place my. It's just funny how he does it because he tries to be smooth with it, and that's the thing. Like, I'd give him a pass if he was all the way up front with it. Like, listen, I'm about this conservative life and yada yada yada. But as soon as they went down the doll and all of the other women's breasts was out, and he's over here trying to talk her into exposing her breasts. Now I'm confused because the titties was in your face, private, inside the apartment, fresh out the shower, and now you talking about, oh well, yeah, maybe you can show your breasts. Like, nah, bro,
too late.
You missed it. Yeah, you missed it. She ain't feeling it now.
Yeah, I'm like, man, you need to add that to psychohistory. Add some game to psychohistory. That's probably what he did. He probably added some footnotes, all of his mistakes. So it's
that's why that one axiom was the one that he couldn't predict the individual behavior because he couldn't predict his own. His behavior was unpredictable. Like, the option was there, I didn't take it. So psychohistory.
Right. He's like, damn, why did I not take it?
Yeah. But the group would have took it. You're right. There's 4 of us on the panel. All of us say, yeah, I would have hit it. Sorry.
Yeah. No problem. Like, hey, you know,
she was still on board.
Yeah, she said she was on board. Let's go ahead and you my protector. So I mean, we here.
Would have been appreciating all her fundamentals.
All the fundamentals.
All
the fundamentals. And she went through the whole resume. It was like, wait, are you married? He's like, no, I ain't married. I'm separated. I'm by myself. Okay, cool. You know, how you feel about whoop-de-whoop? How you feel about this? Well, you know, this is my stance on it. But what about this? It's like, you know, I see you looking like in the middle of that tennis game. Come on, fam. She felt all of that sexual frustration behind that racket.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You ain't shit. I see the way you're serving, Harry. You want to
Yeah,
relieve some of that stress?
yeah. Said I'm a robot. I can pick up on where you at.
Yeah.
I'm here to serve, man.
Yes.
Let me serve you.
You ain't shit.
I can't.
Robo-Wop.
Robo-Wop. Yeah.
Does it come with Wi-Fi?
Man,
Yeah, it does.
Apparently.
Gotta take this like you confusing her. Like I'm trying to follow the law of robotics, but he's so confused. I'm here to serve man, but he will not take it, but he wants it.
Yeah, these perfect robot titties, and he won't take it.
Yeah. It's like Total Recall. It's like Total Recall. You got perfect woman I was designed for you, and you talking about monogamy and all this other stuff. You just like, look, I got one role, bruh. Come on.
I got one role.
Yeah.
Serving you was it. So
yeah. That's why she was heated when what's it called? Yeah, he was on some weird stuff sometimes. Cause even with Raindrop 45, it's like when they did the wave check, it's like, okay, so you got RoboWop right here, but you over here sneaking off with a bald headed female, so then she could just fill on your hair for the sake of what? You talking about how uncomfortable you are, but yeah, you letting it happen, and you talking about all these results. It's like, nah, bruh, I'm reading between the lines right now. Some may add.
You like tease. You like to tease.
Yeah, you like the tea. You like the anticipation. You don't like the actual action.
Yeah, you ain't about the action. About to leave it for later on.
It's all about the build-up, gentlemen.
The build-up, but he wants to stay at the build-up though. He don't want to complete it.
He don't want to release.
Because I don't know what happens next. He don't know what happens next.
Right. It's like, listen, I like you better with your shirt on. I was like, what? Now take it off slow.
Now take it off slow. No, I'm just kidding. Take it off.
Yeah.
Right.
Get to the bottom of the breast, put it back down. Talk about how uncomfortable you are. And then
No. You got to stop at the areola. Once I can see the areola, you're too far.
Showing too much.
Showing too much. Pull it back up. Pull it back up. Quick.
Now stop.
Start over.
Right there.
Right. So, is this a part of psychohistory, Seldon?
Yes. Probabilities.
Yeah. Probabilities. Oh yeah, that's good, man. This was a good time.
It was. So I will say again, thank you, BGS, for turning me on to this series.
Likewise.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I really did. And because I thoroughly enjoyed it, I got to get the hard copy so I can go back and underline my notes and shit like that.
Yeah,
and I'll probably still read it again in hard copy. Just
that's the downside about Audible or audio books. You can't take notes.
Right.
Yeah. I had to write down notes on my phone, but I didn't think about it when I wrote them down. But I'm not going to be able to look at them when I'm on this thing because I'm using my phone. So I had notes and the characters I liked and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that's all well and good. I can't pull this shit up while I'm on screen yet. So totally pointless now. But just reading it and getting other people who have read it at the same time to actually get their feedback on it is like more of the fun than me just reading it and getting it, because I could do that with most book series I've read and just tell you what I liked about it and how interesting it was. But if you hadn't read it, you might not get all of it. And for me, I want you to get all of it for yourself, not just because I told it to you, but because you read it too and got your own ideas. Because the things that West Coast keyed in, like the skull cap,
Wave Cap City.
Wave Cap City. He's looking at it from his perspective. Yeah, we saw the same thing, but how he addressed it is completely different than how I addressed it. I look at that scene and I'm thinking Dark City and some other stuff. He looked at it like, hey, that's Wave Cap City. I'm like, well, that's funny because that's pretty much what it was, right?
It's because of the peel. It's because of the peel back in the booth scene. It was just like it was
Yeah.
literally like it was like a wave check. It was
Yeah.
like slowly, but unwrap your wave cap, and pull back the do rag.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, you got that Billy D? That's
Woo!
good.
That good hair, boy.
You got that good hair. It's oily." You know,
Man.
but that's more of the fun hearing that thing. That's part of the fun about any literary material for me is that it's not enough that I've read it. Other people who read it, you can talk about that shit with them. That's more of the damn fun because you get the stuff out of it. Because otherwise, me just looking at it, like I could say like Seldon was he simped out. Okay, Seldon simped out, Pellerat simped out. You know, that general that was in Foundation of Empire, he was a dumbass. He got used. You know, some of them hunters was just asses. Like, what the fuck, dude? You're not lording over anything. This is the decline, you dummy. You are at the lowest point in this history. You are not at the highest point. But they, you can see all of this stuff. But hearing somebody else who read it too, like, yeah, they was all right. But I saw this part. Yeah, I missed that. I didn't see that. Like you pointing out, the mule was Hitler. Like that puts a whole different context on it.
Mm-hmm.
That puts a whole different context on it. Like the mule was one thing, but then if you put it in that context, like yeah, he was. He had a 5-year plan, and that shit was executing like gangbusters.
Yeah. Basically, if you think about it, because I actually did this years ago. Gotta be 20 years ago, comparing Hitler to Tupac. And how the emotional control actually,
Really?
because because they were charismatic leaders, and
Yep.
Tupac had
touched emotions.
It touched
Yeah,
emotions.
Tupac had it.
There were people willing to follow him because he was a charismatic leader. And if you look at Hitler's speeches, especially earlier in his career in the Nazi Party, and compare it to Tupac rapping or Tupac performing, you can see the parallels.
Yep, that was Tupac's greatest ability, at least for me. What I know, his greatest ability was that he could convey emotions and get people to feel emotions for what he was saying. Yeah. And that was kind of his death knell when he started talking that shit about going and doing politics and us doing things politically. I was like, and he was dead soon after that.
He actually said, I feel the power of me being able to influence minds. He said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said it's kind of toxic. Not toxic, but kind of intoxicating. Yeah.
Intoxicating, and like all of that can equal up to votes. And I was like,
So I was actually comparing that to because I actually was I forget the guy's name. There was the pastor that was actually trying to kill Hitler. But I was actually watching his story, and he was actually showing the films of early Hitler and his emotional appeal to the German people, right? And then I said, "Damn!" I said, that kind of reminds me of Tupac. So actually looking at the Tupac story at the same time, I said, there's a parallel here. There's a parallel here. They're not really controlling people through basically logic, but through emotion.
Right.
Appealing to their emotions. And that's what the mule did. Yeah, that's what the mule did.
What was his homeboy that we were talking about last time, West Coast? He was against the mule the whole time, and the mule took him over and kept him around. Yeah. I'm forgetting his name right now, but he wouldn't let his ass go back. He wouldn't let him go back to being just on his own. He said, "Nah, I took that block down. You try to kill me. Yeah,
you try to kill me. Yeah."
Yeah. But I served you.
That.
Yeah, you served me. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I forgot his name. He had like a rank. He was sad too. He was just about as sad as Evelyn Miz. He was just about as sad as him.
Yeah.
Because he knew this dude was dangerous.
Yeah.
And he turned him. And he couldn't go. Once he turned him, he couldn't do anything but help him. But if that dropped for 1 minute, nah. Yeah, you a stooge, but I know you a stooge. And you know you a stooge. He's going to just leave you languishing this way.
Yeah.
Until you drop dead, so I don't have to think about you. Like, man, that's messed up. Like being a prisoner in your own body, knowing like I want to kill you.
Yeah, like it's in a second place.
Yep, that's stuck in place. I'm just gonna help
Yeah.
him the whole time.
Yeah.
But,
Nah, seriously.
I'm forgetting his name, but you know who he was. That
Yeah, I'm
was
trying to look him up right now.
Jack.
But yeah, I remember that. It was like as soon as you let him go, it's like peace was never an option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. He was gonna hunt you.
Yeah, because he originally tried to hunt. I do believe tried to hunt the mule down.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the mule
he was
turned
hunting the mule down.
him.
In
And
fact,
got
yeah,
turned.
he was planning. Yeah, he was planning a coup
Yeah,
on the foundation. I remember, bruh.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hold on. If I can find it, I'll bring it up. It's not Bel Rios.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. But yeah, this was good, man. I think that another thing is you find for me when I'm going to all of these different planets and I'm watching all these different worlds and looking at their culture, I just find humor in it. And so humor in the sense that it's called Han Pritchard. Han Pritchard. That was his name.
Han Pritchard. Yeah.
Han Pritchard.
Yeah.
You just man. A lot of folks as far as their outcomes, they were done dirty, which is actually
unapologetically.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I like about this particular series is the realism in that. And the reason why I find humor in a lot of these different cultures is because I can see it in real time, even with things that I may consider of cultural relevance, or if I watch other people's culture and see what they consider important and realize how minuscule it is in relation to like the world at large or the environment at large and how small it is. Exactly. Like it's literally within this scope. And so for me, it's sort of like an ironic humor. So, Wave Cap City, man, like as ridiculous as that sounds, we have culture built around certain things, especially when it comes to like standards of beauty or, what's considered socially acceptable. Those tenets you can see played out in real time, even what's considered taboo, on Foundation Earth, how certain people wouldn't talk about certain things because that's considered the forbidden world or the hidden knowledge. And when you have people who will challenge that or even question it, people's emotional responses, well, you don't question this because this is what it is, and what the Foundation and the series, gives you the opportunity to do is see what it's like on that other side of the coin. If you've never explored skepticism or, looking at things in a different perspective or a different light, be outside of the context of cultural taboos and seeing what the results can be, or seeing what what created this quote unquote forbidden world. Why is it considered forbidden, or why is this taboo? Which is what I like to I like that type of writing.
Me too. I like those questions even asked because it begs the point that you don't accept just what's there. You actually look a little bit deeper. You see the tip of the iceberg, but maybe you look below the surface at least a bit to find out a little bit more of what is actually going on here. Going to each one of those worlds, you see their undergirding. You see how everything is structured for them, and get to compare and contrast it with where these other people are coming from. The characters have to do that just like you have to do it when you're looking at that world. Like, yeah, they seem backwards. Yeah, but they got a different way of life. They have a different societal structure. They have a different ecology going on. How does their world work? It's obviously working in some kind of way because they ain't in a bunch of chaos. Even if you make it so them behind yours, they still have their own degree of stuff that they're dealing with. Like, say, New Earth, I'm still waiting to find out what the men that came back from the fishing trip would have did.
Yeah.
I want to know who the hell those dudes was. Where was this damn fishing trip? Was it on the planet or what? I'll never know. Right? But it was curious.
Like, was it a real virus? Like, or was it just
Was there a virus?
In fact, like, going even to talking about what we deal with in real time with the gynocracy, right? Um, this space has carved out um, uh, basically a discussion chamber or a think tank in asking those questions. You know, you have
The
a space
foundation.
where you literally it's like you're able to, you're at the very least you're given an opportunity to be a skeptic to the culture that you've been immersed in, and whether or not you find a result or not is inconsequential. It's the fact that you're asking the question and you may get a response, or you may end up not getting a response. It's inconsequential, but there are people who have gone as far as to break down what the gynocracy is, i.e., within our culture, and how it's designed from a political standpoint, from an emotional standpoint, as far as like talking about interacting with, you know, son to mother, man to woman, people within your community, why these social taboos are set up and the incentives behind it, and you know, the reason why this architecture is constructed. And once you look at it from that vantage point, you can, you know, be able to maneuver around it. You'll be able to observe it, and at the most, you'll be able to not become a slave to it, which is what, you know, when I look at the foundation, I make that type of parallel. Is that one of the unfortunate things about a lot of these planets is they are, you know, slave to, or they're dependent on their culture, because that's all the view that they know, good, bad, or otherwise.
Right.
People on
They don't have a
transient.
larger view. Yeah, they don't have a larger view of it. Well,
Yeah,
that's when I look at this space. That's why reading this series really translated into this space for me, because that's why I look at it as a foundation. Because like Seldon, in the prelude, you are on the precipice of something that you can see coming. You're on the precipice of something that you can see happen. And some people actually know what's going on. Now you
yeah,
can learn this knowledge to figure out a way to get through this bullshit that's coming, because you can't stop it from coming. You can't stop it from coming. It's coming. But you can plan your steps accordingly with this information that people have to get through this. Or you can sit there and act like a dumbass and say, well, no, you don't believe that. Seldon, you're just crazy. you know?
yeah,
And that's why I like it into this space in BGS, for a sense, because he's been predicting stuff for a while.
Hmm.
What is that from him reading the tea leaves, like he says, and just reading the news and understanding history? What is that? That's just psychohistory, right?
Hmm.
At a point,
Basically, yeah.
uh, basically psychohistory. You're understanding the psychology of groups of people and the
Hmm.
history of how people behave and act. That's
Hmm.
all it is.
Hmm.
So if you look further enough back, and you can pretty much predict where it's going to go forward.
Hmm.
It's no different than me in carpentry trying to make a straight line from 3 points.
Yeah.
If I know how to do a 3-4-5 triangle, I can put that last point out anywhere. It's still
Hmm.
going to match up. It's still
Hmm.
going to work because I understand where it's coming from. That's all this space has been doing for years now. That's
Hmm.
all it's been doing for years, and people still turn around and say, "I don't know what the hell he's talking about." And then it pop up, and then what do you get in your email box?
Yeah. Yeah.
BGS. Well,
Yo,
you was
you're
right.
right, BGS. And how did
You
you
was right.
know? And how did you
Wow,
know?
wow, all these different panels and live streams you sat there cussing at me, telling me I was wrong, but
Yeah.
now
right.
you see I'm right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Kiss
and,
all
and
of that ass.
yeah, and explain and explain to you why, what the factors that determine, my prediction, my observation, which is
Hmm.
what frustrates me. I'm showing you what I'm doing. I'm not just you know saying this
Right.
should happen. I'm saying, okay, this is happening because this and this, like what's going on now with the price of pussy falling down. I said, if it hits, it's just a simple equation of supply and demand. It's not.
Hmm.
It's not that. I said, if you dump this many women on the street that are untrained and depend on the system, they're gonna. They're not physical enough to actually go out and start robbing and taking shit from people. What do they have to rely on? Their bodies, right? They're gonna
One
sell their bodies,
commodity to have.
the
Yep.
commodity that they have. Okay, if you dump this many people out onto the street, women out onto the street, what's gonna happen to the price of the commodity? It's gonna go down. Supply and demand. It's not.
See what he did there, West Coast. He just threw out the prime radiant. Just
Yeah, and yeah, he
gave us
did.
a couple bars of that psychohistory. Like, and now I'll turn it off.
Right. and the thing is, like, because I think I know where the people that you present this information are coming from. It's the fact that they don't see you as like a scientist providing some info.
Oh, that's true.
In order to actually like break down and to discuss.
Yeah.
We're accustomed to the preacher model. So it's about the clout. And it's about, well, he's preaching this info to me, and it's about whether or not I believe him based off of emotion, not off of a scientific method. Like, okay, what he's presenting is a theory. Is it accurate or is it not accurate based off of the information that he's given, and then being able to test it, which is what I think is the direction you are like that you'd like people to go in as far as like challenging the information that you have. Is like, okay, I don't think that what you have is correct based off of information that I've researched here, and this is what conflicts with this versus, well, I just don't think that you're right because I believe in, Joe Biden's going to say, I don't because Joe Biden says that, if I don't vote for him, then I'm not black,
which I was trying to tell Dr. T, man. I said that's the difference between you and me. You're pre-qualified, okay? You're pre-qualified. I'm not. Everything I have to say has to be proven. I have to have a track record because I'm a nobody. So, why should I listen to you, Joe Schmo? Because you got assholes just like I do. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that was GG's point this week when he had to answer his trolls. The same fucking point.
Yeah.
It's like, why would I argue with you? Why would I argue with you when I've done this?
Yeah.
When I've done this, I've written papers, I've taught this material.
Yeah.
It's not to be arguing with you about this shit. You nobody. Come on, man.
Yeah, basically.
But that's go ahead.
Yeah, because even with that point, with the argument that Harry Seldon had with all of the different mayors when they wanted his psychohistory, was his point was the information that I'm providing may not be accurate, so I don't want to move forward with it. But for them, it was about, well, they will believe you based off of name and merit.
Yeah.
Which, when you see that in today's world, right, people will believe a name or a title because of the name and title and the prestige. And the problem with that is they can give you inaccurate information based off of that, which can leave you at risk to be vulnerable.
Yeah. In fact, I was telling Dr. T, since we have, I said, if you notice, we have not been flagged or no channels have gone down. Seriously, since Dr. T and really since that summit with Dr. T and Dr. Curry and a couple of others are actually up there as PhDs. Since then, nobody's really gotten flagged down. You might have a shadow ban here or there, but nobody's channel's been taken. Pretty much Google and YouTube have pretty much left us alone. If you notice that. We haven't had those problems. Like it used to be, somebody's channel got taken down. Somebody got they didn't
like what you were saying.
Yeah, like what you saying.
What you were saying was valid.
Yeah, right. And so we're gonna take this channel, that channel. We got to rebuild this channel, that channel. You haven't, and it's been a year that hasn't happened. In fact, it's so quiet. Nobody even mentions about people's channels being taken down anymore.
Because it's a rarity now, and not the common thing.
Not the norm. Yeah, you don't have the flagging campaigns by the females anymore. It just stopped. And I said I attributed that to because I told him, I said that's one good reason why we wanted you in this space, because you give us legitimacy. That was the one good thing. I said they can't go against you. You're published. You had your doctorate for like almost 20 years. You teach at an institution, certified institution. What are they gonna say in the field that they're trying to argue against? So what are you gonna say? You can't say anything. So I said that's what I said. So I said you, Gigi, Dr. Neal, Dr. Curry, give us legitimacy. So
see, that's the thing.
Go ahead.
And
I didn't mean to cut you off, but it just proves to the point that it just makes it a little harder for people like like yourself to actually get through to these fools because they still want to buck against it because of those credentials.
Yeah.
And that's my whole point about getting those credentials. It makes people more apt to listen.
Yeah.
Because you could be accurate all day long without those credentials. Nobody said the credentials make you accurate, but the credentials make motherfuckers listen to you.
They make you listen.
It actually makes them listen and stop trying to debunk you on BS.
Yeah.
But actually listen to the points and see if they put in their work, because that's all it means. You put in work. They can't dispute that.
Yeah.
That's the undisputable part.
Say credentials make you right.
Credentials make you believable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not right. There's a difference.
Yeah. All right. No moral. Just accurate and believable.
Yeah.
More people listen to that than anything. At least in this culture, Black culture, they might not listen to it, but in the larger culture that we are a part of, they will listen to that.
Oh man, in fact, listen, they steal it.
Yeah.
That's why they listen.
And I call this
sound
one
like the truth.
I was listening to this dude, Donovan Sharp was actually interviewing, right? And I'm listening to him and I said, damn, did you take all my material and just translate it into your work?
Yes.
God damn, man. Do you have
that last little piece you sent me, BGS, and said, look at this and say they're listening. I'm listening to that. It's like, yeah, I heard all that shit before somewhere.
It's somewhere.
First and foremost,
they didn't cite their sources, though, did they?
No, they did not. No, they did not. And nor do they. Yeah.
No, they will never do that. Yeah. They'll run with it all day long.
I said, you realize? I said, sometimes you realize you use certain terms. I'm gonna know where it came from. Like I was listening to this incel dude, right, talking to Sandman, right, being interviewed by Sandman, and he said something right at the end of his of the end of the session, right? He said, "Yeah, they're turning us into atomized individuals." Says, "You motherfucker." I know who you've been listening to.
Yeah, that was way too specific.
Yeah, you motherfucker. They can't give you credit. Yeah, they can't.
Yeah, they can't give you credit. And they can't help it because once they go down that road, it just starts coming out of them. They can't even stop it.
Yeah,
they have to follow the script all the way out.
Yeah. No, it's too juicy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we call a viral meme. It's too. I have to steal it and make it mine because it's too
exactly.
Juicy. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. It has to be my own. I have to have it for myself.
But I remember Artisan when he first did his first Shop Talk Live, right? His first review, and he had the comic books behind him. The very next week, a white dude was doing the same review.
Yep.
Comic books. I said, dude, come on, man.
Yep.
Please change it a little bit.
Nope. He ain't changed shit. I've heard some of the other dudes that I actually listen to echoing stuff that I've said now, which is interesting because to me it's they actually listen to my stuff now.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool because they'll have like 30,000 subs, 100,000 subs. Like, so why did they even listen to me? But apparently they saw some value in what I was saying because they stole that shit. Because I hear it coming out of their mouth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
I've seen whole format changes. Like, y'all never was doing this. I've been watching you. You were never doing this.
Yeah. That's you'd be surprised who listens to you. And I'm always. I used to be shocked about who listens to me. I used to be. And you see,
used to be.
Yeah, I used to be. Like when you hear somebody on CNN repeating what you just said 2 weeks ago, it's motherfuckers.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's like nowadays, especially, where do you think these people from on the news get their sources? They ain't got a bunch of reporters out running all over the place no more because they'll report more stuff off of Twitter and what's happening on the web than anything else. I mean, they got a bunch of people just listening to shit.
Yeah.
Just listen to people that seem credible or accurate on what they predict, and they just take it and use it because they have a bigger platform to get it out there to more people. So they sound smart, but they know where they stole it.
I had no idea how many people that I was unaware of actually listened to me till I actually locked my channel.
Yeah, that'll tell you.
And people that had no clue that actually listened to me, including PhDs, man, coming out of the woodwork. I really enjoyed your work. I wish you hadn't locked your channel because I got a lot of stuff. So wait a minute.
Where'd you come from?
Getting cited by PhD. It's like, okay.
Yeah, what did somebody else say? You help them do their whole thesis.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Got their degree off of putting points in your paper.
Yeah, there was Malika. He said that.
Yeah, Malika.
Yeah. I got there. My whole all my theses, my professors were praising me. And that was a novel idea. Where'd you come up with that from?
Wow.
Yeah. In fact, Black Minds, he has a bachelor. He's actually a history teacher, right, over in the Middle East somewhere. And he said, I got my degree. I think he said he has his master's in history. He said, I learned more from history from you than I did in school.
Because a lot of the stuff you have to seek out for yourself. That's one of the I would say the joys of actually reading stuff yourself and seeking out your own interests.
Yeah.
Because that's how you will find all of this stuff. History is there to be read and learned from if you take the time to actually read the books. But the thing I usually go through with people is like, oh, I don't have the time, that stuff is boring and all the rest of it. It's like, look, you spend so many hours doing such and such every day. You spend so much time doing this every week. I'm like, if you add all that up, you're wasting a lot of time doing some shit that's not doing anything for you and not helping you understand the world around you anymore. But if you spend that same amount of time pursuing some of your damn interests, you would have a better accuracy in your information of what you like than just having this periphery, ass talking, soundbite, repeated, regurgitated information that you spew out on command repeatedly and not actually have your own thoughts in any of this stuff because you don't understand it anyway. Yeah. You don't have the context for it. Yeah, once you had a context, now you understand what's going on. You can speak to something in a broader way.
Yeah, and it becomes easier because because you know what's valid and what's not. Like I must get at least 50 article suggestions there like every day. Like so I scanned through them and said, okay, that makes sense, that doesn't make sense. That makes sense, that doesn't make sense. And the stuff that makes sense I add. The stuff that are already like a lot of stuff repeats itself. Said, okay, I already know about that, I know about that, I know about that, I know about that. And after a while you get such a baseline of knowledge that okay, you can almost predict the next step. Okay, they're doing this, so they're getting ready to do this because of that. Yeah, because you have such a baseline of knowledge now. You can almost think like they're thinking.
Exactly.
Which is what I want to get.
You can see the pattern. You can see the code.
You can see the code in the matrix. You can literally see the code in the matrix. That's what I'm trying to get people to see. Like even foundation is a way of teaching you to see the code in the matrix.
Yeah, because what the prime meridian was. All the prime meridian was formulas. Formulas for predicting the same stuff that you're seeing right now. That's all it was. There was an endless amount of fucking formulas, which was a code. And when they turned on the prime meridian, that's what you saw. You just saw code. You just saw formulas on top of formulas predicting this path and visually showing you where this shit was going to go. That's just from knowledge. That's just from studying. That's all they were doing. Was studying. It wasn't a magic trick. Anybody could have did it if they spent the time to learn it.
Yeah.
Man, speaking of prime radiant, we got to add this formula to the Encyclopedia Negrolactica. We got to commit that in hierarchy of gynocracy, how it goes as far as arguments is considered, if it is the original concept, it goes if it's accurate, then it's separate from right. But if you are, what was the term that you used, BGS, when believable? There you go. So if it's believable, it suggests that it's right, which means that you'll end up being accurate. That's a tactic that's used. So if a person is believable, that equals or suggests that they're right, which also equals that they are somewhat accurate in the mind of gynocracy as far as the logic is concerned.
That's decoding the gynocrat in your head.
Yeah. I gotta commit. I have to commit that logic to the Encyclopedia Negrolactica and the Prime Radiant, because that happens a lot. Somebody will be believable, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, I think that they have a point," which suggests that they may be right, which suggests that they're actually accurate when it's not so. When the actual bias is they are believable, meaning that you have an emotional, you're compelled emotionally by the argument that they're presenting, although the data may not reflect it. So believable Believable equals right minus accuracy.
You just you just encapsulated the whole fucking week. Everything that I've seen this week has been just that. Just because
Oh,
you
yeah.
loud don't make you right.
Okay.
Excuse me, doesn't make you accurate because the people
stop.
who know are accurate.
Stop Talk gonna be lit tomorrow, huh?
Oh man.
Come on, man. Come
Hey,
on, man. You already know. Look.
and folks have
I
been
felt
making
like,
moves.
damn, I wasn't gonna stunt because BGS brought it out of me because he
Yeah.
got that Seldon camera.
In fact, I think Gigi and no, it's at 5. I think Gigi and Dr. Johnson is gonna be on. What you show me?
Oh, I'm about to show you. I'm
Okay.
gonna just do this for the cheap seats,
Okay.
which I would call the cloud in a way. But I think that's it. Yeah, this is me posing.
you know what? I was thinking about you.
Shit.
I was thinking about your shop. I was thinking about your shop that you ever are you hip to a channel called Pros and Politics, which is a bookstore in Washington D.C. that does interviews with authors and stuff like that?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, so I've watched them on C-SPAN for like last 30 years, and they do nonfiction books, right? That's what they specialize in. They bring out a lot of authors to actually talk about their books and stuff like that. It's actually an actual bookshop. I was saying is, have you, since we're in this Skype era, right? This Zoom, Skype era, whatever you want to call it, right? I don't know if you want to promote your bookshop or not. So I'm just saying, can you find a way to actually like interview the authors or the publishers of say comics that have different storylines and stuff like that? Hey man, this is my comic shop, and I want to turn it into more of like a media event where people can actually get to know the authors and the publishers behind, say, Concept Comics, and do something like the Politics and Prose.
Okay, I'll just say I can say this here. Yes,
okay.
I've thought of that. When I talked about the shop possibly going up for sale and me trying to buy the shop, that was one of the ideas I had for trying to get the shop into the 2020, put it that way.
Okay.
And actually pushing this stuff ahead, because my view on why this industry is failing, because it fails to keep up with technology and where everybody is going. So even just the times that I've streamed from the shop, there's things that can be learned from that. There's enough artists and creators, like you just saw my boy Kevin in here. That's another damn PhD who do computer stuff. It's all different types of people in and out of this shop that are customers here.
Yeah.
And it's a wealth of knowledge that is not tapped or brought together in any real way to make that community so that it can actually help people in a sense. But it's just how do you do that? Because it's not mine now, I don't throw a lot of that stuff into it like that.
Okay.
Because I'm using the Joker philosophy. If you're good at something, you don't do it for free, and it ain't mine. Well, I'm not promoting somebody else shit.
Okay.
That don't get behind it. I've done that. I've done that for what? I've been here about 7-8 years working here, but this has been my comic shop since '86.
Okay.
So I've seen what it has and who's here and how you can push different things, and that was one of the things I had on slate for my mind to actually bring that into that digital media.
Okay.
So it opens up the shop more in that sense where you know it is. That's the only reason I don't say where the shop is, because it's not mine, and I don't want to bring that kind of shit onto somebody else that didn't ask for it and wasn't ready for it. I didn't want to do that. That's the only reason I don't promote the shop like that.
Okay.
I'm in it. I've been in it this last 4 hours, but I don't promote it because it's not mine to promote like that.
Okay.
It's not the way I would think somebody else would want to take it in. If it was mine, I'll take it in that direction in a heartbit.
Okay.
Because it's mine. I can do it.
Because Politics and Prose have been doing that for a long time. In fact, they started a YouTube channel maybe a couple of years ago. So, especially since COVID, now they really do it instead of coming inside the bookshop. They actually do it online. So So I said, but look it up and check them out, see what they do in their format.
Yeah, I wrote it down, so I'm gonna check it out. Check it
But I
out.
was looking at it, I said this might be an answer for Artisan.
Yeah, because that's what I'm looking for. Because at least for this shop, I want to see it grow. I always have, and just finding ways to make sure that it grows and grows with the times is the thing. Right now, it's like the window is still open on all this COVID stuff. You should be able to get to a lot of people if you can have your presence felt in the digital arena, and it's not, and that's why a lot of shops are going down because they don't operate that way. So trying to find out their next business model for a brick and mortar comic book store will help keep them open as opposed to closing because they're still relying on foot traffic. So yeah, that's one of the things I thought of, but that's a little bit more on target. So I definitely check that.
No, yeah.
Hello. If you hear me talking, I'm just talking online.
You're at work. Yeah. I'm getting ready to go anyway. It's been like 4 hours. So.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, me too.
Passing on the books, obviously. I'm telling you right now, the next series I'm gonna start reading or audio booking is Doom. Because
okay.
Yeah, because you saw the trailer, right?
Yeah, I saw the trailer. I'm still curious about Zendaya playing Shani, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not curious about her playing Shani when they said that Liette Kynes got gender swapped. And then I was like, okay. Yeah, she got Liette got gender swapped into a black female, so that, and Liette, Shani is Liette's daughter. Okay. Now you got Zendaya. No big deal. So,
wait a minute. Okay, that doesn't make sense, but yeah, okay.
Yeah,
it doesn't because Liette Kynes was supposed to be white and having have a daughter with with one of the Fremen, yeah. So how you get a black woman having a daughter with a Fremen and coming out mixed? It doesn't make sense.
Because there was a white Fremen. Come on, you know how this works.
I guess so.
Gotta get your Aboriginal kids in there somewhere.
Okay, all right, okay.
It's okay. She's gonna make it up. She's gonna get with Paul Atreides, another white dude.
Yeah, I mean,
that
Liette Kynes was a minor character anyway, so it didn't really.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. It's the Empress geologist. Yeah, he was doing some underground stuff with the Fremen. Yeah, but he ended up getting killed.
Yeah.
And he's only important to bring in Shani. Okay, so they gender swapped that character. Okay, it ain't gonna be there that long, so why do I care?
Why don't you just make Lizzo Baron Harkonnen?
No shit. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah,
that'd be hilarious.
You sir ain't shit.
No, he ain't shit. That'd be funny. Make good use of that hover belt.
Since we're gonna gender swap, go out. Why don't we just go all in?
Go all in.
Go all in.
That's what I should say. The person they got is too thin. They should have got a really big person like Lizzo for that role. They body shaming. Body shaming. Baron Harkonnen. But no, I want to read that series now because you and Grinch had already got me started on reading anyway, since he had talked about it, so passionately what was going on in the other stories, and I realized I hadn't read all of it. And so this gives a good opportunity, since you got me hooked on audiobooks, to go ahead and get through that series.
Yeah.
And before the movie comes out, especially since they dropped the trailer, and I like a lot of the actors that they have in there. Like, damn. Might be good.
Yeah, this is what, the 4th or 5th time they've done Doom?
If you count what's his name, Aronofsky's or whatever, his Doom, what he had planned for it, that never actually came out. This is like the 3rd time, because Sci-Fi Channel did 2. They did Doom, and then they did Children of Doom.
Yeah.
And then you have the Kyle MacLachlan Doom, which is the original movie, but I don't know if one before that.
Didn't they do another movie right after that? It was Doom.
No.
Okay, they only did one movie.
Yeah, one movie, and then 2 sci-fi movies.
Okay.
And the sci-fis just took it, that next step further outside of the original, just Dune story. They went to the Sun's books.
Okay.
And that's where you get the Children of Dune and Talia going nuts and Leto
Oh yeah.
merging with the worms and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 And so I'm
I
surprised.
have desert power, Father.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you the Flash on sand.
Which I thought was funny. Well, that was actually in the book though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Him being able to run that fast on sand. That was in the book.
Yeah.
That's why I'm surprised that Foundation never got done.
That's a big book. That's
Yeah, it
probably
is.
why.
Yeah,
it's a big book. You have to read through all of those books and actually be accurate. You would think, but apparently not. Since David Goyer is doing it, he ain't gonna be accurate.
just get it out there.
Yeah, just to get his name attached to it. Yeah. But Apple wants to own a series. That'll be their series that they can tune in and have people watching.
Yeah.
And that's probably why I have to think of it that way. It's a TV series. So because they're going to turn it into a series and stretch it out for their own purposes, they're not going to go to the books.
Oh, they got enough. They have enough material.
Yeah,
What's
for
that?
sure.
That's not for sale. It's just a poster. So, go ahead.
Nah, now do your thing.
Yeah. But thank you guys for coming through. I appreciate you guys jumping in and adding your little verses to the Encyclopedia Negrolactica.
Of course.
We do appreciate the I can't even say it right. It makes me laugh every time I think the Skull Cap Planet. Wave Cap Planet.
Oh, Wave Cap City.
Wave Cap
Wave Cap City. I have to go back and listen to this just so I can pick up on West Coast entry. That is hilarious, dude. Super Simp goes to Pellarat because he fell in love with the first chick he saw off of Terminus.
Man, I'm saying Bliss, and it's funny. I forgot the actual full name to it, but she made no hesitations to what the definition of bliss was, because they played off of that too.
Yeah.
They're like, it was like maybe their language is different than ours as far as our galactic standard. It's like, no, I know what bliss means. It's the same. It's the same as what it means here. All 23 years older than me.
Yeah, young and nubile.
New, fresh.
Fresh. Just newness.
Man.
Far star.
Yeah.
This trip going.
Say, well, it's a nice car.
Yeah. The car smell.
We Gaius says yes.
Yeah, we Gaius says come. You're welcome. Man.
Yeah, but thank you to BGS. Thank you, West Coast, for coming through. Thanks, Seven, for showing up. I didn't even know you was reading the book, Seven. So, you get through a little bit more of me. You want to have a conversation, hit us up, please.
Yeah, right. You will want to discuss it. That's for sure.
You will want to discuss it.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
As soon as the show come out, there's going to be more discussion about this.
Oh yeah.
Apparently. Because then everybody else can be checked. What's the first book for Dune? Harry Webster. The first book for Dune is, wait for it, Dune.
Damn.
That is the first book.
What a shocker.
Whoa. Wait a minute.
Yeah. And I can only tell you from Dune, because I read Dune. I didn't even read the son's books that he wrote from his father's manuscripts that come after the BGS know all of them. I have to go through it. BGS and Grinch know them, and I know them.
I know them. I think I've read 3 that the son did, and I said I didn't like his writing, so I said, the rest of them, yeah.
That was why I didn't read them, because most of the people that I had heard said they didn't like it. I forget what the son's name was. They didn't like it.
Oh, Brian. Yeah.
Brian, right. Yeah. They didn't like it because it was different, but how Grinch described it, it's just a more, he has a different writing style than his dad, obviously. And he goes into more action.
Yeah, he does.
Well, that sells it a little differently. Then, it's just not good because it wasn't his daddy. Oh, well, that's true. It's not his dad. That, that will always be true. But what is he actually? Nobody gave me that part.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
And some of his writing, some of the action, and some of the scenarios are kind of juvenile.
right.
You know,
Yeah.
which Frank was actually because he was a Mason, so a lot of his stuff is really deep and really mature and really layered, whereas Brian's is kind of like
Brian was not a Mason.
yeah, he was.
That proves the point. You can stand next to the man, but that don't make you the man.
That don't make you
It just makes you the man next to the man.
And so it's basically Brian taking Frank's notes and trying to translate them into books.
Yeah, you see that on the foundation too. Like, just because an heir is born, it doesn't mean that they're fit to actually be a part of the throne.
Yeah, they can't push this cycle history forward. Can't do that.
You know what? And I give my
Hugo
flowers.
was vested. Hugo was vested in that shit. He couldn't push it forward. He did a lot of work on it, but he wasn't that one.
No, I was thinking about the emperor, that last emperor on Forest Foundation, who ended up, we know how he ended up, but I felt bad for old boy, man. He was such a nice person.
Yeah, he was a nice person, but he had no clue.
He was.
He had no clue.
It sound like the last chancellor before Hitler.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
It's all going down though.
Yeah.
It's a wrap.
Yes. But thank you guys. It's about 5 hours, so I'm gonna let y'all get back to your day. I appreciate you spending the time and talking this up with me because I wanted to have this conversation about this. And if I would have had it last week, I wouldn't have been able to shut up. It would have went 10 hours, but you know me, I don't mind talking about stuff that I enjoy or Geek Culture. So appreciate y'all coming through and sharing your time. And maybe this will get some people to actually read the damn books. I mean, it's not hard. It's an audio book. You can listen to that. You can listen to one of them in a day.
Yeah.
You might finish it.
If you're surprised how well written it is and how informational it actually is.
How quickly it goes.
Right.
How quickly it goes. So.
Of course. Appreciate you having us, man.
Oh, no problem.
Likewise.
No. Anytime. So if you're interested in some, I shouldn't even say that, but yeah, Shop Talk will be tomorrow morning. That's some shit to say.
No doubt.
I'll leave it at that.
Is the rant going to be epic?
I can't do stuff like that. I can't say what it's going to be, what it is. Like I said last week, it's just like jazz, man. You just get out and start playing it. What comes out is what comes out. It's just what it is.
All right.
But
I'm anticipating an ultimate orchestra.
And a Miles Davis smackdown, huh?
I'll just say I know what I know. And there's reasons I know. And I'll tell you just on the BGS point, I said something that I knew was factually true because I lived it. Then I went back and did the research and found where it is factually freaking true, documented. And so I go back and forth with being too old to have these damn debates or feeling like I need to be getting down there in the mud and wrestling with the young kids. Like, fuck it. It's not a hierarchy in this shit. I've said it many a time. It's a big tent and everybody's welcome. Just be happy to be under the tent. But, okay. But that's it. I ain't gonna get into no more of that shit because I'm just trying to get upset. So y'all enjoy your day. Thank you everybody in chat. If you super chatted and I didn't super chatted, but cash app and I didn't thank you for it. Thank you in advance because I can't see it because I turned the do not disturb on my phone so I wouldn't keep getting alerts. So if you outside of Double C, which I saw before I turned the do not disturb on, I will shout you guys out tomorrow on the show for sure. So thank you and have a good one. Peace.
All right.
All right.
Trantor does not live. Trantor does not live.
Just make sure y'all remember that believable equals right minus accurate.
Right.
You gotta write that down. You gotta write that down.
Commit that to the Encyclopedia Negrolactica. That is
committed. So committed in 2020.
Right on. All right, y'all.
Peace, y'all.